La Dernière Mobilisation by W.A. Dwiggins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. La Dernière Mobilisation by W.A. Dwiggins. On the left, the road comes up the hill out of a pool of mist. On the right, it loses itself in the shadow of a wood. On the far side of the highway, a hedgerow, dusty in the moonlight, spreads an irregular border of black from the wood to the fog. Behind the hedgerow, slender poplar trees, evenly spaced, rule off the distance with inky lines. A movement stirs the mist at the bottom of the hill. A monotonous rhythm grows in the silence. The mist darkens, and from it there emerges a strange, shadowy column that reaches slowly up the hill, moving in silence to the somber and muffled beating of a drum. As it draws nearer, the shadow becomes two files of marching men, bearing between them a long, dim burden. The leaders advance into the moonlight. Each two men are carrying between them a pole, and from pole to pole have been slung planks, making a continuous platform. But that which is heaped upon the platform is hidden with muddy blankets. The uniforms of the men, of various sorts, indicating that they are from many commands, are in shreds and spotted with stains of mold and earth. Their heads are bound in cloth so that their faces are covered. A single drummer at the side of the column carries slung from his shoulder the shell of a drum. No flag flies from the staff at the column's head, but the staff is held erect. Slowly, the head of the line advances to the shadow of the wood, touches it, and is swallowed. The leaders, the bare flagstaff, the drummer disappear. But still from the shade is heard the muffled rhythm of the drum. Still the column comes out of the mist. Still it climbs the hill and passes with its endless articulated burden. At last, the rearmost couple disengages itself from the mist, ascends, and is swallowed by the shadow. There remains only the moonlight and the dusty hedgerow. From the left, the road runs from Belgium. To the right, it crosses into France. The dead are leaving their resting places in that lost land. The end of La Dernière Mobilisation by W.A. Dwiggins.
The Devil's Wager by William Makepeace Thackeray. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Grant Love. The Devil's Wager by William Makepeace Thackeray. It was the hour of the night when there be none stirring save churchyard ghosts, when all doors are closed except the gates of graves, and all eyes shut but the eyes of wicked men, when there is no sound on the earth except the ticking of the grasshopper or the croaking of obscene frogs in the pool, and no light except that of the blinking stars and the wicked and devilish wills o' the wisp as they gambol among the marshes and lead good men astray, when there is nothing moving in heaven except the owl as he flappeth along lazily, or the magician as he rideth on his infernal broomstick, whistling through the air like the arrows of a Yorkshire archer. It was at this hour, namely, at 12 o'clock of the night, that two beings went winging through the black clouds and holding converse with each other. Now the first was Mercurius, the messenger, not of gods, as the heathens feigned, but of demons, and the second, with whom he held company, was the soul of Sir Roger de Rollo, the brave knight. Sir Roger was Count of Chochingny in Champagne, Seigneur of Santerre, Villacerf, and Autrelieu. But the great die as well as they humble, and nothing remained of brave Roger now, but his coffin and his deathless soul. And Mercurius, in order to keep fast the soul, his companion, had bound him round the neck with his tail, which, when the soul was stubborn, he would draw so tight as to strangle him well nigh, sticking into him the barbed point thereof, whereat the poor soul, Sir Rollo, would groan and roar lustily. Now they two had come together from the gates of purgatory, being bound to those regions of fire and flame where poor sinners fry and roast in secula seculorum. "It is hard," said the poor Sir Rollo, as they went gliding through the clouds, "that I should thus be condemned forever, and all for want of a single Ave." "How, Sir Soul," said the demon, "you are on earth so wicked that not one, or 1,000,000 of Aves, could suffice to keep from hell flame a creature like thee. But cheer up and be merry. Thou wilt be but a subject of our Lord the Devil, as am I, and perhaps thou wilt be advanced to posts of honour, as am I also." And to show his authority, he lashed with his tail the ribs of the wretched Rollo. "Nevertheless, sinner as I am, one more Ave would have saved me, for my sister, who is abbess of St. Mary of Chuchingi, did so prevail, by her prayer and good works, for my lost and wretched soul, that every day I felt the pains of purgatory decrease. The pitchforks which, on my first entry, had never ceased to vex and torment my poor carcass, were now not applied above once a week. The roasting had ceased, the boiling had discontinued, only a certain warmth was kept up to remind me of my situation. A gentle stew, said the demon. Yea, truly I was but in a stew, and all from the effects of the prayers of my blessed sister. But yesterday he who watched me in purgatory told me that yet another prayer from my sister and my bonds should be unloosed, and I, who am now a devil, should have been a blessed angel. And the other Ave, said the demon. She died, sir. My sister died. Death choked her in the middle of the prayer, and hereat the wretched spirit began to weep and whine piteously, his salt tears falling over his beard and scalding the tail of Mercurius the devil. It is, in truth, a hard case, said the demon, but I know of no remedy save patience, and for that you will have an excellent opportunity in your lodgings below. But I have relations, said the earl. My kinsman Randall, who has inherited my lands, will he not say a prayer for his uncle? Thou didst hate and oppress him when living. It is true, but an Ave is not much. His sister, my niece Matilda, you shot her in a convent, and hanged her lover. Had I not reason? Besides, had she not others? A dozen, without a doubt. And my brother, the prior? A liege subject of my lord the devil. He never opens his mouth, except to utter an oath, or to swallow a cup of wine. And yet, if but one of these would but say an Ave for me, I should be saved. Aves with them are rare avis, replied Marcus, wagging his tail right wiggishly. And what is more, I will lay thee any wager that no one of these will say a prayer to save thee. I would wager willingly, responded he of Chuchingyi, but what has a poor soul like me to stake? Every evening, after the day's roasting, my lord Satan giveth a cup of cold water to his servants. I will bet thee thy water for a year, that none of 3 will pray for thee. Done, said Rollo. Done, said the demon, and here, if I mistake not, is thy castle of Chuchingni. Indeed, it was true. The soul, on looking down, perceived the tall towers, the courts, the stables, and the fair gardens of the castle. Although it was past midnight, there was a blaze of light in the banqueting hall, and a lamp burning in the open window of the Lady Matilda. "With whom shall we begin?" said the demon. "With the Baron or the lady?" "With the lady, if you will." "Be it so. Her window is open. Let us enter." So they descended and entered silently into Matilda's chamber. The young lady's eyes were fixed so intently on a little clock that it was no wonder that she did not perceive the entrance of her 2 visitors. Her fair cheek rested in her white arm, and her white arm on the cushion of a great chair in which she sat. Pleasantly supported by sweet thoughts and swan's down, a lute was at her side, and a book of prayers lay under the table, for piety is always modest. Like the amorous Alexander, she sighed and looked at the clock, and sighed for 10 minutes or more, when she softly breathed the word Edward. At this the soul of the Baron was wroth. "The jade is at her old pranks," said he to the devil, and then addressing Matilda, "I pray thee, sweet niece, turn thy thoughts for a moment from that villainous page Edward, and give them to thine affectionate uncle." When she heard the voice, and saw the awful apparition of her uncle, for a year's sojourn in purgatory had not increased the comeliness of his appearance, she started, screamed, and of course fainted. But the devil Mercurius soon restored her to herself. "What's o'clock?" said she, as soon as she had recovered from her fit. "Is he come?" "Not thy lover, Maud, but thine uncle, that is, his soul. For the love of heaven, listen to me. I have been frying in purgatory for a year past, and should have been in heaven, but for the want of a single Ave. I will say it for thee tomorrow, uncle, tonight, or never." "Well, tonight be it." And she requested the devil Mercurius to give her the prayer book from under the table. But he had no sooner touched the holy book than he dropped it with a shriek and a yell. It was hotter, he said, than his master Sir Lucifer's own particular pitchfork, and the lady was forced to begin her Ave without the aid of her missal. At the commencement of her devotions the demon retired, and carried with him the anxious soul of poor Sir Roger de Rollo. The lady knelt down, she sighed deeply, she looked again at the clock, and began, Ave Maria. When a lute was heard under the window, and a sweet voice singing. "Hark," said Matilda. "Now the toils of day are over, and the sun hath sunk to rest, seeking like a fiery lover the bosom of the blushing west. The faithful night keeps watch and ward, raising the moon her silver shield, and summoning the stars to guard the slumbers of my fair Matilde." "For mercy's sake," said Sir Rollo, "the Ave first, and next the song." So Matilda again dutifully betook her to her devotions, and began, Ave Maria, gratia plena. But the music began again, and the prayer ceased, of course. The faithful night, now all things lie, hid by her mantle dark and dim. In pious hope I hither hie, and humbly chant mine evening hymn. Thou art my prayer, my saint, my shrine, for never holy pilgrim kneeled, or wept at feet more pure than thine, my virgin love, my sweet Matilde. "Virgin love," said the Baron, "upon my soul this is too bad," and he thought of the lady's lover whom he had caused to be hanged. But she only thought of him who stood singing at her window. "Niece Matilda," cried Sir Roger agonizedly, "wilt thou listen to the lies of an impudent page, whilst thine uncle is waiting but a dozen words to make him happy? At this Matilda grew angry. "Edward is neither impudent nor a liar, Sir Uncle, and I will listen to the end of the song." "Come away," said Mercurius. "He hath yet got wheeled, field, sealed, congealed, and a dozen other rhymes beside, and after the song will come the supper." So the poor soul was obliged to go while the lady listened, and the page sung away till morning. "My virtues have been my ruin," said poor Sir Rollo, as he and Mercurius slunk silently out of the window. "Had I hanged that knave Edward as I did the page his predecessor, my niece would have sung my nav, and I should have been by this time an angel in heaven." "He is reserved for wiser purposes," responded the devil. "He will assassinate your successor, the Lady Matilde's brother, and in consequence will be hanged. In the love of the lady he will be succeeded by a gardener, who will be replaced by a monk, who will give way to an ostler, who will be deposed by a Jew pedlar, who shall, finally, yield to a noble earl, the future husband of the fair Matilde. So that, you see, instead of having one poor soul of frying, we may now look forward to a goodly harvest for our lord the devil." The soul of the Baron began to think that his companion knew too much for one who would make fair bets, but there was no help for it. He would not, and he could not, cry off, and he prayed inwardly that the brother might be found more pious than the sister. But there seemed little chance of this. As they crossed the court, lackeys, with smoking dishes and full jugs, passed and repassed continually, although it was long past midnight. On entering the hall they found Sir Randall at the head of a vast table, surrounded by a fiercer and more motley collection of individuals than had congregated there even in the time of Sir Rollo. The lord of the castle had signified that it was his royal pleasure to be drunk, and the gentlemen of his train had obsequiously followed their master. Mercurius was delighted with the scene, and relaxed his usually rigid countenance into a bland and benevolent smile, which became him wonderfully. The entrance of Sir Roger, who had been dead about a year, and a person with hoofs, horns, and a tail, rather disturbed the hilarity of the company. Sir Randall dropped his cup of wine, and Father Peter, the confessor, incontinently paused in the midst of a profane song, with which he was amusing the society. "Holy Mother!" cried he, "it is Sir Roger." "Alive!" screamed Sir Randall. "No, my lord," Mercurius said, "Sir Roger is dead, but cometh on a matter of business, and I have the honour to act as his counsellor and attendant." "Nephew," said Sir Roger, "the demon saith justly. I am come on a trifling affair, in which the service is essential." "I will do anything, uncle, in my power." "Thou canst give me life if thou wilt." But Sir Randall looked very blank at this proposition. "I mean life spiritual, Randall," said Sir Roger, and thereupon he explained to him the nature of the wager. Whilst he was telling his story, his companion Mercurius was playing all sorts of antics in the hall, and, by his wit and fun, became so popular with his godless crew that they lost all the fear which his first appearance had given them. The friar was wonderfully taken with him, and used his utmost eloquence and endeavours to convert the devil. The knights stopped drinking to listen to the argument, the men-at-arms forbore brawling, and the wicked little pages crowded round the two strange disputants, to hear their edifying discourse. The ghostly man, however, had little chance in the controversy, and certainly little learning to carry it on. Sir Randall interrupted him. "Father Peter," said he, "our kinsman is condemned for ever, for want of a single ave. Wilt thou say it for him?" "Willingly, my lord," said the monk, "with my book," and accordingly he produced his missal to read, without which aid it appeared that the Holy Father could not manage the desired prayer. But the crafty Mercurius had, by his devilish art, inserted a song in the place of the Ave, so that Father Peter, instead of chanting on hymn, sang the following irreverent ditty. Some love the matin chimes which tell the hour of prayer to sinner, but better's far's the midday bell, which speaks the hour of dinner. For when I see a smoking fish, or capon drowned in gravy, or noble haunch on silver dish, full glad I sing mine Ave. My pulpit is an alehouse bench, whereon I sit so jolly, a smiling rosy country wench, my saint and patron holy. I kiss her cheek so red and sleek, I press her ringlets wavy, and in her willing ear I speak a most religious Ave. And if I'm blind, yet heaven is kind, and holy saints forgiving, for sure he leads a right good life, who thus admires good living. Above they say our flesh is air, our blood celestial ichor. O grant, mid all the changes there, they may not change our liquor. And with this pious wish the holy confessor tumbled under the table in an agony of devout drunkenness, whilst the knights, the men-at-arms, and the wicked little pages rang out the last verse with a most melodious and emphatic glee. I am sorry, fair uncle, hiccuped Sir Randall, that, in the matter of the Ave, we could not oblige thee in a more orthodox manner, but the Holy Father has failed, and there is not another man in the hall who hath an idea of a prayer. It is my own fault, said Sir Rollo, for I hanged the last confessor. And he wished his nephew a surly good night as he prepared to quit the room. Au revoir, gentlemen, said the devil Mercurius, and once more fixed his tail round the neck of his disappointed companion. The spirit of poor Rollo was sadly cast down. The devil, on the contrary, was in high good humour. He wagged his tail with the most satisfied air in the world, and cut 100 jokes at the expense of his poor associate. On they sped, cleaving swiftly through the cold night winds, frightening the birds that were roosting in the woods and the owls that were watching in the towers. In the twinkling of an eye, as it is known, devils can fly hundreds of miles, so that almost the same beat of the clock which left these two in Champagne found them hovering over Paris. They dropped into the court of the Lazarist convent and winded their way through passage and cloister until they reached the door of the prior's cell. Now the prior, Rollo's brother, was a wicked and malignant sorcerer. His time was spent in conjuring devils and doing wicked deeds, instead of fasting, scourging, and singing holy psalms. This Mercurius knew, and he, therefore, was fully at ease as to the final result of his wager with poor Sir Roger. "You seem to be well acquainted with the road," said the knight. "I have reason," answered Mercurius, "having, for a long period, had the acquaintance of his reverence your brother. But you have little chance with him." "And why?" said Sir Rollo. "He is under a bond to my master, never to say a prayer, or else his soul and his body are forfeited at once." "Why, thou false and traitorous devil," said the enraged knight, "and thou knewest this when we made our wager?" "Undoubtedly. Do you suppose I would have done so had there been any chance of losing?" And with this they arrived at Father Ignatius's door. Thy cursed presence threw a spell on my niece, and stopped the tongue of my nephew's chaplain. I do believe that had I seen either of them alone, my wager had been won. Certainly, therefore, I took good care to go with thee. However, thou mayest see the prior alone, if thou wilt. And lo, his door is open. I will stand without for 5 minutes, when it will be time to commence our journey. It was the poor baron's last chance, and he entered his brother's room more for the 5 minutes' respite than from any hope of success. Father Ignatius, the prior, was absorbed in magic calculations. He stood in the middle of a circle of skulls with no garment except his long white beard, which reached to his knees. He was waving a silver rod and muttering imprecations in some horrible tongue. But Sir Rollo came forward and interrupted his incantation. "I am," said he, "the shade of thy brother Roger de Rollo, and have come from pure brotherly love to warn thee of thy fate." "Whence camest thou?" "From the abode of the blessed in paradise," replied Sir Roger, who was inspired with a sudden thought. "It was but 5 minutes ago that the patron saint of thy church told me of thy danger, and of thy wicked compact with the fiend. Go," said he, "to thy miserable brother, and tell him there is but one way by which he may escape from paying the awful forfeit of his bond." "And how may that be?" said the prior. "The false fiend hath deceived me. I have given him my soul, but have received no worldly benefit in return. Brother, dear brother, how may I escape?" "I will tell thee, as soon as I heard the voice of blessed St. Mary Lazarus." The worthy earl had, at a pinch, coined the name of a saint. "I left the clouds where, with other angels, I was seated, and sped hither to save thee." "Thy brother," said the saint, "hath but 1 day more to live, when he will become for all eternity the subject of Satan. If he would escape, he must boldly break his bond by saying an Ave." "It is the express condition of the agreement," said the unhappy monk. "I must say no prayer, or that instant I become Satan's body and soul." "It is the express condition of the saint," answered Roger fiercely. "Pray, brother, pray, or thou art lost forever." So the foolish monk knelt down and devoutly sung out an Ave. "Amen," said Sir Roger devoutly. "Amen," said Mercurius, as suddenly coming behind, he seized Ignatius by his long beard and flew up with him to the top of the church steeple. The monk roared and screamed and swore against his brother, but it was of no avail. Sir Roger smiled kindly on him and said, "Do not fret, brother. It must have come to this in a year or 2. And he flew alongside of Mercurius to the steeple-top. But this time the devil had not his tail round his neck. "I will let thee off thy bet," said he to the demon, for he could afford now to be generous. "I believe, my lord," said the demon politely, "that our ways separate here." Sir Roger sailed gaily upwards, while Mercurius, having bound the miserable monk faster than ever, he sunk downwards to earth, and perhaps lower. Ignatius was heard roaring and screaming as the devil dashed him against the iron spikes and buttresses of the church. End of The Devil's Wager by William Makepeace Thackeray. Recording by Grant Love.
The Green and Gold Bug by J. M. Alvey. From Weird Tales, November 1924. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The Green and Gold Bug by J. M. Alvey. The inquest was over. The coroner had gone, and so had the 12 men who formed his jury. The police officials and reporters for the press had ceased to ring our doorbell. The undertaker, polite and slow-spoken, had got his work well in hand, and the 2 coffins lay side by side in the dimly lighted parlor. An awed silence was in the house, where only a few hours ago grim tragedy stalked its hideous way. But I am starting my story at the wrong end. Let us turn back 48 hours to the beginning. It was on Wednesday night, and my uncle and I, dressed for dinner, sat each at a window in the living room, watching every passing taxi on the street. At last, one stopped outside. 2 figures stepped out into the cold night, and while one paid the taxi driver, the other rushed up the front steps and came into the front hall and flung her arms around my uncle's neck. It was my kid sister Jo, back from a 5-month honeymoon in the far distant and mysterious countries of the Orient. "Well, well," said my uncle, "is the little Rosebud glad to be home again and rest once more in her uncle's arms?" And Joe said, "Yes, oh yes," and burst out crying, and hid her face on my uncle's oversized vest, and held his coat lapels, each with a tiny girlish hand. I went out to greet her husband, but fell back before him as he advanced. Shocked was I at the change in his appearance. From a handsome youth, well built and smiling, he had become a pale, shriveled figure which staggered under the weight of the light hand baggage he was dragging into the house. My uncle and I had planned to give the travelers a royal welcome. Our plans, however, were rudely swept aside, and the bridegroom was rushed upstairs to bed, and the doctor summoned. Just what the sick man's ailment was, the physician was unable to determine. There were times when his heart raced like fury, and his breath came in gasps, and his neck swelled and his eyes bulged. At such time he clutched the bedclothes with an iron claw and tried to raise himself. Then the spell would pass like a snap of the fingers, and the patient would relax and fall back as if exhausted from a violent struggle. About midnight he rested easily, and Joe, my uncle, and I sat down to the untasted dinner. "A month ago in China," said Joe, "we went up into the mountains one day to a temple where a horrible old creature sat on the floor with incense burning all around him. He was a magician, or priest, or soothsayer, or something, and had power with the Chinese gods. But Dick laughed at him and said the poor Chinamen were suckers to fall for his line. And the magician was angry and rose up in his ugliness and put a curse on Dick and on his family. Dick was going to fight him right there, and we would have been murdered, I'm sure, only I pulled him away and made him take me quickly back into the city." "And that night," said Joe, "Dick had the first attack." "Josephine," cried my uncle, "do you know what you are saying? Confound it, my dear, what nonsense! Put a curse on him? You know better than to believe such trash. Curse? The devil, my dear. Dick has got some low-down foreign plague. It doesn't matter whether the Democrats or the Republicans are in power, there's no place like the USA. Confound these outlandish, God-forsaken, evil-smelling places where all the pests and misery of the world are bred. Dick's got the bubonic plague, or the beriberi, or some such foolish thing." Joe told us that Dick got over the first attack in a few hours, but 2 weeks later, on the first night out at sea, on the way home, he had the second, and it was worse than the first. After that, they became more frequent and more violent, and Dick was wasting away, and poor Joe's heart was breaking. "Fiddlesticks," said my uncle. "Bosh and tommyrot. Curse my eye. I'm no doctor, but the lad's got some heathen disorder. But cheer up, little woman. We'll have your lover overhauled and in A1 shape in a jiffy. It might take a month to get real sick in China, but that's China. You're home now, my dear, and it doesn't take all day to get a pain in the tummy here, nor all night to get over it. Just smile, little girl, and get ready to go to housekeeping. That's what." It was 2 o'clock before the house settled down. It was 3 when I heard a noise outside my door. I went out to see what it was. The light at the top of the stairs had been left burning, and as I opened my door there was enough light to show me the deformed creature that was creeping along the wall of the hallway. A hideous man, a weird beast, some terrible imp from hell. What, I could not say. So awful was it, so unlike anything I have ever seen, or heard of, or fancied. and this thing opened the door of the honeymooners' room and passed in. I had no revolver, so I took up a dumbbell that I used in the morning for exercise and went to the door of the room where the thing had entered. I opened it and reached in and snapped on the lights. In the bed lay the travelers sound asleep. I went over and touched them to make sure they were only sleeping. I looked under the bed, in the closet, and out on the porch roof under the windows. There was nothing there. Joe, open-mouthed and wide-eyed, caused me to pull my head in from the window. "What's the matter? What's the matter?" "Nothing," I said. "Don't be frightened. I thought I heard the fire engines going downtown and came over to look." I went downstairs to look around a bit. The hall, the parlors, the dining room were all empty, but in the little passage that runs from the dining room to the kitchen, I thought I heard a footstep. I was sure I did. I stood and listened. Then somebody sneezed. I pulled the swinging door open. There stood my uncle in his nightshirt. "God bless my soul," he said. "I was about to shoot you." "You're catching cold," I told him. "Go to bed. What are you tramping around here for this time of night?" "Why are you, sir?" "I heard a noise," I explained. "So did I. And I thought I saw something." "Thought," he cried. "Thought, hell! I did." "You did? Where?" "You saw it too?" "Yes, in the corridor outside my room." "You're lucky," said my uncle. "I saw it in my room." He smiled a grim smile. "I was so shocked that I could not move. After it left, I got up and came down here. I thought it might have come this way." "No," I said. "It came past my room and went into their room." The next day the sick man was much improved. Joe was brighter. My uncle smiled in spite of his troubled mind. I said nothing. That night we went to bed early. I was tired out and soon fell asleep. It was 3 o'clock again when I heard a noise. This time I rushed out and came face to face with the unearthly visitor. It gave me one mighty crack on the chin and sent me back into my room. I lay on the floor in a semi-dazed condition for full 5 minutes, as well as I can estimate. Then I grabbed my dumbbell and went out again. As on the previous night, I went to the door of Joe's room and opened it and switched on the lights. On the floor lay Joe, blood at her mouth and nose. Across the foot of the bed lay her husband, looking more like his old self than I had seen him since the day of his wedding. I told my story at the inquest. The police officials laughed at it. The reporters seized upon it as great stuff for the papers. The coroner's jury considered it gravely, and then gave it as their verdict that Josephine Blackton was murdered by her husband, Richard Blackton, who afterward died by his own hand. They were right, and yet they were wrong. I have found new evidence. I shall make it known. In the trunks of the honeymooners, which arrived tonight, was a collection of curios. Among them was a small bottle containing a strange insect, a green and gold-colored bug, and the bottle was labeled Shang Tang, January 15th, the strange bug that stung Dick last night. We believe that someone threw it in the window. I don't like the idea of a murder and a suicide in our family. I don't want the coroner's verdict to stand. I'm going to prove that an enraged old magician in the mountains near Shantung caused the green and gold bug to be thrown in the window where the Americans were staying, and it poisoned Dick and slowly drove him mad, destroying his human qualities, mind and body, and that the two who lay side by side in their coffins were both murdered, and that the murderer sits among his incense burners 7,000 miles away. I'm going to prove it if I have to go to China. The end of The Green and Gold Bug by J. M. Alvey.
He by Guy de Maupassant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devin Kemp. He by Guy de Maupassant. My dear friend, you cannot understand it by any possible means, you say, and I perfectly believe you. You think I am going mad? It may be so, but not for the reasons which you suppose. Yes, I am going to get married, and I will tell you what has led me to take that step. My ideas and my convictions have not changed at all. I look upon all legalized cohabitation as utterly stupid. For I am certain that 9 husbands out of 10 are cuckolds, and they get no more than their deserts for having been idiotic enough to fetter their lives and renounce their freedom in love, the only happy and good thing in the world, and for having clipped the wings of fancy which continually drives us on toward all women. You know what I mean. More than ever, I feel that I am incapable of loving one woman alone, because I shall always adore all the others too much. I should like to have 1,000 arms, 1,000 mouths, and 1,000 temperaments, to be able to strain an army of these charming creatures in my embrace at the same moment. And yet I am going to get married. I may add that I know very little of the girl who is going to become my wife tomorrow. I have only seen her 4 or 5 times. I know that there is nothing unpleasant about her, and that is enough for my purpose. She is small, fair, and stout. So, of course, the day after tomorrow, I shall ardently wish for a tall, dark, thin woman. She is not rich, and belongs to the middle classes. She is a girl, such as you may find by the gross, well adapted for matrimony, without any apparent faults, and with no particularly striking qualities. People say of her, Mademoiselle Lejoie is a very nice girl, and tomorrow they will say, what a very nice woman Madame Raymond is. She belongs, in a word, to that immense number of girls who make very good wives for us till the moment comes when we discover that we happen to prefer all other women to that particular woman we married. Well, you will say to me, what on earth did you get married for? I hardly like to tell you the strange and seemingly improbable reason that urged me on to this senseless act. The fact, however, is that I am frightened of being alone. I don't know how to tell you or to make you understand me, but my state of mind is so wretched that you will pity and despise me. I do not want to be alone any longer at night. I want to feel that there is someone close to me, touching me, a being who can speak and say something, no matter what it be. I wish to be able to awaken somebody by my side, so that I may be able to ask some sudden question even, if I feel inclined, so that I may hear a human voice and feel that there is some waking soul close to me, someone whose reason is at work, so that when I hastily light the candle, I may see some human face by my side, because I am ashamed to confess it, because I am afraid of being alone. Oh, you don't understand me yet. I am not afraid of any danger. If a man were to come into the room, I should kill him without trembling. I am not afraid of ghosts, nor do I believe in the supernatural. I am not afraid of dead people, for I believe in the total annihilation of every being that disappears from the face of this earth. Well, yes, it must be told. I am afraid of myself, afraid of that horrible sensation of incomprehensible fear. You may laugh if you like. It is terrible, and I cannot get over it. I am afraid of the walls, of the furniture, of the familiar objects which are animated, as far as I am concerned, by a kind of animal life. Above all, I am afraid of my own dreadful thoughts, of my reason, which seems as if it were about to leave me, driven away by a mysterious and invisible agony. At first, I feel a vague uneasiness in my mind, which causes a cold shiver to run all over me. I look round, and of course nothing is to be seen, and I wish there were something there, no matter what, as long as it were something tangible. I am frightened, merely because I cannot understand my own terror. If I speak, I am afraid of my own voice. If I walk, I am afraid of I know not what behind the door, behind the curtains, in the cupboard, or under my bed. And yet, all the time I know there is nothing anywhere, and I turn round suddenly because I am afraid of what is behind me, although there is nothing there, and I know it. I get agitated. I feel that my fear increases, and so I shut myself up in my own room, get into bed, and hide under the clothes, and there, cowering down, rolled into a ball, I close my eyes in despair and remain thus for an indefinite time, remembering that my candle is alight on the table by my bedside, and that I ought to put it out, and yet I dare not do it. It is very terrible, is it not, to be like that? Formerly, I felt nothing of all that. I came home quite comfortably and went up and down in my rooms without anything disturbing my calmness of mind. Had anyone told me that I should be attacked by a malady, for I can call it nothing else, of most improbable fear, such a stupid and terrible malady as it is, I should have laughed outright. I was certainly never afraid of opening the door in the dark. I used to go to bed slowly, without locking it, and never got up in the middle of the night to make sure that everything was firmly closed. It began last year, in a very strange manner on a damp autumn evening. When my servant had left the room after I had dined, I asked myself what I was going to do. I walked up and down my room for some time, feeling tired without any reason for it, unable to work, and without enough energy to read. A fine rain was falling, and I felt unhappy. A prey to one of those fits of casual despondency which make us feel inclined to cry, or to talk, no matter to whom, so as to shake off our depressing thoughts. I felt that I was alone, and that my rooms seemed to me to be more empty than they had ever been before. I was surrounded by a sensation of infinite and overwhelming solitude. What was I to do? I sat down, but then a kind of nervous impatience agitated my legs, so that I got up and began to walk about again. I was feverish, for my hands, which I had clasped before me, as one often does when walking slowly, almost seemed to burn one another. Then suddenly a cold shiver ran down my back, and I thought the damp air might have penetrated into my room, so I lit the fire for the first time that year, and sat down again and looked at the flames. But soon it felt that I could not possibly remain quiet. So I got up again, and determined to go out, to pull myself together, and to seek a friend to bear me company. I could not find anyone, so I went on to the boulevards to try and meet some acquaintance or other there. I was wretched everywhere, and the wet pavement glistened in the gaslight, while the oppressive mist of the almost impalpable rain lay heavily over the streets and seemed to obscure the lights from the lamps. I went on slowly, saying to myself, I shall not find a soul to talk to. I glanced into several cafes, from the Madeleine as far as the Faubourg Poissonnière, and saw many unhappy-looking individuals sitting at the tables who did not seem even to have enough energy left to finish the refreshments they had ordered. For a long time I wandered aimlessly up and down, and about midnight I started off for home. I was very calm and very tired. My concierge opened the door at once, which was quite unusual for him, and I thought that another lodger had no doubt just come in. When I go out, I always double lock the door of my room. Now I found it merely closed, which surprised me, but I supposed that some letters had been brought up for me in the course of the evening. I went in and found my fire still burning, so that it lighted up the room a little. In the act of taking up a candle, I noticed somebody sitting in my armchair by the fire, warming his feet, with his neck toward me. I was not in the slightest degree frightened. I thought very naturally that some friend or other had come to see me. No doubt the porter, whom I had told when I went out, had lent him his own key. In a moment I remembered all the circumstances of my return, how the street door had been opened immediately, and that my own door was only latched and not locked. I could see nothing of my friend but his head. He had evidently gone to sleep while waiting for me, so I went up to him to rouse him. I saw him quite clearly. His right arm was hanging down, and his legs were crossed, while his head, which was somewhat inclined to the left of the armchair, seemed to indicate that he was asleep. "Who can it be?" I asked myself. I could not see clearly, as the room was rather dark. So I put out my hand to touch him on the shoulder, and it came in contact with the back of the chair. There was nobody there. The seat was empty. I fairly jumped with fright. For a moment I drew back as if some terrible danger had suddenly appeared in my way. Then I turned round again, impelled by some imperious desire to look at the armchair again. I remained standing upright, panting with fear, so upset that I could not collect my thoughts, and ready to drop. But I am naturally a cool man, and soon recovered myself. I thought, "It is a mere hallucination, that is all." And I immediately began to reflect about this phenomenon. Thoughts fly very quickly at such moments. I had been suffering from hallucination. That was an incontestable fact. My mind had been perfectly lucid and had acted regularly and logically, so there was nothing the matter with the brain. It was only my eyes that had been deceived. They had had a vision. One of those visions which lead simple folk to believe in miracles. It was a nervous accident to the optical apparatus, nothing more. The eyes were rather overwrought, perhaps. I lit my candle, and when I stooped down to the fire in doing so, I noticed that I was trembling, and I raised myself up with a jump, as if somebody had touched me from behind. I was certainly not by any means reassured. I walked up and down a little and hummed a tune or two. Then I double-locked my door and felt rather reassured. Now, at any rate, nobody could come in. I sat down again and thought over my adventure for a long time. Then I went to bed and put out my light. For some minutes all went well. I lay quietly on my back. Then an irresistible desire seized me to look round the room, and I turned onto my side. My fire was nearly out, and the few glowing embers threw a faint light onto the floor by the chair, where I fancied I saw the man sitting again. I quickly struck a match, but I had been mistaken, for there was nothing there. I got up, however, and hid the chair behind my bed, and tried to get to sleep, as the room was now dark. But I had not forgotten myself for more than 5 minutes, when in my dream I saw all the scene which I had witnessed as clearly as if it were reality. I woke up with a start, and having lit the candle, sat up in bed, without venturing even to try and go to sleep again. Twice, however, sleep overcame me, for a few moments in spite of myself, and twice I saw the same thing again, till I fancied I was going mad. When day broke, however, I thought that I was cured, and slept peacefully till noon. It was all past and over. I had been feverish, had had the nightmare, I don't know what. I had been ill, in a word, but yet I thought that I was a great fool. I enjoyed myself thoroughly that evening. I went and dined at a restaurant. Afterward, I went to the theater and then started home. But as I got near the house, I was seized by a strange feeling of uneasiness once more. I was afraid of seeing him again. I was not afraid of him. not afraid of his presence, in which I did not believe, but I was afraid of being deceived again. I was afraid of some fresh hallucination, afraid lest fear should take possession of me. For more than an hour, I wandered up and down the pavement. Then I thought that I was really too foolish and returned home. I panted so that I could scarcely get upstairs, and remained standing outside my door for more than 10 minutes. Then, suddenly, I took courage and pulled myself together. I inserted my key into the lock and went in with a candle in my hand. I kicked open my half-open bedroom door and gave a frightened look toward the fireplace. There was nothing there. Ah, what a relief and what a delight! What deliverance! I walked up and down briskly and boldly, but I was not altogether reassured, and kept turning round with a jump. The very shadows in the corners disquieted me. I slept badly, and was constantly disturbed by imaginary noises, but I did not see him. No, that was all over. Since that time, I have been afraid of being alone at night. I feel that the spectre is there, close to me, around me, but it has not appeared to me again. And supposing it did, what would it matter, since I do not believe in it and know that it is nothing? It still worries me, however, because I am constantly thinking of it. His right arm hanging down, and his head inclined to the left like a man who was asleep. Enough of that, in heaven's name. I don't want to think about it. Why, however, am I so persistently possessed with this idea? His feet were close to the fire. He haunts me. It is very stupid, but so it is. Who and what is he? I know that he does not exist except in my cowardly imagination, in my fears and in my agony. There, enough of that. Yes, it is all very well for me to reason with myself, to stiffen myself, so to say. But I cannot remain at home because I know he is there. I know I shall not see him again. He will not show himself again. That is all over. But he is there all the same, in my thoughts. He remains invisible, but that does not prevent his being there. He is behind the doors, in the closed cupboards, in the wardrobe, under the bed, in every dark corner. If I open the door or the cupboard, if I take the candle to look under the bed and throw a light onto the dark places, he is there no longer. But I feel that he is behind me. I turn round, certain that I shall not see him, that I shall never see him again. But he is none the less behind me. It is very stupid. It is dreadful. But what am I to do? I cannot help it. But if there were 2 of us in the place, I feel certain that he would not be there any longer, for he is there just because I am alone, simply and solely because I am alone. End of He.
Part 1 of The Insanity of Jones, a Study in Reincarnation, by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Louise J. Bell. Part 1 of The Insanity of Jones, A Study in Reincarnation, by Algernon Blackwood. Adventures come to the adventurous, and mysterious things fall in the way of those who, with wonder and imagination, are on the watch for them. But the majority of people go past the doors that are half ajar, thinking them closed, and fail to notice the faint stirrings of the great curtain that hangs ever in the form of appearances between them and the world of causes behind. For only to the few whose inner senses have been quickened, perchance by some strange suffering in the depths, or by a natural temperament bequeathed from a remote past, comes the knowledge, not too welcome, that this greater world lies ever at their elbow, and that any moment a chance combination of moods and forces may invite them to cross the shifting frontier. Some, however, are born with this awful certainty in their hearts, and are called to no apprenticeship. And to this select company Jones undoubtedly belonged. All his life he had realized that his senses brought to him merely a more or less interesting set of sham appearances, that space, as men measure it, was utterly misleading, that time, as the clock ticked it in a succession of minutes, was arbitrary nonsense, and, in fact, that all his sensory perceptions were but a clumsy representation of real things behind the curtain, things he was forever trying to get at, and that, sometimes, he actually did get at. He had always been tremblingly aware that he stood on the borderland of another region, a region where time and space were merely forms of thought, where ancient memories lay open to the sight, and where the forces behind each human life stood plainly revealed, and he could see the hidden springs at the very heart of the world. Moreover, the fact that he was a clerk in a fire insurance office, and did his work with strict attention, never allowed him to forget, for one moment, that just beyond the dingy brick walls, where the 100 men scribbled with pointed pens beneath the electric lamps, there existed this glorious region where the important part of himself dwelt and moved and had its being. For in this region he pictured himself playing the part of a spectator to his ordinary workaday life, watching like a king the stream of events, but untouched in his own soul by the dirt, the noise, and the vulgar commotion of the outer world. And this was no poetic dream merely. Jones was not playing prettily with idealism to amuse himself. It was a living, working belief. So convinced was he that the external world was the result of a vast deception practiced upon him by the gross senses, that when he stared at a great building like St. Paul's, he felt it would not very much surprise him to see it suddenly quiver like a shape of jelly, and then melt utterly away, while in its place stood all at once revealed the mass of color, or the great intricate vibrations, or the splendid sound, the spiritual idea, which it represented in stone. For something in this way it was that his mind worked. Yet, to all appearances, and in the satisfaction of all business claims, Jones was normal and unenterprising. He felt nothing but contempt for the wave of modern psychism. He hardly knew the meaning of such words as clairvoyance and clairaudience. He had never felt the least desire to join the Theosophical Society and to speculate in theories of astral plane life or elementals. He attended no meetings of the Psychical Research Society and knew no anxiety as to whether his aura was black or blue, nor was he conscious of the slightest wish to mix in with the revival of cheap occultism which proves so attractive to weak minds of mystical tendencies and unleashed imaginations. There were certain things he knew, but none he cared to argue about, and he shrank instinctively from attempting to put names to the contents of this other region, knowing well that such names could only limit and define things that, according to any standards in use in the ordinary world, were simply undefinable and elusive. So that, although this was the way his mind worked, there was clearly a very strong leaven of common sense in Jones. In a word, the man the world and the office knew as Jones was Jones. The name summed him up and labeled him correctly: John Enderby Jones. Among the things that he knew, and therefore never cared to speak or speculate about, one was that he plainly saw himself as the inheritor of a long series of past lives, the net result of painful evolution, always as himself, of course, but in numerous different bodies, each determined by the behavior of the preceding one. The present John Jones was the last result, to date, of all the previous thinking, feeling, and doing of John Jones in earlier bodies and in other centuries. He pretended to no details, nor claimed distinguished ancestry, for he realized his past must have been utterly commonplace and insignificant to have produced his present. But he was just as sure he had been at this weary game for ages as that he breathed, and it never occurred to him to argue, to doubt, or to ask questions. And one result of this belief was that his thoughts dwelt upon the past rather than upon the future, that he read much history and felt specially drawn to certain periods whose spirit he understood instinctively, as though he had lived in them, and that he found all religions uninteresting, because, almost without exception, they start from the present and speculate ahead as to what men shall become, instead of looking back and speculating why men have got here as they are. In the insurance office, he did his work exceedingly well, but without much personal ambition. Men and women he regarded as the impersonal instruments for inflicting upon him the pain or pleasure he had earned by his past workings. For chance had no place in his scheme of things at all. And while he recognized that the practical world could not get along unless every man did his work thoroughly and conscientiously, he took no interest in the accumulation of fame or money for himself, and simply, therefore, did his plain duty, with indifference as to results. In common with others who lead a strictly impersonal life, he possessed the quality of utter bravery, and was always ready to face any combination of circumstances, no matter how terrible, because he saw in them the just working out of past causes he had himself set in motion, which could not be dodged or modified. And whereas the majority of people had little meaning for him, either by way of attraction or repulsion, the moment he met someone with whom he felt his past had been vitally interwoven, his whole inner being leapt up instantly and shouted the fact in his face. And he regulated his life with the utmost skill and caution, like a sentry on watch for an enemy whose feet could already be heard approaching. Thus, while the great majority of men and women left him uninfluenced, since he regarded them as so many souls merely passing with him along the great stream of evolution, there were, here and there, individuals with whom he recognized that his smallest intercourse was of the gravest importance. These were persons with whom he knew, in every fiber of his being, he had accounts to settle, pleasant or otherwise, arising out of dealings in past lives. And into his relations with these few, therefore, he concentrated, as it were, the efforts that most people spread over their intercourse with a far greater number. By what means he picked out these few individuals, only those conversant with the startling processes of the subconscious memory may say. But the point was that Jones believed the main purpose, if not quite the entire purpose, of his present incarnation lay in his faithful and thorough settling of these accounts, and that, if he sought to evade the least detail of such settling, no matter how unpleasant, he would have lived in vain, and would return to his next incarnation with this added duty to perform. For, according to his beliefs, there was no chance, and could be no ultimate shirking, and to avoid a problem was merely to waste time and lose opportunities for development. And there was one individual with whom Jones had long understood Clearly, he had a very large account to settle, and towards the accomplishment of which all the main currents of his being seemed to bear him with unswerving purpose. For when he first entered the insurance office as a junior clerk 10 years before, and through a glass door had caught sight of this man seated in an inner room, one of his sudden overwhelming flashes of intuitive memory had burst up into him from the depths, and he had seen, as in a flame of blinding light, a symbolical picture of the future rising out of a dreadful past. And he had, without any act of definite volition, marked down this man for a real account to be settled. With that man I shall have much to do, he said to himself, as he noted the big face look up and meet his eye through the glass. There is something I cannot shirk, a vital relation out of the past of both of us. And he went to his desk, trembling a little, and with shaking knees, as though the memory of some terrible pain had suddenly laid its icy hand upon his heart and touched the scar of a great horror. It was a moment of genuine terror when their eyes had met through the glass door, and he was conscious of an inward shrinking and loathing that seized upon him with great violence and convinced him in a single second that the settling of this account would be almost, perhaps, more than he could manage. The vision passed as swiftly as it came, dropping back again into the submerged region of his consciousness. But he never forgot it, and the whole of his life thereafter became a sort of natural, though undeliberate, preparation for the fulfillment of the great duty when the time should be ripe. In those days, 10 years ago, this man was the assistant manager, but had since been promoted as manager to one of the company's local branches. And soon afterwards, Jones had likewise found himself transferred to this same branch. A little later, again, the branch at Liverpool, one of the most important, had been in peril, owing to mismanagement and defalcation, and the man had gone to take charge of it, and again, by mere chance apparently, Jones had been promoted to the same place. And this pursuit of the assistant manager had continued for several years, often, too, in the most curious fashion. And though Jones had never exchanged a single word with him, or been so much as noticed, indeed, by the great man, the clerk understood perfectly well that these moves in the game were all part of a definite purpose. Never for one moment did he doubt that the invisibles behind the veil were slowly and surely arranging the details of it all so as to lead up suitably to the climax demanded by justice, a climax in which himself and the manager would play the leading roles. It is inevitable, he said to himself, and I feel it may be terrible, but when the moment comes, I shall be ready, and I pray God that I may face it properly and act like a man. Moreover, as the years passed and nothing happened, he felt the horror closing in upon him with steady increase. For the fact was, Jones hated and loathed the manager with an intensity of feeling he had never before experienced towards any human being. He shrank from his presence and from the glance of his eyes, as though he remembered to have suffered nameless cruelties at his hands. And he slowly began to realize, moreover, that the matter to be settled between them was one of very ancient standing, and that the nature of the settlement was a discharge of accumulated punishment, which would probably be very dreadful in the manner of its fulfillment. When, therefore, the chief cashier one day informed him that the man was to be in London again, this time as general manager of the head office, and said that he was charged to find a private secretary for him from among the best clerks, and further intimated that the selection had fallen upon himself, Jones accepted the promotion quietly, fatalistically, yet with a degree of inward loathing hardly to be described. For he saw in this merely another move in the evolution of the inevitable nemesis, which he simply dared not seek to frustrate by any personal consideration. And at the same time, he was conscious of a certain feeling of relief that the suspense of waiting might soon be mitigated. A secret sense of satisfaction, therefore, accompanied the unpleasant change, and Jones was able to hold himself perfectly well in hand when it was carried into effect, and he was formally introduced as private secretary to the general manager. Now, the manager was a large, fat man with a very red face and bags beneath his eyes. Being short-sighted, he wore glasses that seemed to magnify his eyes, which were always a little bloodshot. In hot weather, a sort of thin slime covered his cheeks, for he perspired easily. His head was almost entirely bald, and over his turned-down collar, his great neck folded in two distinct reddish collops of flesh. His hands were big, and his fingers almost massive in thickness. He was an excellent businessman, of sane judgment and firm will, without enough imagination to confuse his course of action by showing him possible alternatives. And his integrity and ability caused him to be held in universal respect by the world of business and finance. In the important regions of a man's character, however, and at heart, he was coarse, brutal almost to savagery, without consideration for others, and as a result, often cruelly unjust to his helpless subordinates. In moments of temper, which were not infrequent, His face turned a dull purple, while the top of his bald head shone, by contrast, like white marble, and the bags under his eyes swelled till it seemed they would presently explode with a pop. And at these times he presented a distinctly repulsive appearance. But to a private secretary like Jones, who did his duty regardless of whether his employer was beast or angel, and whose mainspring was principle and not emotion, this made little difference. Within the narrow limits in which anyone could satisfy such a man, he pleased the general manager, and more than once his piercing intuitive faculty, amounting almost to clairvoyance, assisted the chief in a fashion that served to bring the two closer together than might otherwise have been the case, and caused the man to respect in his assistant a power of which he possessed not even the germ himself. It was a curious relationship that grew up between the two, and the cashier, who enjoyed the credit of having made the selection, profited by it indirectly as much as anyone else. So, for some time, the work of the office continued normally and very prosperously. John Enderby Jones received a good salary, and in the outward appearance of the two chief characters in this history, there was little change noticeable, except that the manager grew fatter and redder, and the secretary observed that his own hair was beginning to show rather grayish at the temples. There were, however, two changes in progress, and they both had to do with Jones, and are important to mention. One was that he began to dream evilly. In the region of deep sleep, where the possibility of significant dreaming first develops itself, he was tormented more and more with vivid scenes and pictures in which a tall, thin man, dark and sinister of countenance, and with bad eyes, was closely associated with himself. Only the setting was that of a past age, with costumes of centuries gone by, and the scenes had to do with dreadful cruelties that could not belong to modern life as he knew it. The other change was also significant, but is not so easy to describe, for he had, in fact, become aware that some new portion of himself, hitherto unawakened, had stirred slowly into life out of the very depths of his consciousness. This new part of himself amounted almost to another personality, and he never observed its least manifestation without a strange thrill at his heart, for he understood that it had begun to watch the manager. End of Part 1 of The Insanity of Jones, a Study in Reincarnation. Recording by Louise J. Bell. Sebastopol, California. Part 2 of The Insanity of Jones, a Study in Reincarnation. by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Louise J. Bell. Part 2 of The Insanity of Jones, A Study in Reincarnation, by Algernon Blackwood. It was the habit of Jones, since he was compelled to work among conditions that were utterly distasteful, to withdraw his mind wholly from business once the day was over. During office hours, he kept the strictest possible watch upon himself and turned the key on all inner dreams, lest any sudden uprush from the deeps should interfere with his duty. But once the working day was over, the gates flew open, and he began to enjoy himself. He read no modern books on the subjects that interested him, and, as already said, he followed no course of training, nor belonged to any society that dabbled with half-told mysteries. But, once released from the office desk in the manager's room, he simply and naturally entered the other region, because he was an old inhabitant, a rightful denizen, and because he belonged there. It was, in fact, really a case of dual personality, and a carefully drawn agreement existed between Jones of the Fire Insurance Office and Jones of the Mysteries, by the terms of which, under heavy penalties, neither region claimed him out of hours. For the moment he reached his rooms under the roof in Bloomsbury, and had changed his city coat to another, the iron doors of the office clanged far behind him, and in front, before his very eyes, rolled up the beautiful gates of ivory, and he entered into the places of flowers and singing and wonderful veiled forms. Sometimes he quite lost touch with the outer world, forgetting to eat his dinner or go to bed, and lay in a state of trance, his consciousness working far out of the body. And on other occasions, he walked the streets on air, halfway between the two regions, unable to distinguish between incarnate and discarnate forms, and not very far, probably, beyond the strata where poets, saints, and the greatest artists have moved and thought and found their inspiration. But this was only when some insistent bodily claim prevented his full release, and more often than not, he was entirely independent of his physical portion and free of the real region, without let or hindrance. One evening he reached home utterly exhausted after the burden of the day's work. The manager had been more than usually brutal, unjust, ill-tempered, and Jones had been almost persuaded out of his settled policy of contempt into answering back. Everything seemed to have gone amiss, and the man's coarse, underbred nature had been in the ascendant all day long. He had thumped the desk with his great fists, abused, found fault unreasonably, uttered outrageous things, and behaved generally as he actually was, beneath the thin veneer of acquired business varnish. He had done and said everything to wound all that was woundable in an ordinary secretary, and though Jones fortunately dwelt in a region from which he looked down upon such a man as he might look down on the blundering of a savage animal, the strain had nevertheless told severely upon him, and he reached home wondering, for the first time in his life, whether there was perhaps a point beyond which he would be unable to restrain himself any longer. For something out of the usual had happened. At the close of a passage of great stress between the two, every nerve in the secretary's body tingling from undeserved abuse, the manager had suddenly turned full upon him. In the corner of the private room where the safes stood, in such a way that the glare of his red eyes, magnified by the glasses, looked straight into his own. And at this very second, that other personality in Jones, the one that was ever watching, rose up swiftly from the deeps within, and held a mirror to his face. A moment of flame and vision rushed over him, and for one single second, one merciless second of clear sight, he saw the manager as the tall, dark man of his evil dreams, and the knowledge that he had suffered at his hands some awful injury in the past crashed through his mind like the report of a cannon. It all flashed upon him and was gone, changing him from fire to ice, and then back again to fire. And he left the office with the certain conviction in his heart that the time for his final settlement with the man, the time for the inevitable retribution, was at last drawing very near. According to his invariable custom, however, he succeeded in putting the memory of all this unpleasantness out of his mind with the changing of his office coat, and after dozing a little in his leather chair before the fire, he started out as usual for dinner in the Soho French restaurant, and began to dream himself away into the region of flowers and singing, and to commune with the invisibles that were the very sources of his real life and being. For it was in this way that his mind worked, and the habits of years had crystallized into rigid lines along which it was now necessary and inevitable for him to act. At the door of the little restaurant he stopped short, a half-remembered appointment in his mind. He had made an engagement with someone, but where or with whom had entirely slipped his memory. He thought it was for dinner, or else to meet just after dinner, and for a second it came back to him that it had something to do with the office. But whatever it was, he was quite unable to recall it, and a reference to his pocket engagement book showed only a blank page. Evidently, he had even omitted to enter it. And after standing a moment, vainly trying to recall either the time, place, or person, he went in and sat down. But though the details had escaped him, his subconscious memory seemed to know all about it, for he experienced a sudden sinking of the heart, accompanied by a sense of foreboding anticipation, and felt that beneath his exhaustion there lay a center of tremendous excitement. The emotion caused by the engagement was at work, and would presently cause the actual details of the appointment to reappear. Inside the restaurant, the feeling increased instead of passing. Someone was waiting for him somewhere, someone whom he had definitely arranged to meet. He was expected by a person that very night, and just about that very time. But by whom? Where? A curious inner trembling came over him, and he made a strong effort to hold himself in hand, and to be ready for anything that might come. And then, suddenly, came the knowledge that the place of appointment was this very restaurant, and further, that the person he had promised to meet was already here, waiting somewhere quite close beside him. He looked up nervously and began to examine the faces round him. The majority of the diners were Frenchmen, chattering loudly with much gesticulation and laughter, and there was a fair sprinkling of clerks like himself, who came because the prices were low and the food good. But there was no single face that he recognized, until his glance fell upon the occupant of the corner seat opposite, generally filled by himself. "There's the man who's waiting for me," thought Jones instantly. He knew it at once. The man, he saw, was sitting well back into the corner, with a thick overcoat buttoned tightly up to the chin. His skin was very white, and a heavy black beard grew far up over his cheeks. At first, the secretary took him for a stranger, but when he looked up and their eyes met, a sense of familiarity flashed across him, and for a second or two, Jones imagined he was staring at a man he had known years before. For, barring the beard, it was the face of an elderly clerk who had occupied the next desk to his own when he first entered the service of the insurance company, and had shown him the most painstaking kindness and sympathy in the early difficulties of his work. But a moment later, the illusion passed, for he remembered that Thorpe had been dead at least 5 years. The similarity of the eyes was obviously a mere suggestive trick of memory. The two men stared at one another for several seconds, and then Jones began to act instinctively, and because he had to. He crossed over and took the vacant seat at the other's table, facing him, for he felt it was somehow imperative to explain why he was late, and how it was he had almost forgotten the engagement altogether. No honest excuse, however, came to his assistance, though his mind had begun to work furiously. "Yes, you are late," said the man quietly, before he could find a single word to utter. "But it doesn't matter. Also, you had forgotten the appointment, but that makes no difference either." "I knew that there was an engagement," Jones stammered, passing his hand over his forehead. "But somehow—" "You will recall it presently," continued the other in a gentle voice, and smiling a little. "It was in deep sleep last night we arranged this, and the unpleasant occurrences of today have, for the moment, obliterated it." A faint memory stirred within him as the man spoke, and a grove of trees with moving forms hovered before his eyes and then vanished again, while for an instant the stranger seemed to be capable of self-distortion and to have assumed vast proportions, with wonderful flaming eyes. "Oh," he gasped, "it was there, in the other region." "Of course," said the other, with a smile that illumined his whole face. "You will remember presently, all in good time. And meanwhile, you have no cause to feel afraid." There was a wonderful soothing quality in the man's voice, like the whispering of a great wind, and the clerk felt calmer at once. They sat a little while longer, but he could not remember that they talked much or ate anything. He only recalled, afterwards, that the head waiter came up and whispered something in his ear, and that he glanced round and saw the other people were looking at him curiously, some of them laughing, and that his companion then got up and led the way out of the restaurant. They walked hurriedly through the streets, neither of them speaking, and Jones was so intent upon getting back the whole history of the affair from the region of deep sleep that he barely noticed the way they took. Yet it was clear he knew where they were bound for, just as well as his companion, for he crossed the streets often ahead of him, diving down alleys without hesitation, and the other followed, always without correction. The pavements were very full, and the usual night crowds of London were surging to and fro in the glare of the shop lights. But somehow no one impeded their rapid movements, and they seemed to pass through the people as if they were smoke. And, as they went, the pedestrians and traffic grew less and less, and they soon passed the mansion house and the deserted space in front of the Royal Exchange, and so on, down Fenchurch Street, and within sight of the Tower of London, rising dim and shadowy in the smoky air. Jones remembered all this perfectly well, and thought it was his intense preoccupation that made the distance seem so short. But it was when the tower was left behind, and they turned northwards, that he began to notice how altered everything was, and saw that they were in a neighborhood where houses were suddenly scarce, and lanes and fields beginning, and that their only light was the stars overhead. And as the deeper consciousness more and more asserted itself, to the exclusion of the surface happenings of his mere body during the day, the sense of exhaustion vanished, and he realized that he was moving somewhere in the region of causes behind the veil, beyond the gross deceptions of the senses, and released from the clumsy spell of space and time. Without great surprise, therefore, he turned and saw that his companion had altered, had shed his overcoat and black hat, and was moving beside him, absolutely without sound. For a brief second he saw him, tall as a tree, extending through space like a great shadow, misty and wavering of outline, followed by a sound like wings in the darkness. But when he stopped, fear clutching at his heart, the other resumed his former proportions, and Jones could plainly see his normal outline against the green field behind. Then the secretary saw him fumbling at his neck, and at the same moment the black beard came away from the face in his hand. "Then you are Thorpe," he gasped, yet somehow without overwhelming surprise. They stood facing one another in the lonely lane, trees meeting overhead and hiding the stars, and a sound of mournful sighing among the branches. "I am Thorpe," was the answer, in a voice that almost seemed part of the wind. "And I have come out of our far past to help you, for my debt to you is large, and in this life I had but small opportunity to repay." Jones thought quickly of the man's kindness to him in the office, and a great wave of feeling surged through him as he began to remember, dimly, the friend by whose side he had already climbed, perhaps through vast ages of his soul's evolution. "To help me? Now?" he whispered. "You will understand me when you enter into your real memory, and recall how great a debt I have to pay for old faithful kindnesses of long ago," sighed the other, in a voice like falling wind. "Between us, though, there can be no question of debt," Jones heard himself saying. and remembered the reply that floated to him on the air, and the smile that lightened for a moment the stern eyes facing him. Not of debt, indeed, but of privilege. Jones felt his heart leap out towards this man, this old friend, tried by centuries and still faithful. He made a movement to seize his hand, but the other shifted like a thing of mist, and for a moment the clerk's head swam and his eyes seemed to fail. "Then you are dead?" he said under his breath with a slight shiver. 5 years ago I left the body you knew," replied Thorpe. "I tried to help you then, instinctively, not fully recognizing you. But now I can accomplish far more." With an awful sense of foreboding and dread in his heart, the secretary was beginning to understand. "It has to do with your past dealings with the manager," came the answer, as the wind rose louder among the branches overhead and carried off the remainder of the sentence into the air. Jones's memory, which was just beginning to stir among the deepest layers of all, shut down suddenly with a snap, and he followed his companion over fields and down sweet-smelling lanes where the air was fragrant and cool, till they came to a large house, standing gaunt and lonely in the shadows at the edge of a wood. It was wrapped in utter stillness, with windows heavily draped in black, and the clerk, as he looked, felt such an overpowering wave of sadness invade him that his eyes began to burn and smart, and he was conscious of a desire to shed tears. The key made a harsh noise as it turned in the lock, and when the door swung open into a lofty hall, they heard a confused sound of rustling and whispering, as of a great throng of people pressing forward to meet them. The air seemed full of swaying movement, and Jones was certain he saw hands held aloft and dim faces claiming recognition, while in his heart, already oppressed by the approaching burden of vast accumulated memories, he was aware of the uncoiling of something that had been asleep for ages. As they advanced, he heard the doors close with a muffled thunder behind them, and saw that the shadows seemed to retreat and shrink away towards the interior of the house, carrying the hands and faces with them. He heard the wind singing round the walls and over the roof, and its wailing voice mingled with the sound of deep, collective breathing that filled the house like the murmur of a sea. And as they walked up the broad staircase and through the vaulted rooms, where pillars rose like the stems of trees, he knew that the building was crowded, row upon row, with the thronging memories of his own long past. "This is the house of the past," whispered Thorpe beside him, as they moved silently from room to room. "The house of your past. It is full from cellar to roof with the memories of what you have done, thought, and felt, from the earliest stages of your evolution until now. The house climbs up almost to the clouds and stretches back into the heart of the wood you saw outside. But the remoter halls are filled with the ghosts of ages ago, too many to count. And even if we were able to waken them, you could not remember them now. Some day, though, they will come and claim you, and you must know them and answer their questions, for they can never rest till they have exhausted themselves again through you, and justice has been perfectly worked out. But now follow me closely, and you shall see the particular memory for which I am permitted to be your guide, so that you may know and understand a great force in your present life, and may use the sword of justice, or rise to the level of a great forgiveness, according to your degree of power. Icy thrills ran through the trembling clerk, and as he walked slowly beside his companion, he heard, from the vaults below, as well as from more distant regions of the vast building, the stirring and sighing of the serried ranks of sleepers, sounding in the still air, like a chord swept from unseen strings, stretched somewhere among the very foundations of the house. Stealthily, picking their way among the great pillars, they moved up the sweeping staircase and through several dark corridors and halls, and presently stopped outside a small door in an archway where the shadows were very deep. "Remain close by my side, and remember to utter no cry," whispered the voice of his guide. And as the clerk turned to reply, he saw his face was stern to whiteness, and even shone a little in the darkness. The room they entered seemed at first to be pitchy black, but gradually the secretary perceived a faint reddish glow against the farther end, and thought he saw figures moving silently to and fro. "Now watch," whispered Thorpe, as they pressed close to the wall near the door and waited. "But remember to keep absolute silence. It is a torture scene." Jones felt utterly afraid, and would have turned to fly if he dared, for an indescribable terror seized him, and his knees shook. But some power that made escape impossible held him remorselessly there, and with eyes glued on the spots of light, he crouched against the wall and waited. The figures began to move more swiftly, each in its own dim light that shed no radiance beyond itself. And he heard a soft clanking of chains, and the voice of a man groaning in pain. Then came the sound of a door closing, and thereafter Jones saw but one figure, the figure of an old man, naked entirely, and fastened with chains to an iron framework on the floor. His memory gave a sudden leap of fear as he looked, for the features and white beard were familiar, and he recalled them as though of yesterday. The other figures had disappeared, and the old man became the center of the terrible picture. Slowly, with ghastly groans, as the heat below him increased into a steady glow, the aged body rose in a curve of agony, resting on the iron frame only where the chains held wrists and ankles fast. Cries and gasps filled the air, and Jones felt exactly as though they came from his own throat, and as if the chains were burning into his own wrists and ankles, and the heat scorching the skin and flesh upon his own back. He began to writhe and twist himself. "Spain," whispered the voice at his side, "and 400 years ago." "And the purpose?" gasped the perspiring clerk, though he knew quite well what the answer must be. "To extort the name of a friend to his death and betrayal," came the reply through the darkness. A sliding panel opened with a little rattle in the wall immediately above the rack, and a face, framed in the same red glow, appeared and looked down upon the dying victim. Jones was only just able to choke a scream, for he recognized the tall, dark man of his dreams. With horrible, gloating eyes, he gazed down upon the writhing form of the old man, and his lips moved as in speaking, though no words were actually audible. "He asks again for the name," explained the other, as the clerk struggled with the intense hatred and loathing that threatened every moment to result in screams and action. His ankles and wrists pained him so that he could scarcely keep still, but a merciless power held him to the scene. He saw the old man, with a fierce cry, raise his tortured head and spit up into the face at the panel. And then the shutter slid back again, and a moment later the increased glow beneath the body, accompanied by awful writhing, told of the application of further heat. There came the odor of burning flesh, the white beard curled and burned to a crisp. The body fell back, limp, upon the red-hot iron, and then shot up again in fresh agony. Cry after cry, the most awful in the world, rang out with deadened sound between the four walls. And again the panel slid back, creaking, and revealed the dreadful face of the torturer. Again the name was asked for, and again it was refused. And this time, after the closing of the panel, a door opened, and the tall, thin man with the evil face came slowly into the chamber. His features were savage with rage and disappointment, and in the dull red glow that fell upon them, he looked like a very prince of devils. In his hand he held a pointed iron at white heat. "Now the murder," came from Thorpe in a whisper that sounded as if it was outside the building and far away. Jones knew quite well what was coming, but was unable even to close his eyes. He felt all the fearful pains himself, just as though he were actually the sufferer. But now, as he stared, he felt something more besides. And when the tall man deliberately approached the rack and plunged the heated iron first into one eye and then into the other, he heard the faint fizzing of it, and felt his own eyes burst in frightful pain from his head. At the same moment, unable longer to control himself, he uttered a wild shriek and dashed forward to seize the torturer and tear him to 1,000 pieces. Instantly, in a flash, the entire scene vanished. Darkness rushed in to fill the room, and he felt himself lifted off his feet by some force like a great wind and borne swiftly away into space. When he recovered his senses, he was standing just outside the house, and the figure of Thorpe was beside him in the gloom. The great doors were in the act of closing behind him, but before they shut, he fancied he caught a glimpse of an immense veiled figure standing upon the threshold, with flaming eyes, and in his hand a bright weapon, like a shining sword of fire. "Come quickly now. All is over," Thorpe whispered. "And the dark man?" gasped the clerk as he moved swiftly by the other's side. "In this present life is the manager of the company." "And the victim?" "Was yourself." "And the friend I refused to betray?" "I was that friend," answered Thorpe, his voice with every moment sounding more and more like the cry of the wind. "You gave your life in agony to save mine." "And again in this life we have all three been together?" Yes, such forces are not soon or easily exhausted, and justice is not satisfied till all have reaped what they sowed. Jones had an odd feeling that he was slipping away into some other state of consciousness. Thorpe began to seem unreal. Presently, he would be unable to ask more questions. He felt utterly sick and faint with it all, and his strength was ebbing. "Oh, quick!" he cried. "Now tell me more. Why did I see this? What must I do?" The wind swept across the field on their right, and entered the wood beyond with a great roar, and the air round him seemed filled with voices and the rushing of hurried movement. "To the ends of justice," answered the other, as though speaking out of the center of the wind and from a distance, "which sometimes is entrusted to the hands of those who suffered and were strong. One wrong cannot be put right by another wrong. But your life has been so worthy that the opportunity is given to—" The voice grew fainter and fainter. Already it was far overhead with the rushing wind. "You may punish, or—" Here Jones lost sight of Thorpe's figure altogether, for he seemed to have vanished and melted away into the wood behind him. His voice sounded far across the trees, very weak and ever rising. "Or if you can rise to the level of a great forgiveness—" The voice became inaudible. The wind came crying out of the wood again. Jones shivered and stared about him. He shook himself violently and rubbed his eyes. The room was dark. The fire was out. He felt cold and stiff. He got up out of his armchair, still trembling, and lit the gas. Outside, the wind was howling, and when he looked at his watch, he saw that it was very late, and he must go to bed. He had not even changed his office coat. He must have fallen asleep in the chair as soon as he came in, and he had slept for several hours. Certainly he had eaten no dinner, for he felt ravenous. End of Part 2 of The Insanity of Jones, a Study in Reincarnation. Recording by Louise J. Bell. Sebastopol, California. Part 3 of The Insanity of Jones, a Study in Reincarnation, by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Louise J. Bell. Part 3 of The Insanity of Jones, A Study in Reincarnation by Algernon Blackwood. Next day, and for several weeks thereafter, the business of the office went on as usual, and Jones did his work well and behaved outwardly with perfect propriety. No more visions troubled him, and his relations with the manager became, if anything, somewhat smoother and easier. True, the man looked a little different, because the clerk kept seeing him with his inner and outer eye, promiscuously, so that one moment he was broad and red-faced, and the next he was tall, thin, and dark, enveloped, as it were, in a sort of black atmosphere, tinged with red, while at times a confusion of the two sights took place, and Jones saw the two faces mingled in a composite countenance that was very horrible indeed to contemplate. But beyond this occasional change in the outward appearance of the manager, there was nothing that the secretary noticed as the result of his vision, and business went on more or less as before, and perhaps even with a little less friction. But in the rooms under the roof in Bloomsbury, it was different, for there it was perfectly clear to Jones that Thorpe had come to take up his abode with him. He never saw him, but he knew all the time he was there. Every night, on returning from his work, he was greeted by the well-known whisper, "Be ready when I give the sign." And often, in the night, he woke up suddenly out of deep sleep, and was aware that Thorpe had, that minute, moved away from his bed, and was standing, waiting and watching, somewhere in the darkness of the room. Often he followed him down the stairs, though the dim gas jet on the landings never revealed his outline, and sometimes he did not come into the room at all, but hovered outside the window, peering through the dirty panes, or sending his whisper into the chamber in the whistling of the wind. For Thorpe had come to stay, and Jones knew that he would not get rid of him until he had fulfilled the ends of justice and accomplished the purpose for which he was waiting. Meanwhile, as the days passed, he went through a tremendous struggle with himself, and came to the perfectly honest decision that the level of a great forgiveness was impossible for him, and that he must, therefore, accept the alternative, and use the secret knowledge placed in his hands, and execute justice. And once this decision was arrived at, he noticed that Thorpe no longer left him alone during the day, as before, but now accompanied him to the office, and stayed more or less at his side all through business hours as well. His whisper made itself heard in the streets, and in the train, and even in the manager's room where he worked, sometimes warning, sometimes urging, but never for a moment, suggesting the abandonment of the main purpose, and more than once so plainly audible that the clerk felt certain others must have heard it, as well as himself. The obsession was complete. He felt he was always under Thorpe's eye, day and night, and he knew he must acquit himself like a man when the moment came, or prove a failure in his own sight as well as in the sight of the other. And now that his mind was made up, nothing could prevent the carrying out of the sentence. He bought a pistol and spent his Saturday afternoons practicing at a target in lonely places along the Essex shore, marking out in the sand the exact measurements of the manager's room. Sundays he occupied in like fashion, putting up at an inn overnight for the purpose, spending the money that usually went into the savings bank on traveling expenses and cartridges. Everything was done very thoroughly, for there must be no possibility of failure. And at the end of several weeks he had become so expert with his six-shooter that at a distance of 25 feet, which was the greatest length of the manager's room, he could pick the inside out of a halfpenny 9 times out of a dozen, and leave a clean, unbroken rim. There was not the slightest desire to delay. He had thought the matter over from every point of view his mind could reach, and his purpose was inflexible. Indeed, he felt proud to think that he had been chosen as the instrument of justice in the infliction of so well-deserved and so terrible a punishment. Vengeance may have had some part in his decision, but he could not help that, for he still felt, at times, the hot chains burning his wrists and ankles with fierce agony through to the bone. He remembered the hideous pain of his slowly roasting back, and the point when he thought death must intervene to end his suffering. But instead, new powers of endurance had surged up in him, and awful further stretches of pain had opened up, and unconsciousness seemed farther off than ever. Then, at last, the hot irons in his eyes. It all came back to him, and caused him to break out in icy perspiration at the mere thought of it. The vile face at the panel, the expression of the dark face. His fingers worked. His blood boiled. It was utterly impossible to keep the idea of vengeance altogether out of his mind. Several times he was temporarily balked of his prey. Odd things happened to stop him when he was on the point of action. The first day, for instance, the manager fainted from the heat. Another time, when he had decided to do the deed, the manager did not come down to the office at all. And a third time, when his hand was actually in his hip pocket, he suddenly heard Thorpe's horrid whisper telling him to wait, and, turning, he saw that the head cashier had entered the room noiselessly, without his noticing it. Thorpe evidently knew what he was about, and did not intend to let the clerk bungle the matter. He fancied, moreover, that the head cashier was watching him. He was always meeting him in unexpected corners and places, and the cashier never seemed to have an adequate excuse for being there. His movements seemed, suddenly, of particular interest to others in the office as well, for clerks were always being sent to ask him unnecessary questions, and there was, apparently, a general design to keep him under a sort of surveillance, so that he was never much alone with the manager in the private room where they worked. And once, the cashier had even gone so far as to suggest that he could take his holiday earlier than usual, if he liked, as the work had been very arduous of late, and the heat exceedingly trying. He noticed, too, that he was sometimes followed by a certain individual in the streets, a careless-looking sort of man, who never came face to face with him, or actually ran into him, but who was always in his train or omnibus, and whose eye he often caught observing him over the top of his newspaper, and who, on one occasion, was even waiting at the door of his lodgings when he came out to dine. There were other indications, too, of various sorts, that led him to think something was at work to defeat his purpose, and that he must act at once before these hostile forces could prevent. And so the end came very swiftly, and was thoroughly approved by Thorpe. It was towards the close of July, and one of the hottest days London had ever known, for the city was like an oven, and the particles of dust seemed to burn the throats of the unfortunate toilers in street and office. The portly manager, who suffered cruelly owing to his size, came down perspiring and gasping with the heat. He carried a light-colored umbrella to protect his head. "He'll want something more than that, though," Jones laughed quietly to himself when he saw him enter. The pistol was safely in his hip pocket, every one of its 6 chambers loaded. The manager saw the smile on his face, and gave him a long, steady look as he sat down to his desk in the corner. A few minutes later, he touched the bell for the head cashier, a single ring, and then asked Jones to fetch some papers from another safe in the room upstairs. A deep inner trembling seized the secretary as he noticed these precautions, for he saw that the hostile forces were at work against him. And yet he felt he could delay no longer, and must act that very morning, interference or no interference. However, he went obediently up in the lift to the next floor, and while fumbling with the combination of the safe, known only to himself, the cashier, and the manager, he again heard Thorpe's horrid whisper just behind him. "You must do it today. You must do it today. He came down again with the papers and found the manager alone. The room was like a furnace, and a wave of dead, heated air met him in the face as he went in. The moment he passed the doorway, he realized that he had been the subject of conversation between the head cashier and his enemy. They had been discussing him. Perhaps an inkling of his secret had somehow got into their minds. They had been watching him for days past. They had become suspicious. Clearly, he must act now, or let the opportunity slip by, perhaps forever. He heard Thorpe's voice in his ear, but this time it was no mere whisper, but a plain human voice, speaking out loud. "Now," it said. "Do it now." The room was empty. Only the manager and himself were in it. Jones turned from his desk where he had been standing and locked the door leading into the main office. He saw the army of clerks scribbling in their shirt sleeves, for the upper half of the door was of glass. He had perfect control of himself, and his heart was beating steadily. The manager, hearing the key turn in the lock, looked up sharply. "What's that you're doing?" he asked quickly. "Only locking the door, sir," replied the secretary in a quite even voice. "Why? Who told you to?" "The voice of justice, sir," replied Jones, looking steadily into the hated face. The manager looked black for a moment and stared angrily across the room at him. Then, suddenly, his expression changed as he stared, and he tried to smile. It was meant to be a kind smile, evidently, but it only succeeded in being frightened. "That is a good idea in this weather," he said lightly. "But it would be much better to lock it on the outside, wouldn't it, Mr. Jones?" "I think not, sir. You might escape me then. Now you can't." Jones took his pistol out and pointed it at the other's face. Down the barrel he saw the features of the tall, dark man, evil and sinister. Then the outline trembled a little, and the face of the manager slipped back into its place. It was white as death and shining with perspiration. "You tortured me to death 400 years ago," said the clerk in the same steady voice. "And now the dispensers of justice have chosen me to punish you." The manager's face turned to flame, and then back to chalk again. He made a quick movement towards the telephone bell, stretching out a hand to reach it. But at the same moment, Jones pulled the trigger, and the wrist was shattered, splashing the wall behind with blood. "That's one place where the chains burnt," he said quietly to himself. His hand was absolutely steady, and he felt that he was a hero. The manager was on his feet with a scream of pain, supporting himself with his right hand on the desk in front of him. But Jones pressed the trigger again, and a bullet flew into the other wrist, so that the big man, deprived of support, fell forward with a crash onto the desk. "You damned madman!" shrieked the manager. "Drop that pistol!" "That's another place," was all Jones said, still taking careful aim for another shot. The big man, screaming and blundering, scrambled beneath the desk, making frantic efforts to hide. But the secretary took a step forward and fired 2 shots in quick succession into his projecting legs, hitting first one ankle and then the other, and smashing them horribly. "2 more places where the chains burnt," he said, going a little nearer. The manager, still shrieking, tried desperately to squeeze his bulk behind the shelter of the opening beneath the desk. But he was far too large, and his bald head protruded through on the other side. Jones caught him by the scruff of his great neck and dragged him, yelping, out onto the carpet. He was covered with blood and flopped helplessly upon his broken wrists. "Be quick now," cried the voice of Thorpe. There was a tremendous commotion and banging at the door, and Jones gripped his pistol tightly. Something seemed to crash through his brain, clearing it for a second, so that he thought he saw, beside him, a great veiled figure with drawn sword and flaming eyes, and sternly approving attitude. "Remember the eyes! Remember the eyes!" hissed Thorpe in the air above him. Jones felt like a god with a god's power. Vengeance disappeared from his mind. He was acting impersonally, as an instrument in the hands of the invisibles who dispense justice and balance accounts. He bent down and put the barrel close into the other's face, smiling a little as he saw the childish efforts of the arms to cover his head. Then he pulled the trigger, and a bullet went straight into the right eye, blackening the skin. Moving the pistol 2 inches the other way, he sent another bullet crashing into the left eye. Then he stood upright over his victim, with a deep sigh of satisfaction. The manager wriggled convulsively for the space of a single second, and then lay still in death. There was not a moment to lose, for the door was already broken in, and violent hands were at his neck. Jones put the pistol to his temple, and once more pressed the trigger with his finger. But this time there was no report. Only a little dead click answered the pressure, for the secretary had forgotten that the pistol had only 6 chambers, and that he had used them all. He threw the useless weapon onto the floor, laughing a little, out loud, and turned without a struggle to give himself up. "I had to do it," he said quietly while they tied him. "It was simply my duty. And now I am ready to face the consequences, and Thorpe will be proud of me. For justice has been done, and the gods are satisfied." He made not the slightest resistance, and when the 2 policemen marched him off, through the crowd of shuddering little clerks in the office, he again saw the veiled figure moving majestically in front of him, making slow, sweeping circles with the flaming sword, to keep back the host of faces that were thronging in upon him from the other region. End of Part 3. End of The Insanity of Jones, a study in reincarnation. Recording by Louise J. Bell. Sebastopol, California.
Jim Dickinson's Head by Harold Ward. From The Black Mask, August 1920. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. Jim Dickinson's Head by Harold Ward. Jim Dickinson's head, pickled in a jar of alcohol, reposes in the dishonored fastness of a dusty closet in Dr. Wright's office. It has been all of half a century since I assisted the doctor's father, old Doc Wright, in separating it from its trunk that dark, stormy night out in the weed-grown potter's field. Yet last night, when I looked at the grisly relic, the face wore the same wolfish grin that it had borne in life. The fangs were skinned back ferociously, like the tusks of an angry boar. And the one good eye, the other having been gouged out in a fight years before, glared malevolently, insolently, leeringly, as if, even in death, the owner found a certain grim pleasure in cheating the law, which declared that the head and body must remain intact. Jim Dickinson's body has, in the natural course of events, long been incorporated with the black earth slime from which it came. Over it, the loathsome worms have long since ceased to hold their ghoulish revel. His filthy soul is without doubt in the hell it created for itself. As for his head, the head he lost to Doc Wright in a poker game, and which the whiskey-sodden old physic dispenser claimed from the grave rather than brave the unspeakable wrath of the dead outlaw, that is another story. Doc wanted the head because of the thickness of the skull, which had withstood, without cracking, a tattoo from the butt end of a revolver in the hands of a frenzied man. And Dickinson wanted him to have it, because it had been fairly won, and the only point of honor he ever observed was the payment of his gambling debts. It is with Jim Dickinson's malformed head, the black cat with the devil's tempers, and Creole May the outcast, that this story is written. 1. Where Jim Dickinson was spawned, or whelped, or whatever the inception of an anomaly like him can be called, is a question. My personal opinion is that he was never born, that he was created from the slimy green frog spit that gathers in a scum on the stagnant muck. But the preachers will probably take issue with me on that point. At any rate, I know of my own knowledge that there were more maggots of devilry squirming inside the blackness of his skull than could ever exist in the same space in hell. Jim Dickinson made his first bid for our attention by appearing in Black Peter's saloon one dark, stormy night. A big, hulking figure of a man with a broken, hooked nose and a black tangled thatch of whiskers. His huge, misshapen head stuck out, turtle-wise, on a thick bull neck. His thin, cruel lips were drawn back in a snarl of vindictive hatred of the world in general, over yellowed fangs so large as to almost appear artificial. One socket was empty. From the other blazed an orb, so badly twisted out of shape by the scar from the wound that had destroyed the other, that it looked to be almost in the center of his forehead, giving him a horrible, ogre-like appearance. There was nothing human about him. He was an animal. Black Peter's den was crowded that night. Finding no open space at the bar, Dickinson made one for himself by shooting, in cold blood, a poor Swede whose place he coveted. Before the murmur of anger and astonishment had fairly started, he stepped across his victim's twitching body to the blood-spattered bar and down the liquor which the latter had just poured out. His baleful eye gleamed from under the mop of hair, challenging the world to dispute his right. The Swede was a stranger in the camp, and the ferocious cruelty and simian-like appearance of the slayer was such as to make the average man think twice before taking up the dead man's quarrel. Where he had come from, no one knew, nor did his attitude toward the world at large tend to encourage familiarity. By that one venomous deed, he became the bully of the camp. From then until his death, he held his sway over the scum of the earth that had gathered there by sheer devilishness and wanton cruelty. He was a thief, a crook, a gambler, and a red-handed killer, a beast, a thing of evil. The only sense of decency he had was in the payment of his gambling debts. He would murder a man in cold blood without a pang of remorse, in order to filch from his pocket the money with which to pay a debt of honor. His philosophy of life was as warped and crooked as his twisted soul. And yet we allowed him to live because we feared him. Take the affair with the gang of the Devil's Gulch. Originally, there had been 6 of them pitted against him as a result of some mix-up with one of the partners. By shooting straight, Dickinson had whittled the number down to 3 before they caught him at the edge of the camp with a bullet through his leg and a horse that dropped dead in its tracks. He had no friends. He expected no assistance. Those of us who were at leisure gathered around to enjoy the spectacle and to see that the strangers handled the affair in a strictly ethical manner. The only tree in that part of the state was a stunted cottonwood, the lower limbs of which were but a few feet above his head as he stood erect. His gun was empty, and he was apparently exhausted. Hence they attempted to send him into the presence of his Maker without going to the trouble of binding him, thinking, no doubt, that he would die game and save them any unnecessary trouble. They were not as well informed on the general cussedness of the man, however, as they should have been. A fact which resulted disastrously for the visitors, for Dickinson, instead of giving up the ghost without a fight, made a mighty leap and seized the lower limb with both hands, taking the strain off his neck. Doc Wright, drunker and more vitriolic than usual, was among the spectators. The dissipated old reprobate clucked gleefully and hammered the outlaw smartly over the knuckles with his cane. "Let go that tree!" he yelled. "Why the hell didn't you die like a man, you yellow dog? You're trying to cheat me out of your head." With the speed of a panther, Dickinson hung by one hand, slipped the noose over his head with the other, kicked one of his captors in the face as he hung there, and vanquished the other two in a fair fight, fist against gun. And when he had completed the job, he humbly apologized to Doc Wright for not allowing them to hang him so the bone setter could claim his honest winnings. 2. To cavemen like Jim Dickinson, love comes but once, and in ways that are peculiar and dark. That he loved Creole May, in his own fashion, there is not a doubt. And, like his aboriginal ancestors, he demonstrated his affection by beating the lady of his choice whenever opportunity offered. And she, recognizing in the subtle way that women have that his display of brutality was only a cover for the flame of love that smoldered in his heart, took her beatings, whimpering, but uncomplainingly, and, seeking an outlet for her feelings, lavished her affections on Michael. Michael was an ugly brute of a cat, black of fur and short of temper. In short, a feline double of Dickinson. Dickinson hated him with a deep, jealous hatred. Hated him because Creole May loved him. With the peculiarity of a woman, she treated her lord with humbleness and humility, fighting his battles and cooking his meals in a true wifely way, until he lay hands on the cat. That she would not allow. And Dickinson, loving the swarthy strumpet who shared his bed and board, feared to vent his feelings on the animal, lest he drive the female creature from his side. Cheetah, the squaw, who was reputed to be a witch, had warned him against black cats, warned him as she cursed him for killing her husband. Dickinson sought to close her mouth by knocking her down, but she refused to be silenced. "It'll get you, curse you! It'll get you!" she howled, shaking her skinny fist at the one-eyed man. "A black cat'll be the death of you. A black cat'll send you to hell, and'll spit at you while you're roasting. Damn you, you spawn of the devil!" In self-defense, he was compelled to choke her into unconsciousness, but her screams still echoed in his ears. Nor would he drown them out in drink, for the maggots in his head were the kind that alcohol stimulates rather than deadens. We had our priest, Father O'Loughlin, a warm-hearted little chap who sought, with every means at his command, to regenerate the place and bring its inhabitants into the fold. He met with scant success, to say the most. But he persisted, and because he was a man among men, measured by men's standards, he gained our respect and love, even though we refused to follow the cross. In some mysterious manner, Father O'Loughlin learned that Creole May had once been baptized in his faith. Immediately, he set about seeking a way to win her back to the church. But she had slipped too far down the scale of righteousness and virtue. She gave no heed to the messages the good padre sent her time after time, begging her presence at the little church in the valley, with its cross on spotless white. Of two evils, she had been taught to fear Jim Dickinson worse than the threat of hell. And Dickinson, his soul already forfeited to the devil and his head honestly lost in a poker game, waiting only for his death to be claimed, forbade her responding to the priest's appeal. But to the latter she was branded to be plucked from the burning, and after several weeks had elapsed, he determined to visit her in person and appeal to her better nature. For Father O'Loughlin loved humanity, and to him none had dropped so low that he could not be saved. On the evening selected by Father O'Loughlin for his visit, Dickinson, who was violently jealous, having been called away on some expedition outside the law, had taken precautions tending to keep any of May's admirers away from the cabin, by planting a bear trap in the dirt just outside the door. To this May submitted dumbly and without bitterness. She was a woman, and her philosophy taught her that a woman is the rightful prey of the man strong enough to take her. The method of taking did not enter into her thoughts. They lived in a tumble-down shack far up the mountainside, and approached by a single narrow path, nicked high in the cliff. For Dickinson was a bit of a strategist, and in building looked forward to a possible siege following some new outrage. When she saw the little priest slowly puffing up the path, she realized for the first time that something of evil might result from Dickinson's efficient but brutal attempt to capture his rival. She was willing to stand his abuse, but sight of the priest brought remembrances of her better days, and over her swept a sense of shame. She rebelled against the man of God, seeing her in her squalor and misery. There was no way to flee, for the path over which he was approaching was the only way from the place. And that path would bring him directly into the jaws of the trap. Creole May, for the first time in her long career of shame and sorrow, was panic-stricken. There was but one door to the shack. To dodge out of it, even in the dust of the swiftly falling twilight, would betray her presence to the visitor. Nor was there a bush or a rock in the vicinity behind which she could take refuge. Yet she could not remain. She was not given to analyzing her sentiments. She had a vague feeling that she was not fit to meet the man who represented in the wild territory the church of her innocent youth, not for the punishment he might bring, for she knew that he brought only a message of love, but as an erring child fears the parent who governs by kindness. Physical pain she could endure, but she knew that Father O'Loughlin ruled his flock by love, and love, except the love she lavished on Michael, was missing from her strange life. So, like a child caught in some mischievous prank, she peeked around the doorway and watched the head of the priest just appearing over the little knoll. Her foot rested on the chain which, fastened to the bed and dragging across the floor, was attached to the bear trap. To leave the snare in its present location meant injury to the priest. Even if the jaws did not break his leg, Dickinson might return ere she could free him. And Dickinson, in a jealous rage, cared nothing for God, man, nor devil. He might even kill the good father. In spite of her fear of Dickinson's revenge over the removal of his snare, the religion of her childhood surged forward in her thoughts. Father O'Loughlin must be saved. To think was to act. Hastily grasping the chain, she gave a mighty heave and pulled the trap out of the dirt and dragged it into the house. Pulling down the blanket on the battered bed, she laid the trap on the mattress and laid the covering over it again. Then she dived hastily under the bed, just as she heard the priest's step outside the door. Father O'Loughlin, receiving no answer to his repeated rappings, turned sadly and wended his way back again down the mountain path. With fear and trembling, Creole May listened to the padre's retreating footsteps. Then, as they died away in the distance, she rose and seated herself in one of the two broken chairs the cabin afforded. She gave way to meditation and tears, sharing her troubles with Black Michael, her only friend. Dickinson returned earlier than usual, found the cabin in darkness and May in tears. The moon, shining brightly on the front of the shack, showed him that the trap had been removed ere he reached the spot. With a bellow of rage, he leapt through the open doorway. He stood for a second, his single bloodshot eye accustoming itself to the darkness of the interior. Then, with a snarl, he turned upon the woman. "Where is he?" he demanded, shaking her as a terrier shakes a rat. "Damn you, tell me! Where's the man you had in here?" She attempted to answer, to explain. He refused to listen. The words were choked off in her throat by the pressure of his huge, muscular fingers. Then, holding her at arm's length with his left hand, he smashed blow after blow into her face with his right, until, tiring, he hurled her into the corner, a dying, battered, unconscious heap. The cat, true to its nature, spit angrily at the invader. Roaring like a maddened bull, Dickinson aimed a kick at the animal. Michael attempted to dodge out of the crazy man's way, became tangled between his legs. In the darkness, Dickinson stumbled and fell sprawling across the bed. His huge head struck the trigger of the bear trap, hidden beneath the blankets, squarely, and with the force of a battering ram. The jaws flew together with a snap, closing about the thick neck with a grip that had been made to hold a grizzly king. Dickinson thrashed about spasmodically for a second, his eye bulging out of its socket. His finger worked convulsively. Then, twitching slightly, he lay quiet. On the foot of the bed, Michael, his greenish yellow eyes gleaming like twin fires, humped his back and spit in accordance with the prophecy of Cheetah, while Jim Dickinson's worthless soul entered into hell. 2 nights later, I helped Doc Wright claim the head he had won, and which Jim Dickinson was ready to pay. The end of Jim Dickinson's Head by Harold Ward. Justice in the Foothills by Clement White. From Weird Tales Magazine, March 1924. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. Justice in the Foothills by Clement White. Starr and Collins were apathetic throughout their brief, dramatic trial. Following the jury's verdict of first-degree murder, their sullen demeanor became an integral part of their being. They did not show emotion when the sheriff and deputies prepared them for the trip to the state's prison to await execution. Heavily manacled, Starr's left wrist chained to Collins' right, they huddled in the automobile, ready for the journey to Mills Junction, where the officers planned to take a through train to the penitentiary. The weather matched the prisoners' mood. A drizzle dampened the car and its occupants, while great fog banks shrouded the hills. As the car nosed its way along the trail, the mist gradually turned to rain. The sheriff was nervous. "The road's getting slippery. We'd best put on chains," he told the deputy. "I'd hate to skid over one of these cliffs. It'd be a finish, I reckon." Inspection of the toolbox showed the chains were missing. "We must have left them in the garage," apologized the driver. "The trail ahead isn't any worse than the part we have come over. It's as safe to go forward as to return." "Go slow, then," replied the sheriff. "I don't fancy this trip. I'd forgotten how ornery this road is." The car swerved from side to side in spite of the driver's efforts. He was slowing up for a steep descent when the heavy machine left the trail. It spun suddenly, like a thing bewitched, hurling its occupants over the side of the chasm, while it rolled over and over on its way to the destruction in the boulder-studded bottom. The sheriff and deputies followed the car to the canyon bottom, where Starr and Collins would have joined them. Only, as they dropped over the canyon wall, they passed on opposite sides of a stunted cedar. The chain which bound them together held securely, and they were suspended in the air, kicking desperately, almost tearing the tree from its precarious root hold. Star hooked a toe over a jutting rock. Inch by inch, they worked their way up to the canyon's rim, and were back on the trail when darkness fell. Star was panting, but was not nearly so winded as Collins. He set the pace through the gloom, heading for the foothills to the north. They reasoned that hours would pass before their escape was discovered. Moreover, pursuing posses would be at a disadvantage among the trackless foothills. The following night they crowded a small stream at a gravel bar and spied a dead fish lying on the bank. Throwing themselves flat on their stomachs, they devoured it in great bites, for with the exception of a rabbit, which a surprised bobcat had dropped, this was their first meal since their escape. Because of the chain that linked them together, they formed a close partnership. Neither could lie down, sit down, or arise without the consent of the other. Bitterly, they cursed the links of steel which turned their waking hours into a series of mishaps. So far, posses had not appeared on their trail. This was not strange, considering the wide expanse of sparsely settled country which must be searched. The fugitives were in little dread of men, but, waking or sleeping, they could not rid their minds of the thought of avenging dogs. The anticipation of bloodhounds caused a cold sweat to dampen Star's clothes, while Collins gritted his teeth and lunged forward with desperate steps. Both men knew of the dogs, half bloodhound, half mastiff, that were owned by a rancher near Mills Junction. It was the boast of the county that these terrible dogs seldom lost a trail, and, when loosed unmuzzled, had been known to rend fugitives limb from limb. Star and Collins had one hope. Some years ago, Star had spent several weeks with a renegade hermit who had a shack in the woods beyond the foothills. If they could reach his shack, he would remove their manacles. He might be dead, or he might have moved, but the fugitives hoped against hope that he would be ready to aid and hide them. The nights were cool in the foothills, but the days were hot. Berries were abundant, hanging dead ripe on countless bushes, providing food. When they stopped to rest, they worked persistently at their manacles. If they could sever the chain which bound them wrist to wrist, their progress would be easier and safer. This much accomplished, they might devise a way to remove the handcuffs. They dragged the chain back and forth over flint rocks. They worked and strained and pulled, but the stout links refused to yield. After each trial, Star and Collins arose, cursing, and continued their flight toward the north. Early one morning, both men paused simultaneously, holding their breath while they listened. From the south floated a faint echo which froze the blood in their veins. Again the sound echoed. It was the baying of a hound. The baying increased in loudness as the pursuit grew easier. Star and Collins crashed through the brush to a small rock pile. Gasping and moaning, they dragged their weary bodies to the top of the rocks and saw the hounds lope through the brush into an open space. The great dogs were unmuzzled. As the fugitives cringed before the attack, the triumphant baying of the hounds gave place to a plaintive whimper. The great dogs paused in their tracks, the hair bristling on their backs, while their tails sank between their legs. Their brute instinct had warned them of a peril which tearing fangs would not guard against. A wolf had emerged from the brush to the north of Star and Collins, and its bared fangs and fetid slaver streaming from its jaw, the eye staring balefully, and the dull, upstanding hair showed that the wolf was mad. The dogs fled from its approach, but the men were in the path of the frenzied animal. They tried to leap away from the dripping jaws, which slashed them, but were bitten in several places before a kick disabled the animal. Hope fled from the hearts of the fugitives as they examined their wounds. They were haunted with the specter of approaching madness. They cursed and fought and strained on the chain until their wrists were torn and bleeding. They rolled on the ground and wept, then arose and continued their efforts with the chain. The presence of each became decidedly objectionable to the other. Who would be the first victim of rabies? This question drove them to frenzied pulling and straining. The thought upmost in the mind of each was a consuming desire to become separated from his companion. They fought the chain at intervals through the night, then continued their desperate journey. The morning sun stole over the brooding hills. Wild animals feasted, gambled, and basked in the golden sunshine. A fisher emerged from a pool with a fish in its mouth, saw the fugitives, then fled. Grouse went about their affairs undisturbed, and a great eagle sailed in a wide circle through the azure air. Peace rested over wild things, but in the hearts of the two men raged an inferno. They knew they were to die, and in a measure they comprehended the manner of their death. As they paused to eat berries, they eyed each other sharply, kneeling by the bush, scratching their faces with brambles as they devoured the watery food. The berries sustained life, but did not strengthen them. Their bodies gradually weakened, but this weakness did not lessen the feverish vigor of their minds. Each knew what the other was thinking. The one who showed the first symptoms of rabies would be killed, if possible, by his companion. One afternoon they trudged through a thicket and approached a bubbling brook. Hours had elapsed since their last drink, and Star sank to the ground, eagerly gulping the water. His thirst quenched, he glanced at Collins, then his body stiffened. Collins was not drinking. His eyes had become dull and fixed. A shiver shook his form as they regained their feet. The shaking spells recurred. His spasms became more intense. Suddenly he gave an unearthly shriek and bared his teeth at Star, who leapt aside in fright. Swinging Collins around and around, his fright added strength to his muscles. Panting and exhausted, they crouched on the ground, glaring and whimpering. Another spasm shook Collins as they crossed a ridge. He tried to bite and tear Star's arm. Remembering a fighting trick he had learned in the lumber camps, Star lunged with his left knee extended, striking Collins in the stomach. They fell to the ground, Collins made temporarily helpless from the blow. Star again drove his knees into the madman's abdomen. Collins raised his head, and Star dashed his own head against it, the impact driving Collins' head against a sharp stone and rendering him unconscious. A new difficulty arose, for Star could not free himself from the helpless body. Its weight hindered his progress as he moved from bush to bush, greedily devouring berries. When he lay down to rest, the madman was beside him. He dare not fall asleep while expecting his companion's return to consciousness. The next day, the increasing horror of his predicament caused him to grow hysterical. He called for help, and listened in terror to the lonesome echoes. Toward evening, he saw that Collins was dying. The approaching darkness caused him to stumble and fight through a bush, dragging the burden alongside him. He came to a rusted spur of track, abandoned since the lumber mills at Rafter had closed. The sight of the rusty rails and the warmth of the rising sun served to clear his mind. He remembered that the hermit's shack was north of this track. As he stumbled along, making slow headway, he felt a change creeping over him. He was near a brook and passed a pool of water, and recoiled in fright from its limpid coolness. Spasms shook him, and he looked for something to rend and tear. During lucid intervals between spasms, he struggled grimly through the bush. Each attack was leaving him weaker. When evening came, he looked upon imaginary sights which added to his desperation. His mad brain showed foul vampires flapping through the air about him, throwing water from their wings. And from each side, hideous imps called his name, extending vessels of water and inviting him to drink. He sought to slay them, but they recoiled with demonic grins, only to renew their torments. He thought Collins arose, gazed at him with cadaverous eyes, and asked him to hurry to a pool where they could drink and splash and swim. With bared teeth, Starr showed his displeasure at such an invitation. He was panting now, and darkness had fallen. His tormentors still offered him water, but between spasms he made slow progress, until a light appeared in the darkness. Gradually, the vague outlines of a cabin showed close at hand. Starr was more normal. He cried with joy at the thought of his relief when the hermit had severed the chains which bound him. Once free, he would smite his tormentors. He reached the window through which the light streamed, thrust his head through the opening, and groaned. The hermit was cleaning a pistol, which he dropped in fright as Starr's groan reached his ears. He saw the face in the window, the lips spread in an awful grimace, showing blood-stained teeth, and the sunken, discolored cheeks, and staring, glazing eyes. A specter. The hermit screamed. His hand reached behind him and grasped a rifle, which flew to his shoulder as the apparition strove to speak. The rifle rang, and Starr lay down to rest, as though soothed by the echoes reverberating among the hills. The end of Justice in the Foothills by Clement White. The Living Dead by Seymour Lemoyne, from The Thrill Book, April 1st, 1919. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The Living Dead by Seymour Lemoyne. Railiff was last seen when he entered the studio on that gray evening of October 30th. Some there were who called him insane. Some merely catalogued it queerness. At any rate, he was a lonely spirit who refused all intercourse with his kind, preferring to work alone, selling his pictures now and then. When they found him lying dead in his studio, with his brush in hand and a ghastly smile upon his face, it was a 9 days' wonder. His body was discovered beneath an immense canvas, upon which he had painted huge blotches of lurid color without form or reason. This was offered as an example of insanity. Whatever it was, it has remained a mystery to the world. But my conscience troubles me. I have known for years the real truth. I found him there. I superintended the disposition of the papers, being his closest friend. I may have done wrong to conceal the most important document. Yet, after all, one hesitates to give away the closest secrets of a friend's life. Now that Railiff's pictures are all sold, his reputation established, I see no reason why the inside story of that tragic death should not be told. Here is the confession he wrote the night of the tragedy. Take it as it is. No writer should embellish it or tamper with so strange an event. I lay it before you in the form which I found it, beside his body. Weird adventures have come to me these last few weeks, so weird that I must put them on paper. Twice now I have seen the form of a strange woman in my studio just at dusk. Always she stands there on my model's platform, her sad eyes gazing upon me with an ancient longing that thrills me to the roots of my being. I wonder who she is. I have dared to speak to her. I have gone to her side. Each time she has disappeared. My lifelong desire to paint the portrait of Cleopatra's soul must have been known to her. She seems to understand. She smiled when I looked across the dim room at her. She raised her arms in supplication the first time. I couldn't fathom her silence. Night after night she would appear and disappear, always with the provoking silence, that haunting invitation in her eyes. This evening I returned to the studio and found her standing on the model's platform. With a gasp of surprise, I locked the door, threw off my coat, and rushed to the large easel. A moment later, I was at work. She did not move. I worked in a frenzy, at last delirious with a dream and its final accomplishment. This would be my masterpiece. Little did I know that retribution waited upon my years of carelessness, disregard for convention, selfishness. Just a few hours ago, I stopped working for a moment. I had not turned on the light, my only illumination being the sharp glow from the moon, which fell over my canvas. Her rigid attitude was beginning to perplex me. I could see her smiling in the half-darkness. She had wound about her a filmy robe, which made her appear almost unreal. It confused me to see a model stand so long. I spoke to her. She did not answer. I dared not do more for fear that she would disappear again from my vision. Hounded by my dream, I picked up my brush again. The hours fell away from me like leaves from a tree in fall. I was creating the greatest thing ever known, the soul of a mummified queen. Who shall know what I might have done had it not grown suddenly dark? The moonlight passed out of my window. I threw on the electricity. In its glow I looked at her. She did not move. I threw myself at her feet. I implored her to speak, to rest, to do anything rather than persevere in the coldness and calm. Without thinking, I touched her hand. It was cold as ice. I drew back. A terrible suspicion entered my mind. It was the Queen herself, the mummified body. I find it hard to write now. Light mist before my eyes. Rivers of sound curtain me. I paint fiercely. Still she moves not. I have torn her to pieces. I am groping for the air. Strange hands are about my throat. I have tottered here to throw this paper. I cannot see. This document may throw some light on the fact that in the studio they found the large plaster model of a woman, broken into many pieces. It had been delivered by mistake the day before Ralph's death, and belonged to the art class on the floor above. The end of The Living Dead by Seymour Lemoyne.
The Mad Woman by Guy de Maupassant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devin Kemp. The Mad Woman by Guy de Maupassant. I can tell you a terrible story about the Franco-Prussian War, Monsieur de Andolin said to some friends assembled in the smoking room of Baron de Ravoux' chateau. "You know my house in the Faubourg de Cormeilles. I was living there when the Prussians came, and I had for a neighbor a kind of mad woman who had lost her senses in the consequence of a series of misfortunes. At the age of 27, she had lost her father, her husband, and her newly born child, all in the space of a month. When death has once entered into a house, it almost invariably returns immediately, as if it knew the way, and the young woman, overwhelmed with grief, took to her bed and was delirious for 6 weeks. Then a species of calm lassitude succeeded that violent crisis, and she remained motionless, eating next to nothing, and only moving her eyes. Every time they tried to make her get up, she screamed as if they were about to kill her, and so they ended by leaving her continually in bed, and only taking her out to wash her, to change her linen, or to turn her mattress. An old servant remained with her, to give her something to drink, or a little cold meat from time to time. What passed in that despairing mind? No one ever knew, for she did not speak at all now. Was she thinking of the dead? Was she dreaming sadly without any precise recollection of anything that had happened? Or was her memory as stagnant as water without any current? But however this may have been, for 15 years she remained thus, inert and secluded. The war broke out, and in the beginning of December the Germans came to Cormeilles. I can remember it as if it were but yesterday. It was freezing, hard enough to split the stones, and I myself was lying back in an armchair, being unable to move on account of the gout, when I heard their heavy and regular tread, and could see them pass from my window. They defiled past interminably, with that particular motion of a puppet on wires which belongs to them. Then the officers billeted their men on the inhabitants, and I had 17 of them. My neighbor, the crazy woman, had a dozen, one of whom was the commandant, a regular, violent, surly swashbuckler. During the first few days everything went on as usual. The officers next door had been told that the lady was ill, and they did not trouble themselves about that in the least, but soon that woman, whom they never saw, irritated them. They asked what her illness was, and were told that she had been in bed for 15 years, in consequence of terrible grief. No doubt they did not believe it, and thought that the poor mad creature would not leave her bed out of pride, so that she might not come near the Prussians, or speak to them, or even see them. The commandant insisted upon her receiving him. He was shown into the room and said to her roughly, "I must beg you to come up, madam, and come downstairs so that we may all see you." But she merely turned her vague eyes on him without replying, and so he continued, "I do not intend to tolerate any insolence, and if you do not get up of your own accord, I can easily find means to make you walk without any assistance." But she did not give any signs of having heard him, and remained quite motionless. Then he got furious, taking that calm silence for a mark of supreme contempt. So he added, "If you do not come downstairs tomorrow." And then he left the room. The next day The terrified old servant wished to dress her, but the mad woman began to scream violently and resisted with all her might. The officer ran upstairs quickly, and the servant threw herself at his feet and cried, "She will not come down, monsieur. She will not. Forgive her, for she is so unhappy." The soldier was embarrassed, as in spite of his anger, he did not venture to order his soldiers to drag her out. But suddenly he began to laugh and gave some orders in German, and soon a party of soldiers was seen coming out supporting a mattress as if they were carrying a wounded man. On that bed, which had been unmade, the mad woman, who was still silent, was lying quite quietly, for she was quite indifferent to anything that went on as long as they let her lie. Behind her, a soldier was carrying a parcel of feminine attire, and the officer said, rubbing his hands, "We will see whether you cannot dress yourself alone and take a little walk." And then the procession went off in the direction of the forest of Imoville. In 2 hours the soldiers came back alone, and nothing more was seen of the mad woman. What had they done with her? Where had they taken her to? No one knew. The snow was falling day and night, and enveloped the plain and the woods in a shroud of frozen foam, and the wolves came and howled at our very doors. The thought of that poor lost woman haunted me, and I made several applications to the Prussian authorities in order to obtain some information, and was nearly shot for doing so. When spring returned, the army of occupation withdrew, but my neighbor's house remained closed, and the grass grew thick in the garden walks. The old servant had died during the winter, and nobody troubled any longer about the occurrence. I alone thought about it constantly. What had they done with the woman? Had she escaped through the forest? Had somebody found her and taken her to a hospital without being able to obtain any information from her? Nothing happened to relieve my doubts, but by degrees time assuaged my fears. Well, in the following autumn the woodcock were very plentiful, and as my gout had left me for a time, I dragged myself as far as the forest. I had already killed 4 or 5 of the long-billed birds when I knocked over one which fell into a ditch full of branches, and I was obliged to get into it in order to pick it up, and I found that it had fallen close to a dead human body. Immediately the recollection of the mad woman struck me like a blow in the chest. Many other people had perhaps died in the wood during that disastrous year, but, though I do not know why, I was sure, I tell you, that I should see the head of that wretched maniac. And suddenly I understood. I guessed everything. They had abandoned her on that mattress in the cold, deserted wood, and faithfully to her fixed idea, she had allowed herself to perish under that thick and light counterpane of snow, without moving either arms or legs. Then the wolves had devoured her, and the birds had built their nests with the wool from her torn bed, and I took charge of her bones. I only pray that our sons may never see any wars again. End of The Mad Woman
The Man Who Was Two by Harold Ward. From The Black Mask, April 1922. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The Man Who Was Two by Harold Ward. 1. To the Governor and members of the Board of Pardons. Some 6 years ago, according to the Daily Press, Captain John Connors of the Detective Bureau of the New York City Police Department was killed in a wreck of the Oskaloosa Limited between Chicago, Illinois and Clinton, Iowa. His body, horribly mangled and disfigured beyond recognition, was shipped home, where it was buried with all the honors due a man of his position. In view of the fact that his was the only body not positively identified, together with the further fact that he was a personal friend of the conductor, one James Barley, who testified at the inquest that he had talked to Connors not over 5 minutes before the wreck, his family and friends accepted the remains without question. I alone know the true story of John Connors. I am making this statement in the hope that a great wrong may be righted. 2. Captain John Connors had been in the West in search of a gang of forgers who had made New York their headquarters. Failing to locate his men, he was on his way home when a telegram intercepted him at Denver, asking him to keep an eye open for one Simon Latham, wanted in New York for murder. Latham, known throughout the country as a gunman and a gangster, had, according to the telegram, committed a crime of unusual atrocity, killing 2 policemen in cold blood and making his escape unscathed. He was believed to have gone to Denver, where he was known to have friends. Connors, being well acquainted with him, was asked to stop over in the Colorado City to assist the police in their search. 2 days spent in Denver convinced him that there was nothing to be gained by a longer stay. The second day out of the western metropolis, he was passing through the train on his way to the observation car when he suddenly located his quarry slumped down in a seat in the smoking compartment. In spite of the fact that Latham had disguised himself to the best of his ability by growing a stubbly beard and donning smoked glasses, Connors had no trouble in recognizing him. Latham was alone in the compartment at the time. Before he had time to make a move, Connors had him covered. "Up with your hands, Latham," he commanded. The gunman obeyed the order. "Who do you think I am, damn you?" he snarled. Connors smiled. "I don't think, I know," he answered. "You are—" He was interrupted by a crash. His revolver flew from his hand as he pitched forward into the arms of the man he had arrested. An instant later, both men were hurled across the car and buried under a mass of debris. Then hell broke loose. The wrecked train was enveloped in flames. Clouds of scalding steam drove the rescuers back time after time. The air was filled with the shrieks of the wounded and the groans of the dying. Men worked like demons to save those who were buried beneath the burning wreckage. Connors and Latham, hidden under the debris of 2 cars, were among the last to be found. The body of the policeman was little more than a charred mass of flesh. Under him, yet protected to a certain extent by his form, was Simon Latham. He too had suffered terrible injuries, yet within his shell still lingered the breath of life. As they dragged the form of the murderer from beneath the wreckage, even the hardened physicians and volunteer nurses gasped with astonishment that he still lived. His face had been parboiled by the steam until the flesh hung in strips. His body, from which the clothes had been burned, was a solid mass of burns. Swathed in cotton, saturated with oil, they rushed him to the hospital. A week passed. He remained unidentified. After a month, he took a slight turn for the better. Finally, he was able to speak a few words. The physicians and nurses gathered around his bed and asked him to identify himself. He answered them listlessly, seemingly as a child repeats a lesson. He was Simon Latham, gunman, gangster, murderer. He was wanted in New York, he told them, for the killing of 2 policemen. Captain Connors had been about to arrest him when the wreck intervened. They expected him to die. It was an impossibility, said the physicians, for a man in his condition to continue living. They believed that he realized it and was making a deathbed confession. They summoned a priest. To the Holy Father he repeated the same story. And then he got well as a man can get who has passed through hell. The New York police were notified. When he left the hospital, it was with handcuffs on his wrists. Yet he made no resistance. His spirit was broken. He reiterated his confession, denying nothing, admitting everything. The state furnished him with an attorney. Acting on the lawyer's advice, he threw himself on the mercy of the court. A kind-hearted judge, taking his physical condition into consideration, sentenced him to life imprisonment rather than the chair. 3. Simon Latham became a model prisoner. He went about his appointed tasks in a solemn, mechanical sort of way, a broken-down old man scarcely out of his teens, a man whose face was seamed with myriad scars, twisted and contorted out of shape by muscular contraction. His short-cropped hair was snow-white, his form bent and feeble. In his eyes was a faraway look, the look of a dog who has lost its master. Eventually he was made a trustee. He performed his work with a civility that surprised those who had known him in former years. Everyone remembers the prison break of some weeks ago. 500 men, the dregs of civilization, armed with a miscellaneous collection of weapons garnered from God knows where, threw themselves against a little group of guards in the big dining hall. For 2 hours the battle waged to and fro. Eventually the officers, better armed, better disciplined, won out. Yet the victory was not gained without considerable loss. As is always the case, many of the prisoners aligned themselves on the side of law and order. Among them was Simon Latham, the lifer. When the trouble broke loose, Latham was standing midway between the row of prisoners and the little knot of guards. As the missiles flew through the air, he was caught between 2 fires. Something, a dish or a bowl, struck him squarely on the head. He dropped to the floor unconscious. For 5 minutes the battle waged across his body. Then he recovered consciousness and plunged into the fray with almost maniacal strength, aiding the guards whenever possible. When the affair was ended and the mutineers were finally herded back into their cells, he was bleeding from a dozen wounds. Here is the peculiar feature. Immediately after the fight, Latham, the model prisoner, became a prison outlaw. He refused to obey prison discipline, insisted on hobnobbing with the guards, and attempted to escape whenever occasion offered itself. He was taken before the warden. The latter, who had taken a great interest in the case of the former gunman, especially since his services at the time of the break, tried argument. Latham insisted to the warden that he was being unjustly held. He asserted that he was not Simon Latham the outlaw, but Captain John Connors, the policeman. The warden, a man not prone to forget favors, finally ordered him taken from the cell where he had been confined after his outbreak and placed in the insane ward under observation. He is there now. Here are the facts as I deduce them. I am positive that I am right. Captain Connors was in the act of arresting Latham when the wreck occurred. He had, as I had said, drawn his revolver and with it covered the murderer. "Who do you think I am, damn you?" the gangster demanded. "I don't think, I know," Connors answered. "You are." Before he could finish the sentence, the cars were piled together. He was thrown forward and received a terrific blow on the head. Then and there, all memory disappeared. But in his subconscious mind were the thoughts that had been flashing through his brain while he was making the arrest. His subconscious memory retained nothing but the impression of Simon Latham. He had known Latham for years. His history was, to the policeman, an open book. He was about to utter Latham's name when the blow came that erased all memory. So, while the conscious mind of Captain John Connors was obliterated, there remained in the tiny cells in the back of his head the recollection of the man who stood before him at that last instant. Latham was killed, his body mutilated beyond all recognition. It was buried as Captain John Connors. Connors, disfigured and mutilated, speaking only the thoughts that, as I have said, were in his mind at that last instant, thoughts that had only to do with Simon Latham, accepted the role of Simon Latham, lived it, accepted the punishment of Simon Latham. Yet somewhere in those tiny cells of subconsciousness remained the policeman. He could not be the renegade that Latham had been, because it was not in his makeup, even though in his own mind he was Latham. Why? Because his training had all been on the side of law and order. Then came the prison break. That flying dish striking him on the head removed, in some way, the pressure against his brain. Immediately, the role of Simon Latham was forgotten, and he started in again where he had left off 6 years before. He was again Captain Connors, policeman and guardian of the law. As Captain John Connors, he plunged into the fight against the convicts. I am positive, gentlemen, that I am right. I ask that you allow me to return home to my family and friends. For, Your Excellency and gentlemen of the Board of Pardons, I am Captain John Connors. I trust that you will accept my word. I have no other proof. The end of The Man Who Was Two by Harold Ward.
A Pair of Hands, An Old Maid's Ghost Story by Arthur Quiller Couch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Diane Castillo. A Pair of Hands, An Old Maid's Ghost Story by Arthur Quiller Couch. Yes, said Miss Le Petit, gazing into the deep fireplace and letting her hands and her knitting lie for the moment idle in her lap. Oh, yes, I have seen a ghost. In fact, I have lived in a house with one for quite a long time. How you could? Began one of my host's daughters. And you, Aunt Emily? Cried the other at the same moment. Miss Le Petit, gentle soul, withdrew her eyes from the fireplace and protested with a gay little smile. Well, my dears, I am not quite the coward you take me for. And, as it happens, mine was the most harmless ghost in the world. In fact, and here she looked at the fire again, I was quite sorry to lose her. It was a woman, then? Now I think, said Miss Blanche, that female ghosts are the horridest of all. They wear little shoes with high red heels, and go about tap tap, wringing their hands. This one wrung her hands, certainly, but I don't know about the high red heels, for I never saw her feet.
Perhaps she was like the Queen of Spain and hadn't any. And as for the hands, it all depends on how you wring them. There's an elderly shop-walker at Knightsbridge, for instance. Don't be prosy, dear, when you know that we're just dying to hear the story. Miss Lepettit turned to me with a small deprecating laugh. It's such a little one. The story or the ghost? Both. And this was Miss Lepettit's story. It happened when I lived down in Cornwall at Trezellac on the south coast. Trezellac was the name of the house, which stood quite alone at the head of a coombe, within sound of the sea, but without sight of it. For though the coombe led down to a wide open beach, it wound and twisted half a dozen times on its way, and its overlapping sides closed the view from the house, which was advertised as secluded. I was very poor in those days. Your father and all of us were poor then, as I trust, my dears, you will never be. But I was young enough to be romantic, and wise enough to like independence, and this word secluded took my fancy. The misfortune was that it had taken the fancy, or just suited the requirements, of several previous tenants. You know, I dare say, the kind of person who rents a secluded house in the country? Well, yes, there are several kinds, but they seem to agree in being odious. No one knows where they come from, though they soon remove all doubt about where they're going to, as the children say. Shady is the word, is it not? Well, the previous tenants of Trezellac, from first to last a bewildering series, had been shady with a vengeance. I knew nothing of this when I first made application to the landlord, a solid yeoman inhabiting a farm at the foot of the coombe, on a cliff overlooking the beach. To him I presented myself fearlessly as a spinster of decent family and small but assured income, intending a rural life of combined seemliness and economy. He met my advances politely enough, but with an air of suspicion, which offended me. I began by disliking him for it. Afterwards I set it down as an unpleasant feature in the local character. I was doubly mistaken. Farmer Hosking was slow-witted, but as honest a man as ever stood up against hard times, and a more open and hospitable race than the people on the coast I never wished to meet. It was the caution of a child who had burnt his fingers, not once but many times. Had I known what I afterwards learned of Farmer Hosking's tribulations as landlord of a secluded country residence, I should have approached him with the bashfulness proper to my suit, and faltered as I undertook to prove the bright exception in a long line of painful experiences. He had bought the Trezellac estate 20 years before, on mortgage, I fancy, because the land adjoined his own and would pay him for tillage. But the house was a nuisance, an incubus, and had been so from the beginning. "Well, miss," he said, "you're welcome to look over it. A pretty enough place, inside and out. There's no trouble about keys, because I've put in a housekeeper, a widow woman, and she'll show you round. With your leave, I'll step up the coombe so far with you, and put you in your way." As I thanked him, he paused and rubbed his chin. "There's one thing I must tell you, though. Whoever takes the house must take Mrs. Carkeek along with it." "Mrs. Carkeek?" I echoed dolefully. "Is that the housekeeper?" "Yes, she was wife to my late hind. I'm sorry, miss," he added, my face telling him no doubt what sort of woman I expected Mrs. Carkeek to be, "but I had to make it a rule after some things that happened. and I dare say you won't find her so bad. Mary Carkeek's a sensible, comfortable woman, and knows the place. She was in service there to Squire Kendall when he sold up and went. Her first place it was." "I may as well see the house anyhow," I said dejectedly, so we started to walk up the coombe. The path, which ran beside a little chattering stream, was narrow for the most part, and Farmer Hosking, with an apology, strode on ahead to beat aside the brambles. But whenever its width allowed us to walk side by side, I caught him from time to time stealing a shy, inquisitive glance under his rough eyebrows. Courteously though he bore himself, it was clear that he could not sum me up to his satisfaction or bring me square with his notion of a tenant for his secluded country residence. I don't know what foolish fancy prompted it, but about halfway up the coombe I stopped short and asked, "There are no ghosts, I suppose?" It struck me a moment after I had uttered it as a supremely silly question, but he took it quite seriously. "No, I never heard tell of any ghosts." He laid a queer sort of stress on the word. "There's always been trouble with servants, and maids' tongues will be runnin'. But Mary Carkeek lives up there alone, and she seems comfortable enough." We walked on. By and by he pointed with his stick. "It don't look like a place for ghosts, now, do it?" Certainly it did not. Above an untrimmed orchard rose a terrace of turf scattered with thorn bushes, and above this a terrace of stone, upon which stood the prettiest cottage I had ever seen. It was long and low and thatched. A deep veranda ran from end to end. Clematis, banksia roses, and honeysuckle climbed the posts of this veranda, and big blooms of the Marichal Neil were clustered along its roof, beneath the lattices of the bedroom windows. The house was small enough to be called a cottage, and rare enough in features and in situation to confer distinction on any tenant. It suggested what in those days we should have called elegant living, and I could have clapped my hands for joy. My spirits mounted still higher when Mrs. Carkeek opened the door to us. I had looked for a Mrs. Gummidge, and I found a healthy middle-aged woman with a thoughtful but contented face, and a smile which, without a trace of obsequiousness, quite bore out the farmer's description of her. She was a comfortable woman, and while we walked through the rooms together, for Mr. Hosking waited outside, I took to Mrs. Carkeek. Her speech was direct and practical. The rooms, in spite of their faded furniture, were bright and exquisitely clean, and somehow the very atmosphere of the house gave me a sense of well-being, of feeling at home and cared for. Yes, of being loved. Don't laugh, my dears, for when I've done you may not think this fancy altogether foolish. I stepped out into the veranda, and Farmer Hosking pocketed the pruning knife which he had been using on a bush of jasmine. "This is better than anything I had dreamed of," said I. "Well, miss, that's not a wise way of beginning a bargain, if you'll excuse me." He took no advantage, however, of my admission, and we struck the bargain as we returned down the coombe to his farm, where the hired chaise waited to convey me back to the market town. I had meant to engage a maid of my own, but now it occurred to me that I might do very well with Mrs. Carkeek. This, too, was settled in the course of the next day or two, and within the week I had moved into my new home. I can hardly describe to you the happiness of my first month at Treslac, because, as I now believe, if I take the reasons which I had for being happy, one by one, there remains over something which I cannot account for. I was moderately young, entirely healthy. I felt myself independent and adventurous. The season was high summer, the weather glorious, the garden in all the pomp of June, yet sufficiently unkempt to keep me busy, give me a sharp appetite for meals, and send me to bed in that drowsy stupor which comes of the odors of earth. I spent the most of my time out of doors, winding up the day's work, as a rule, with a walk down the cool valley, along the beach and back. I soon found that all housework could be safely left to Mrs. Carkeek. She did not talk much. Indeed, her only fault, a rare one in housekeepers, was that she talked too little, and even when I addressed her, seemed at times unable to give me her attention. It was as though her mind strayed off to some small job she had forgotten, and her eyes wore a listening look, as though she waited for the neglected task to speak and remind her. But as a matter of fact, she forgot nothing. Indeed, my dears, I was never so well attended to in my life. Well, that is what I'm coming to. That, so to say, is just it. The woman not only had the rooms swept and dusted, and my meals prepared to the moment. In 100 odd little ways this orderliness, these preparations, seemed to read my desires. Did I wish the roses renewed in a bowl upon the dining table? Sure enough, at the next meal they would be replaced by fresh ones. Mrs. Carkeek, I told myself, must have surprised and interpreted a glance of mine. And yet I could not remember having glanced at the bowl in her presence. And how on earth had she guessed the very roses, the very shapes and colors I had lightly wished for? This is only an instance, you understand. Every day, and from morning to night, I happened on others, each slight enough, but altogether bearing witness to a ministering intelligence as subtle as it was untiring. I am a light sleeper, as you know, with an uncomfortable knack of waking with the sun and roaming early. No matter how early I rose at Tressilac, Miss Carkeek seemed to have prevented me. Finally, I had to conclude that she arose and dusted and tidied as soon as she judged me safely abed. For once, finding the drawing-room, where I had been sitting late, redded up at 4 in the morning, and no trace of a plate of raspberries which I had carried thither after dinner and left overnight, I determined to test her, and walked through to the kitchen, calling her by name. I found the kitchen as clean as a pin, and the fire laid, but no trace of Mrs. Carkeek. I walked upstairs and knocked at her door. At the second knock a sleepy voice cried out, and presently the good woman stood before me in her nightgown, looking, I thought, very badly scared. "No," I said, "it's not a burglar, but I've found out what I wanted, that you do your morning's work overnight. But you mustn't wait for me when I choose to sit up, and now go back to your bed like a good soul, whilst I take a run down to the beach." She stood blinking in the dawn. Her face was still white. "Oh, miss," she gasped, "I made sure you must have seen something." "And so I have," I answered, "but it was neither burglars nor ghosts." "Thank God," I heard her say as she turned back to me in her gray bedroom, which faced the north, and I took this for a carelessly pious expression and ran downstairs, thinking no more of it. A few days later I began to understand. The plan of Tressilac House, I must explain, was simplicity itself. To the left of the hall, as you entered, was the dining room. To the right, the drawing room, with a boudoir beyond. The foot of the stairs faced the front door, and beside it, passing a glazed inner door, you found two others, right and left, the left opening on the kitchen, the right on a passage which ran by a store cupboard under the bend of the stairs to a neat pantry with the usual shelves and linen press, and under the window, which faced north, a porcelain basin and brass tap. On the first morning of my tenancy I had visited this pantry and turned the tap, but no water ran. I supposed this to be accidental. Mrs. Carkeek had to wash up glassware and crockery, and no doubt Mrs. Carkeek would complain of any failure in the water supply. But the day after my surprise visit, as I called it, I had picked a basketful of roses and carried them into the pantry as a handy place to arrange them in. I chose a china bowl and went to fill it at the tap. Again, the water would not run. I called Mrs. Carkeek. "What is wrong with this tap?" I asked. "The rest of the house is well enough supplied." "I don't know, miss. I never use it." "But there must be a reason, and you must find it a great nuisance washing up the plate and glasses in the kitchen. Come around to the back with me, and we'll have a look at the cisterns." "The cisterns'll be all right, miss. I assure you I don't find it a trouble." But I was not to be put off. The back of the house stood but 10 feet from a wall which was really but a stone face built against the cliff cut away by the architect. Above the cliff rose the kitchen garden, and from its lower path we looked over the wall's parapet upon the cisterns. There were two, a very large one supplying the kitchen and the bathroom above the kitchen, and a small one obviously fed by the other, and as obviously leading by a pipe which I could trace to the pantry. Now the big cistern stood almost full, and yet the small one, though on a lower level, was empty. "It's as plain as daylight," said I. "The pipe between the two is choked," and I clambered on to the parapet. "I wouldn't, miss. The pantry tap is only cold water, and no use to me. From the kitchen boiler I gets it hot, you see." "But I want the pantry water for my flowers." I bent over and groped. "I thought as much," said I, as I wrenched out a thick plug of cork, and immediately the water began to flow. I turned triumphantly on Mrs. Carkeek, who had grown suddenly red in the face. Her eyes were fixed on the cork in my hand. To keep it more firmly wedged in its place, somebody had wrapped it round with a rag of calico print. And, discolored though the rag was, I seemed to recall the pattern, a lilac sprig. Then, as our eyes met, it occurred to me that only 2 mornings before Mrs. Carkeek had worn a print gown of that same sprigged pattern. I had the presence of mind to hide this very small discovery, sliding over it some quite trivial remark, and presently Mrs. Carkeek regained her composure. But I own I felt disappointed in her. It seemed such a paltry thing to be disingenuous over. She had deliberately acted a fib before me. And why? Merely because she preferred the kitchen to the pantry tap? It was childish. But servants are all the same, I told myself. I must take Miss Carkeek as she is, and, after all, she is a treasure. On the second night after this, and between 11 and 12 o'clock, I was lying in bed and reading myself sleepy over a novel of Lord Lytton's, when a small sound disturbed me. I listened. The sound was clearly that of water trickling, and I set it down to rain. A shower, I told myself, had filled the water pipes which drained the roof. Somehow I could not fix the sound. There was a water pipe against the wall just outside my window. I rose and drew up the blind. To my astonishment, no rain was falling. No rain had fallen. I felt the slate window sill. Some dew had gathered there, no more. There was no wind, no cloud, only a still moon high over the eastern slope of the coombe, the distant plash of waves, and the fragrance of many roses. I went back to bed and listened again. Yes, the trickling sound continued, quite distinct in the silence of the house, not to be confused for a moment with the dull murmur of the beach. After a while it began to grate on my nerves. I caught up my candle, flung my dressing gown about me, and stole softly downstairs. Then it was simple. I traced the sound to the pantry. "Mrs. Carkeek has left the tap running," said I, and, sure enough, I found it so. A thin trickle, steadily running to waste in the porcelain basin. I turned off the tap, went contentedly back to my bed, and slept. For some hours I opened my eyes in the darkness, and at once knew what had awakened me. The tap was running again. Now it had shut easily in my hand, but not so easily that I could believe it had slipped open again of its own accord. "This is Mrs. Carkeek's doing," said I, "and I am afraid," I added, "bother Mrs. Carkeek." Well, there was no help for it, so I struck a light, looked at my watch, saw that the hour was just 3 o'clock, and descended the stairs again. At the pantry door I paused. I was not afraid, not one little bit. In fact, the notion that anything might be wrong had never crossed my mind. But I remember thinking, with my hand on the door, that if Mrs. Carkeek were in the pantry I might happen to give her a severe fright. I pushed the door open briskly. Mrs. Carkeek was not there. But something was there, by the porcelain basin. Something which might have sent me scurrying upstairs 2 steps at a time, but which, as a matter of fact, held me to the spot. My heart seemed to stand still, so still, and in the stillness I remember setting down the brass candlestick on a tall nest of drawers beside me. Over the porcelain basin and beneath the water trickling from the tap, I saw 2 hands. That was all. 2 small hands, a child's hands. I cannot tell you how they ended. No, they were not cut off. I saw them quite distinctly. Just a pair of small hands, and the wrists, and after that, nothing. They were moving briskly, washing themselves clean. I saw the water trickle and splash over them, not through them, but just as it would on real hands. They were the hands of a little girl, too. Oh, yes, I was sure of that at once. Boys and girls wash their hands differently. I can't tell you what the difference is, but it's unmistakable. I saw all this before my candle slipped and fell with a crash. I had set it down without looking, for my eyes were fixed on the basin, and had balanced it on the edge of the nest of drawers. After the crash, in the darkness there, with the water running, I suffered some bad moments. Oddly enough, the thought uppermost with me was that I must shut off that tap before escaping. I had to. And after a while I picked up all my courage, so to say, between my teeth, and with a little sob thrust out my hand and did it. Then I fled. The dawn was close upon me, and as soon as the sky reddened I took my bath, dressed, and went downstairs. and there at the pantry door I found Mrs. Carkeek, also dressed, with my candlestick in her hand. "Ah," said I, "you picked it up." Our eyes met. Clearly Mrs. Carkeek wished me to begin, and I determined at once to have it out with her. "And you knew all about it. That's what accounts for your plugging up the cistern." "You saw—" she began. "Yes, yes, and you must tell me all about it. Never mind how bad. Is it murder?" "Law bless you, miss, whatever put such horrors in your head?" "She was washing her hands." "Ah, so she does, poor dear. But murder? And dear little Miss Margaret, that wouldn't go to hurt a fly." "Miss Margaret? Eh, she died at 7 year, Squire Kendall's only daughter, and that's over 20 year ago. I was her nurse, miss, and I know. Diphtheria it was. She took it down in the village." "But how do you know it is Margaret?" "Those hands. Why, how could I mistake? That used to be her nurse." "But why does she wash them?" "Well, miss, being always a dainty child, and the housework, you see." I took a long breath. "Do you mean to tell me that all this tidying and dusting—" I broke off. "Is it she who has been taking this care of me?" Mrs. Carkeek met my look steadily. "Who else, miss?" "Poor little soul!" "Well, now," Mrs. Carkeek rubbed my candlestick with the edge of her apron, "I'm so glad you take it like this, for there isn't really nothing to be afraid of, is there?" She eyed me wistfully. "It's my belief she loves you, miss, but only to think what a time she must have had with the others." "The others?" I echoed. "The other tenants, miss, the ones afore you." "Were they bad?" "They was awful. Didn't Farmer Hosking tell you? They carried on fearful, one after another, and each one worse than the last." "What was the matter with them? Drink?" "Drink, miss, with some of 'em. There was the Major, he used to go mad with it, and run about the coombe in his nightshirt. Oh, scandalous! And his wife drank too. That is, if she ever was his wife. Just think of that tender child washing up after their nasty doings." I shivered. "But that wasn't the worst, miss, not by a long way. There was a pair here, from the colonies, or so they gave out, with 2 children, a boy and a girl, the eldest scarce 6. Poor mites!" "Why, what happened?" "They beat those children, miss. Your blood would boil. And starved and tortured 'em, it's my belief. You could hear their screams, I've been told, away back in the high road, and that's the best part of half a mile. Sometimes they was locked up without food for days together. But it's my belief that little Miss Margaret managed to feed them somehow. Oh, I can see her creeping to the door and comforting." "But perhaps she never showed herself when these awful people were here, but took to flight until they left." "You didn't never know her, miss, the brave she was. She'd have stood up to lions. She've been here all the while. And only to think what her innocent eyes and ears must have took in. There was another couple." Mrs. Carkeek sunk her voice. "Oh, hush," said I, "if I'm to have any peace of mind in this house." "But you won't go, miss? She loves you, I know she do. And think what you might be leaving her to. What sort of tenant might come next? For she can't go. She've been here ever since her father sold the place. He died soon after. You mustn't go." Now I had resolved to go, but all of a sudden I felt how mean this resolution was. "After all," said I, "there's nothing to be afraid of." "That's it, miss, nothing at all. I don't even believe it's so very uncommon. Why, I've heard my mother tell of farmhouses where the rooms were swept every night as regular as clockwork, and the floors sanded, and the pots and pans scoured, and all the while the maids slept. They put it down to the piskies. But we know better, miss, and now we've got the secret between us, we can lie easy in our beds, and if we hear anything, say, 'God bless the child,' and go to sleep." "Mrs. Carkeek," said I, "there's only one condition I have to make." "What's that?" "Why, that you let me kiss you." "Oh, you dear!" said Mrs. Carkeek, as we embraced, and this was as close to familiarity as she allowed herself to go in the whole course of my acquaintance with her. I spent 3 years at Tressilac, and all that while Mrs. Carkeek lived with me and shared the secret. Few women, I dare to say, were ever so completely wrapped around with love as we were during those 3 years. It ran through my waking life like a song. It smoothed my pillow, touched and made my table comely. In summer lifted the heads of the flowers as I passed, and in winter watched the fire with me and kept it bright. Why did I ever leave Tressilac? Because one day, at the end of 5 years, Farmer Hosking brought me word that he had sold the house, or was about to sell it, I forget which. There was no avoiding it, at any rate, the purchaser being a Colonel Kendall, a brother of the old squire. "A married man?" I asked. "Yes, miss, with a family of 8, as pretty children as ever you see, and the mother a good lady. It's the old home to Colonel Kendall." "I see. And that is why you feel bound to sell?" "It's a good price, too, that he offers. You mustn't think, but I'm sorry enough." "To turn me out? I thank you, Mr. Hosking, but you are doing the right thing." Since Mrs. Carkeek was to stay, the arrangement lacked nothing of absolute perfection, except perhaps that it found no room for me. "She, Margaret, will be happy," I said, "with her cousins, you know." "Oh, yes, miss, she will be happy, sure enough," Mrs. Carkeek agreed. So when the time came, I packed up my boxes and tried to be cheerful. But on the last morning, when they stood corded in the hall, I sent Mrs. Carkeek upstairs upon some poor excuse, and stepped alone into the pantry. "Margaret!" I whispered. There was no answer at all. I had scarcely dared to hope for one. Yet I tried again, and, shutting my eyes this time, stretched out both hands and whispered, "Margaret!" And I will swear to my dying day that 2 little hands stole and rested, for a moment only, in mine. End of A Pair of Hands, an Old Maid's Ghost Story. Recording by Diane Castillo.
The Pit and the Pendulum by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Pit and the Pendulum by Edgar Allan Poe. I was sick, sick unto death with that long agony. And when they at length unbound me, and I was permitted to sit, I felt that my senses were leaving me. The sentence, the dread sentence of death, was the last of distinct extenuation which reached my ears. After that, the sound of the inquisitorial voices seemed merge in one dreamy, indeterminate hum. It conveyed to my soul the idea of revolution, perhaps from its association in fancy with the burr of a mill wheel. This only for a brief period, for presently I heard no more. Yet, for a while, I saw, but with how terrible an exaggeration! I saw the lips of the black-robed judges. They appeared to me white, whiter than the sheet upon which I traced these words, and thin even to grotesqueness, thin with the intensity of their expression of firmness, of immovable resolution, of stern contempt of human torture. I saw that the decrees of what to me was fate were still issuing from those lips. I saw them writhe with a deadly locution. I saw them fashion the syllables of my name, and I shuddered because no sound succeeded. I saw, too, for a few moments of delirious horror, the soft and nearly imperceptible waving of the sable draperies which enwrapped the walls of the apartment. And then my vision fell upon the 7 tall candles upon the table. At first they wore the aspect of charity, and seemed white and slender angels who would save me. But then, all at once, there came a most deadly nausea over my spirit, and I felt every fibre of my frame thrill as if I had touched the wire of a galvanic battery, while the angel forms became meaningless spectres with heads of flame, and I saw that from them there would be no help. And then there stole into my fancy, like a rich musical note, the thought of what sweet rest there must be in the grave. The thought came gently and stealthily, and it seemed long before it attained full appreciation. But just as my spirit came at length properly to feel and entertain it, the figures of the judges vanished, as if magically, from before me. The tall candles sank into nothingness. Their flames went out utterly. The blackness of darkness supervened. All sensations appeared swallowed up in a mad rushing descent as of the soul into Hades. Then silence and stillness. Night were the universe. I had swooned, but still will not say that all of consciousness was lost. What of it there remained, I will not attempt to define, or even to describe. Yet all was not lost. In the deepest slumber, no. In delirium, no. In a swoon, no. In death, no. Even in the grave, all is not lost. Else there is no immortality for man. Arousing from the most profound of slumbers, we break the gossamer web of some dream. Yet, in a second afterward, so frail may that web have been, we remember not that we have dreamed. In the return to life from the swoon, there are 2 stages. First, that of the sense of mental or spiritual. Secondly, that of the sense of physical existence. It seems probable that if, upon reaching the second stage, we could recall the impressions of the first, we should find these impressions eloquent in memories of the gulf beyond. And that gulf is what? How at least shall we distinguish its shadows from those of the tomb? But if the impressions of what I have termed the first stage are not, at will, recalled, yet, after long interval, do they not come unbidden, while we marvel whence they come? He who has never swooned is not he who finds strange palaces and wildly familiar faces in coals that glow, is not he who beholds floating in mid-air the sad visions that the many may not view, is not he who ponders over the perfume of some novel flower, is not he whose brain grows bewildered with the meaning of some musical cadence which has never before arrested his attention. Amid frequent and thoughtful endeavors to remember, amid earnest struggles to regather some token of the state of seeming nothingness into which my soul had lapsed, there have been moments when I have dreamed of success. There have been brief, very brief periods when I have conjured up remembrances which the lucid reason of a later epoch assures me could have had reference only to that condition of seeming unconsciousness. These shadows of memory tell, indistinctly, of tall figures that lifted and bore me in silence down, down, still down, till a hideous dizziness oppressed me at the mere idea of the interminableness of the descent. They tell also of a vague horror at my heart, on account of that heart's unnatural stillness. Then comes a sense of sudden motionlessness throughout all things, as if those who bore me, a ghastly train, had outrun, in their descent, the limits of the limitless, and paused from the wearisomeness of their toil. After this, I call to mind flatness and dampness, and then all is madness, the madness of a memory which busies itself among forbidden things. Very suddenly there came back to my soul motion and sound, the tumultuous motion of my heart, and, in my ears, the sound of its beating. Then a pause, in which all is blank. Then again sound, and motion, and touch, a tingling sensation pervading my frame. Then the mere consciousness of existence, without thought, a condition which lasted long. Then, very suddenly, thought and shuddering terror, an earnest endeavor to comprehend my true state. Then a strong desire to lapse into insensibility. Then a rushing revival of soul and a successful effort to move. And now a full memory of the trial, of the judges, of the sable draperies, of the sentence, of the sickness, of the swoon. Then entire forgetfulness of all that followed, of all that a later day and much earnestness of endeavor have enabled me vaguely to recall. So far, I had not opened my eyes. I felt that I lay upon my back, unbound. I reached out my hand, and it fell heavily upon something damp and hard. There I suffered it to remain for many minutes, while I strove to imagine where and what I could be. I longed, yet dared not employ my vision. I dreaded the first glance at objects around me. It was not that I feared to look upon things horrible, but that I grew aghast, lest there should be nothing to see. At length, with the wild desperation at heart, I quickly unclosed my eyes. My worst thoughts, then, were confirmed. The blackness of eternal night encompassed me. I struggled for breath. The intensity of the darkness seemed to oppress and stifle me. The atmosphere was intolerably close. I still lay quietly, and made effort to exercise my reason. I brought to mind the inquisitorial proceedings, and attempted from that point to deduce my real condition. The sentence had passed, and it appeared to me that a very long interval of time had since elapsed. Yet not for a moment did I suppose myself actually dead. Such a supposition, notwithstanding what we read in fiction, is altogether inconsistent with real existence. But where and in what state was I? The condemned to death, I knew, perished usually at the autos da fe, and one of these had been held on the very night of the day of my trial. Had I been remanded to my dungeon to await the next sacrifice, which would not take place for many months? This I at once saw could not be. Victims had been in immediate demand. Moreover, my dungeon, as well as all the condemned cells at Toledo, had stone floors, and the light was not altogether excluded. A fearful idea now suddenly drove the blood in torrents upon my heart, and for a brief period I once more relapsed into insensibility. Upon recovering, I at once started to my feet, trembling convulsively in every fibre. I thrust my arms wildly above and around me in all directions. I felt nothing, yet dreaded to move a step, lest I should be impeded by the walls of a tomb. Perspiration burst from every pore, and stood in cold big beads upon my forehead. The agony of suspense grew at length intolerable, and I cautiously moved forward, with my arms extended, and my eyes straining from their sockets, in the hope of catching some faint ray of light. I proceeded for many paces, but still all was blackness and vacancy. I breathed more freely. It seemed evident that mine was not, at least, the most hideous of fates. And now, as I still continued to step cautiously onward, there came thronging upon my recollection 1,000 vague rumors of the horrors of Toledo. Of the dungeons there had been strange things narrated. Fables, I had always deemed them, but yet strange and too ghastly to repeat, save in a whisper. Was I left to perish of starvation in this subterranean world of darkness? Or what fate, perhaps even more fearful, awaited me? That the result would be death, and a death of more than customary bitterness, I knew too well the character of my judges to doubt. The mode and the hour were all that occupied or distracted me. My outstretched hands at length encountered some solid obstruction. It was a wall, seemingly of stone masonry, very smooth, slimy, and cold. I followed it up, stepping with all the careful distrust with which certain antique narratives had inspired me. This process, however, afforded me no means of ascertaining the dimensions of my dungeon, as I might make its circuit, and return to the point whence I set out, without being aware of the fact. So perfectly uniform seemed the wall. I therefore sought the knife which had been in my pocket, which led into the inquisitorial chamber, but it was gone. My clothes had been exchanged for a wrapper of coarse serge. I had thought of forcing the blade in some minute crevice of the masonry, so as to identify my point of departure. The difficulty, nevertheless, was but trivial, although, in the disorder of my fancy, it seemed at first insuperable. I tore a part of the hem from the robe, and placed the fragment at full length and at right angles to the wall. In groping my way around the prison, I could not fail to encounter this rag upon completing the circuit. So, at least I thought, but I had not counted upon the extent of the dungeon, or upon my own weakness. The ground was moist and slippery. I staggered onward for some time, when I stumbled and fell. My excessive fatigue induced me to remain prostrate, and sleep soon overtook me as I lay. Upon awaking, and stretching forth an arm, I found beside me a loaf and a pitcher with water. I was too much exhausted to reflect upon this circumstance, but ate and drank with avidity. Shortly afterward, I resumed my tour around the prison, and with much toil came at last upon the fragment of the serge. Up to the period when I fell, I had counted 52 paces, and upon resuming my walk, I had counted 48 more, when I arrived at the rag. There were in all, then, 100 paces, and, admitting 2 paces to the yard, I presumed the dungeon to be 50 yards in circuit. I had met, however, with many angles in the wall, and thus I could form no guess at the shape of the vault, for vault I could not help supposing it to be. I had little object, certainly no hope, in these researches, but a vague curiosity prompted me to continue them. Quitting the wall, I resolved to cross the area of the enclosure. At first, I proceeded with extreme caution, for the floor, although seemingly of solid material, was treacherous with slime. At length, however, I took courage, and did not hesitate to step firmly, endeavoring to cross in as direct a line as possible. I had advanced some 10 or 12 paces in this manner, when the remnant of the torn hem of my robe became entangled between my legs. I stepped on it, and fell violently on my face. In the confusion attending my fall, I did not immediately apprehend a somewhat startling circumstance, which yet, in a few seconds afterward, and while I lay prostrate, arrested my attention. It was this: my chin rested upon the floor of the prison, but my lips and the upper portion of my head, although seemingly at a less elevation than my chin, touched nothing. At the same time, my forehead seemed bathed in a clammy vapor, and the peculiar smell of decayed fungus arose to my nostrils. I put forward my arm, and shuddered to find that I had fallen at the very brink of a circular pit, whose extent, of course, I had no means of ascertaining at the moment. Groping about the masonry just below the margin, I succeeded in dislodging a small fragment, and let it fall into the abyss. For many seconds I hearkened to its reverberations as it dashed against the sides of the chasm in its descent. At length there was a sullen plunge into water, succeeded by loud echoes. At the same moment there came a sound resembling the quick opening, and as rapid closing, of a door overhead, while a faint gleam of light flashed suddenly through the gloom, and as suddenly faded away. I saw clearly the doom which had been prepared for me, and congratulated myself upon the timely accident by which I had escaped. Another step before my fall, and the world had seen me no more. And the death just avoided was of that very character which I had regarded as fabulous and frivolous in the tales respecting the Inquisition. To the victims of its tyranny there was the choice of death with its direst physical agonies, or death with its most hideous moral horrors. I had been reserved for the latter. By long suffering my nerves had been unstrung, until I trembled at the sound of my own voice, and had become, in every respect, a fitting subject for the species of torture which awaited me. Shaking in every limb, I groped my way back to the wall, resolving there to perish rather than risk the terrors of the wells, of which my imagination now pictured many in various positions about the dungeon. In other conditions of mind, I might have had courage to end my misery at once by a plunge into one of these abysses. But now I was the veriest of cowards. Neither could I forget what I have read of these pits, that the sudden extinction of life formed no part of their most horrible plan. Agitation of spirit kept me awake for many long hours, but at length I again slumbered. Upon arousing, I found by my side, as before, a loaf and a pitcher of water. A burning thirst consumed me, and I emptied the vessel at a draught. It must have been drugged, for scarcely had I drunk before I became irresistibly drowsy. A deep sleep fell upon me, a sleep like that of death. How long it lasted, of course, I know not, but when, once again, I unclosed my eyes, the objects around me were visible by a wild sulphurous luster, the origin of which I could not at first determine, I was enabled to see the extent and aspect of the prison. In its size, I had been greatly mistaken. The whole circuit of its walls did not exceed 25 yards. For some minutes, this fact occasioned me a world of vain trouble. Vain indeed, for what could be of less importance, under the terrible circumstances which environed me, than the mere dimensions of my dungeon? But my soul took a wild interest in trifles, and I busied myself in endeavors to account for the error I had committed in my measurement. The truth at length flashed upon me. In my first attempt at exploration, I had counted 52 paces, up to the period when I fell. I must then have been within a pace or two of the fragment of serge. In fact, I had nearly performed the circuit of the vault. I then slept, and upon awaking, I must have returned upon my steps, thus supposing the circuit nearly double what it actually was. My confusion of mind prevented me from observing that I began my tour with the wall to the left, and ended it with the wall to the right. I had been deceived, too, in respect to the shape of the enclosure. In feeling my way, I had found many angles, and thus deduced an idea of great irregularity. So potent is the effect of total darkness upon one arousing from lethargy or sleep. The angles were simply those of a few slight depressions or niches at odd intervals. The general shape of the prison was square. What I had taken for masonry seemed now to be iron, or some other metal, in huge plates, whose sutures or joints occasioned the depression. The entire surface of this metallic enclosure was rudely daubed in all the hideous and repulsive devices to which the charnel superstition of the monks has given rise. The figures of fiends in aspects of menace, with skeleton forms, and other more really fearful images, overspread and disfigured the walls. I observed that the outlines of these monstrosities were sufficiently distinct, but that the colors seemed faded and blurred, as if from the effects of a damp atmosphere. I now noticed the floor, too, which was of stone. In the center yawned the circular pit from whose jaws I had escaped, but it was the only one in the dungeon. All this I saw indistinctly and by much effort, for my personal condition had been greatly changed during slumber. I now lay upon my back, and at full length, on a species of low framework of wood. To this I was securely bound by a long strap resembling a surcingle. It passed in many convolutions about my limbs and body, leaving at liberty only my head, and my left arm to such extent that I could, by dint of much exertion, supply myself with food from an earthen dish which lay by my side on the floor. I saw, to my horror, that the pitcher had been removed. I say to my horror, for I was consumed with intolerable thirst. This thirst it appeared to be the design of my persecutors to stimulate, for the food in the dish was meat pungently seasoned. Looking upward, I surveyed the ceiling of my prison. It was some 30 or 40 feet overhead, and constructed much as the side walls. In one of its panels, a very singular figure riveted my whole attention. It was the painted figure of Time, as he is commonly represented, save that, in lieu of a scythe, he held what, at a casual glance, I supposed to be the pictured image of a huge pendulum, such as we see on antique clocks. There was something, however, in the appearance of this machine, which caused me to regard it more attentively. While I gazed directly upward at it, for its position was immediately over my own, I fancied that I saw it in motion. In an instant afterward, the fancy was confirmed. Its sweep was brief, and of course, slow. I watched it for some minutes, somewhat in fear, but more in wonder. Wearied at length with observing its dull movement, I turned my eyes upon the other objects in the cell. A slight noise attracted my notice, and looking to the floor, I saw several enormous rats traversing it. They had issued from the well, which lay chest within view to my right. Even then, while I gazed, they came up in troops, hurriedly, with ravenous eyes, allured by the scent of the meat. From this, it required much effort and attention to scare them away. It might have been half an hour, perhaps even an hour, for I could take but imperfect note of time, before I again cast my eyes upward. What I then saw confounded and amazed me. The sweep of the pendulum had increased in extent by nearly a yard. As a natural consequence, its velocity was also much greater. But what mainly disturbed me was the idea that had been perceptibly descended. I now observed, with what horror it is needless to say, that its nether extremity was formed of a crescent of glittering steel, about a foot in length from horn to horn, the horns upward, and the under edge evidently as keen as that of a razor. Like a razor also, it seemed massy and heavy, tapering from the edge into a solid and broad structure above. It was appended to a weighty rod of brass, and the whole hissed as it swung through the air. I could no longer doubt the doom prepared for me by monkish ingenuity in torture. My cognizance of the pit had become known to the inquisitorial agents, the pits whose horrors had been destined for so bold a recusant as myself, the pit typical of hell and regarded by rumor as the ultima thule of all their punishments. The plunge into this pit I had avoided by the merest of accidents. I knew that surprise, or entrapment into torment, formed an important portion of all the grotesquerie of these dungeon deaths. Having failed to fall, it was no part of the demon plan to hurl me into the abyss. And thus, there being no alternative, a different and a milder destruction awaited me. Milder! I half smiled in my agony as I thought of such application of such a term. What boots it to tell of the long, long hours of horror, more than mortal, during which I counted the rushing vibrations of the steel, inch by inch, line by line, with the descent only appreciable at intervals that seemed ages. Down and still down it came. Days passed. It might have been that many days passed, ere it swept so closely over me as to fan me with its acrid breath. The odor of the sharp steel forced itself into my nostrils. I prayed, I wearied heaven with my prayer for its more speedy descent. I grew frantically mad, and struggled to force myself upward against the sweep of the fearful scimitar. And then I fell suddenly calm, and lay smiling at the glittering death, as a child at some rare bauble. There was another interval of utter insensibility. It was brief, for, upon again lapsing into life, there had been no perceptible descent in the pendulum. But it might have been long, for I knew there were demons who took note of my swoon, and who could have arrested the vibration at pleasure. Upon my recovery, too, I felt very, inexpressibly sick and weak, as if through long inanition. Even amid the agonies of that period, the human nature craved food. With painful effort, I outstretched my left arm as far as my bonds permitted, and took possession of the small remnant which had been spared me by the rats. As I put a portion of it within my lips, there rushed to my mind a half-formed thought of joy, of hope. Yet what business had I with hope? It was, as I say, a half-formed thought. Man has many such which are never completed. I felt that it was of joy, of hope, but felt also that it had perished in its formation. In vain I struggled to perfect it, to regain it. Long suffering had nearly annihilated all my ordinary powers of mind. I was an imbecile, an idiot. The vibration of the pendulum was at right angles to my length. I saw that the crescent was designed to cross the region of the heart. It would fray the serge of my robe. It would return and repeat its operations again and again. Notwithstanding terrifically wide sweep, some 30 feet or more, and the hissing vigor of its descent, sufficient to sunder these very walls of iron, still the fraying of my robe would be all that, for several minutes, it would accomplish. And at this thought, I paused. I dared not go farther than this reflection. I dwelt upon it with a pertinacity of attention, as if, in so dwelling, I could arrest here the descent of the steel. I forced myself to ponder upon the sound of the crescent as it should pass across the garment, upon the peculiar thrilling sensation which the friction of cloth produces on the nerves. I pondered upon all this frivolity until my teeth were on edge. Down, steadily down it crept. I took a frenzied pleasure in contrasting its downward with its lateral velocity. To the right, to the left, far and wide, with the shriek of a damned spirit, to my heart with the stealthy pace of the tiger. I alternately laughed and howled as the one or the other idea grew predominant. Down, certainly, relentlessly down. It vibrated within 3 inches of my bosom. I struggled violently, furiously, to free my left arm. This was free only from the elbow to the hand. I could reach the latter from the platter beside me to my mouth with great effort, but no farther. Could I have broken the fastenings above the elbow, I would have seized and attempted to arrest the pendulum. I might as well have attempted to arrest an avalanche. Down, still unceasingly, still inevitably down. I gasped and struggled at each vibration. I shrunk convulsively at its every sweep. My eyes followed its outward or upward whirls with the eagerness of the most unmeaning despair. They closed themselves spasmodically at the descent, although death would have been a relief. Oh, how unspeakable! Still, I quivered in every nerve to think how slight a sinking of the machinery would precipitate that keen, glistening axe upon my bosom. It was hope that prompted the nerve to quiver, the frame to shrink. It was hope, the hope that triumphs on the rack, that whispers to the death condemned, even in the dungeons of the Inquisition. I saw that some 10 or 12 vibrations would bring the steel in actual contact with my robe, and with this observation there suddenly came over my spirit all the keen, collected calmness of despair. For the first time during many hours, or perhaps days, I thought, it now occurred to me that the bandage, or surcingle, which enveloped me, was unique. I was tied by no separate cord. The first stroke of the razor-like crescent athwart any position of the band would so detach it that it might be unwound from my person by means of my left hand. But how fearful, in that case, the proximity of the steel! The result of the slightest struggle, how deadly! Was it likely, moreover, that the minions of the torturer had not foreseen and provided for this possibility? Was it probable that the bandage crossed my bosom in the track of the pendulum? Dreading to find my faint, and, as it seemed, my last hope frustrated, I so far elevated my head as to obtain a distinct view of my breast. The surcingle enveloped my limbs and body close in all directions, save in the path of the destroying crescent. Scarcely had I dropped my head back into its original position, where there flashed upon my mind what I cannot better describe than as the unformed half of that idea of deliverance to which I have previously alluded, and of which a moiety only floated indeterminately through my brain when I raised food to my burning lips. The whole thought was now present, feeble, scarcely sane, scarcely definite, but still entire. I proceeded at once, with the nervous energy of despair, to attempt its execution. For many hours, the immediate vicinity of the low framework upon which I lay had been literally swarming with rats. They were wild, bold, ravenous, their red eyes glaring upon me, as if they waited but for motionlessness on my part to make me their prey. To what food, I thought, have they been accustomed in the well? They had devoured, in spite of all my efforts to prevent them, all but a small remnant of the contents of the dish. I had fallen into an habitual seesaw, or wave of the hand about the platter, and, at length, the unconscious uniformity of the movement deprived it of effect. In their voracity, the vermin frequently fastened their sharp fangs in my fingers. With the particles of the oily and spicy viand which now remained, I thoroughly rubbed the bandage wherever I could reach it. Then, raising my hand from the floor, I lay breathlessly still. At first, the ravenous animals were startled and terrified at the change, at the cessation of movement. They shrank alarmedly back. Many sought the well. But this was only for a moment. I had not counted in vain upon their voracity. Observing that I remained without motion, one or two of the boldest leaped upon the framework and smelt at the surcingle. This seemed to signal for a general rush. Forth from the well they hurried in fresh troops. They clung to the wood, they overran it, and leaped in hundreds upon my person. The measured movement of the pendulum disturbed them not at all. Avoiding its strokes, they busied themselves with the anointed bandage. They pressed, they swarmed upon me in ever-accumulating heaps. They writhed upon my throat. Their cold lips sought my own. I was half stifled by their thronging pressure. Disgust, for which the world has no name, swelled my bosom and chilled, with a heavy clamminess, my heart. Yet 1 minute, and I felt that the struggle would be over. Plainly, I perceived the loosening of the bandage. I knew that in more than one place it must already be severed. With a more than human resolution, I lay still. Nor had I erred in my calculations, nor had I endured in vain. I at length felt that I was free. The surcingle hung in ribbons from my body, but the stroke of the pendulum already pressed upon my bosom. It had divided the serge of the robe. It had cut through the linen beneath. Twice again it swung, and a sharp sense of pain shot through every nerve. But the moment of escape had arrived. At a wave of my hand, my deliverers hurried tumultuously away. With the steady movement, cautious, sidelong, shrinking, and slow, I slid from the embrace of the bandage and beyond the reach of the scimitar. For the moment, at least, I was free. Free! And in the grasp of the Inquisition. I had scarcely stepped from my wooden bed of horror upon the stone floor of the prison, when the motion of the hellish machine ceased, and I beheld it drawn up, by some invisible force, through the ceiling. This was a lesson which I took desperately to heart. My every motion was undoubtedly watched. Free! I had but escaped death in one form of agony, to be delivered unto worse than death in some other. With that thought, I rolled my eaves nervously around on the barriers of iron that hemmed me in. Something unusual, some change which, at first, I could not appreciate distinctly. It was obvious had taken place in the apartment. For many minutes of a dreamy and trembling abstraction, I busied myself in vain, unconnected conjecture. During this period, I became aware, for the first time, of the origin of the sulphurous light which illumined the cell. It proceeded from a fissure about half an inch in width, extending entirely around the prison at the base of the walls, which thus appeared, and were, completely separated from the floor. I endeavored, but of course in vain, to look through the aperture. As I arose from the attempt, the mystery of the alteration in the chamber broke at once upon my understanding. I have observed that, although the outlines of the figures upon the walls were sufficiently distinct, yet the colors seemed blurred and indefinite. These colors had now assumed, and were momentarily assuming, a startling and most intense brilliancy, that gave to the spectral and fiendish portraitures an aspect that might have thrilled even firmer nerves than my own. Demon eyes, of a wild and ghastly vivacity, glared upon me in 1,000 directions, where none had been visible before, and gleamed with the lurid luster of a fire that I could not force my imagination to regard as unreal. Unreal! Even while I breathed, there came to my nostrils the breath of the vapor of heated iron. A suffocating odor pervaded the prison. A deeper glow settled each moment in the eyes that glared at my agonies. A richer tint of crimson diffused itself over the pictured horrors of blood. I panted. I gasped for breath. There could be no doubt of the design of my tormentors. Oh, most unrelenting! Oh, most demoniac of men! I shrank from the glowing metal to the center of the cell. Amid the thought of the fiery destruction that impended, the idea of the coolness of the well came over my soul like balm. I rushed to its deadly brink. I threw my straining vision below. The glare from the enkindled roof illumined its inmost recesses. Yet, for a wild moment, did my spirit refuse to comprehend the meaning of what I saw. At length it wrestled its way into my soul. It burned itself in upon my shuddering reason. Oh, for a voice to speak! Oh, horror! Oh, any horror but this! With a shriek, I rushed from the margin and buried my face in my hands, weeping bitterly. The heat rapidly increased, and once again I looked up, shuddering as with a fit of the ague. There had been a second change in the cell, and now the change was obviously in the form. As before, it was in vain that I, at first, endeavored to appreciate or understand what was taking place. But not long was I left in doubt. The inquisitorial vengeance had been hurried by my twofold escape, and there was to be no more dallying with the king of terrors. The room had been square. I saw that 2 of its iron angles were now acute, 2, consequently, obtuse. The fearful difference quickly increased with a low rumbling or moaning sound. In an instant the apartment had shifted its form into that of a lozenge. But the alteration stopped not here. I neither hoped nor desired it to stop. I could have clasped the red walls to my bosom as a garment of eternal peace. "Death," I said. "Any death but that of the pit." Fool! Might I have not known that into the pit it was the object of the burning iron to urge me? Could I resist its glow? Or, if even that, could I withstand its pressure? And now flatter and flatter grew the lozenge, with a rapidity that left me no time for contemplation. Its center, and of course its greatest width, came just over the yawning gulf. I shrank back, but the closing walls pressed me resistlessly onward. At length, for my seared and writhing body, there was no longer an inch of foothold on the firm floor of the prison. I struggled no more, but the agony of my soul found vent in one loud, long, and final scream of despair. I felt that I tottered upon the brink. I averted my eyes. There was a discordant hum of human voices. There was a loud blast, as of many trumpets. There was a harsh grating, as of 1,000 thunders. The fiery walls rushed back. An outstretched arm caught my own as I fell, fainting, into the abyss. It was that of General Lasalle. The French army had entered Toledo. The Inquisition was in the hands of its enemies.
End of The Pit and the Pendulum.
The Second Wife by Mary Heaton Vorse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anamika. The Second Wife by Mary Heaton Vorse. More poignant than the facts of life, with as much power as the elemental needs of the body, the unseen still shapes the lives of vast peoples. In some black corners of the earth, strange demons still call out for human sacrifice. Mysterious and powerful are these voiceless companions of men. We alone, of all ages and peoples, have denied them. We have cut away our shadows from our spirits, and perhaps that is why the spirits of modern men seem unsubstantial, as a body would which could cast no dark silhouette behind it. Around the paths of men, the unseen exists always, and it may come to anyone and at any moment, as it did to Beta and to Graham. The mellow afternoon light shone through the quiet spaces of the room, which, simple as it was, bare almost, some would have said, had the supreme beauty of proportion. It had an air about it, a gracious gravity, which proclaimed it of the honorable lineage of lovingly built houses. It gave the effect of space, even of elegance, if for no other reason than that its 3 dimensions were in harmony. For the first time its charms failed with Beta. Its beneficent dignity mocked at her, affecting her with the same anger that the unthinking beauty of a glorious day does to one in deep trouble. This room, her creature, how dare it breathe peace while she suffered with unrest? If there had been any reason for it, she could have borne it. She had stood up with gallantry to all the blows that fate had handed out to her. No matter what had happened, her inner self had been serene and unshaken. And now, for no reason, with all the surfaces of life fair and smiling before her, a horror unspeakable, reasonless, invaded the secret places of her being. She sat there saying to herself, "I will not, I will not, I will not! They can't make me, they can't make me, they can't make me!" And with the words once spoken, it was as though her spirit cried out against something unknown, as though she fought for her own self and for something very dear to her, and yet she didn't know what she was fighting. The outward symbol of this struggle was so trivial, so meaningless, that she shivered at herself as though her reason was failing her. There was a bowl of yellow jonquils gleaming out of a dark corner of the room, reflecting themselves on the dark floor in a splash of color. Beta had been moved with an impulse to take these flowers and place them between the windows, where the light would shine through them, on a small, round table, on which was inlaid a landscape in mother of pearl, a table that might have been hideous, but had turned out to be only a charming indiscretion of some cabinet maker. This whim, so harmless in its outer meaning, had come over her like an overpowering wave, yet it had come not as her own wish. It was as though it arose from the passionate desire of some will outside her own. To steady herself, Beta sat down in the rosewood chair and said to herself, "I will not! I will not!" as though fighting for her own individuality. This impulse, with its meaningless madness, had come as suddenly, as shatteringly, as some explosion. Dread shook her through and through, a dread that left her tense and expectant. Why, she hadn't felt that way for 3 years, not since she had waited for one of Elaine's terrible, meaningless, heart-rending scenes that Graham and she knew were caused by Elaine's illness, and yet scenes that gave the effect of wantonness, as if Elaine wanted to make them suffer too. Since her nerves were diseased, since her soul was poisoned in God knows what mysterious fashion, she couldn't let them off, the 2 creatures dearest to her, but must encompass them also in the hell where she lived. In spite of Beta's care and Graham's devotion, Elaine had got worse and worse, until it seemed to them that madness stared from her eyes. She had died from an overdose of her sleeping potion, an accidental death, the doctor had insisted. This had been 3 years ago. After Elaine's death, Graham had gone abroad, and for a year Beta hadn't seen him. Just when, after his return, she had begun to care for him, she couldn't now tell. They had drifted into it, gone in step by step. She couldn't even remember when he had asked her to marry him, so well had they understood. She had been married 6 months now, and until this moment she had been happier than she had ever been in her life, happier than she had known it was possible to be. The 18 months that she had spent nursing Elaine, and the final catastrophe, had left her stunned, asking of life only quiet. She had had peace and rest and then happiness, and now it was broken, for no reason, broken, for so absurd a thing. It was especially hard for Beta to bear. She didn't know how to meet moods. She had never had any. It was almost her first experience with any unhappiness from within, her first experience of that overwhelming misery that comes unreasoning from the inner recesses of the spirit, something more full of anguish than pain, something that makes grief seem God's compassion, and sorrow as sweet as a gray day in midsummer. She sought for some cause of such disturbance, her trained mind running rapidly through the events of the last few days, as an expert might riffle a deck of cards. There was no explanatory spot or fleck on the fair surface of the kindly and familiar events. I must be sick, she thought, and again sought for some symptom that might satisfy her. There was nothing. It was as ghostly to have her spirit so disturbed as for doors to slam and windows rattle when the trees remain quiet without. And while her heart beat, and while the tortured nerves of her cried out the more torturingly that she did not know the source of her pain, her tranquil head thought, I must treat this mood as I used to Elaine's. At this thought, her heart stood still, then leaped like a frightened animal in fear for its very life, and as though in actual physical terror of some unseen menace, she fled toward the sunshine of the garden, glancing apprehensively behind her, not for fear of what she might see, but from a feeling as inexplicable as all the rest, that she wished no one to see her go. Not the servants, not Graham, especially not Graham. She heard his voice call to her. Beta, dear Beta, So happy it was, so reassuring, that suddenly her fear vanished as though it had wakened her from torturing nightmare. She felt her actual body coming back to life as one breathes easily for the first time again, after one has been overwhelmed by a crashing wave. Her heart beat freely again. The intolerable racking of her spirit passed by. Color returned to her cheeks. Only as she saw Graham coming toward her through the open door, she repressed an impulse to throw herself about his neck as though he had really delivered her from herself. That evening, the idea of telling Graham flitted through her mind, coming and going like a shadow cast by a flickering flame. In the end, she decided not to, and, as she did, a sadness fell over her spirit, while her mind argued. Poor Graham. Why should I tell him anything so vague, and at the same time so fantastic? Hasn't he had enough of the inexplicable in his life? Then, at this thought of Elaine, it seemed as if Elaine was there. Beta had all the sensation of seeing her, without the actual visualization. Elaine, sitting, her dark-rimmed eyes on Graham. She watched them fill slowly with tears, watched Elaine's face quiver like that of a hurt child that asks, "Oh, why do you so wound me?" Beta had sat there often enough, through what seemed a long lifetime of vicarious pain, pretending not to notice Graham's irrepressible discomfort, pretending not to notice Elaine's gathering nerve storm, which sometimes threatened and threatened, poisoning their lives, poisoning the very air, sometimes passing over, leaving sunlight behind. Recalling these things, Beta let her eyes rest on vacancy. What prevented one, she wondered, from seeing with one's actual eyes anyone whom one could see with what is called the mind's eye? There have always been people, sick and well, who could project their inner visions into space, and thus behold their own imaginings and realities. Beta dwelt in this way on the image of Elaine, absorbed as a devotee is absorbed in the contemplation of the attributes of deity. After a time, it was as though her visualization of Elaine had been projected into space, and that this thought of her was there clothed in form and invisible, but existing somehow in another medium. She wondered if it were true that the things seen by dreamers have their real existence in some fluid which we may not perceive. Here Graham's voice broke in upon her, asking, "What are you thinking of, Beta, so intensely?" She had been plunged so profoundly in her train of thought, the crystal mirror of her reflection had been shattered so unexpectedly, that she jumped nervously. It seemed as if her spirit had come swimming up from some far depth in which it had plunged itself. She realized, too, that she had been looking directly at Graham, but through him and beyond him, as if she had penetrated far enough into this land which she had so fantastically imagined, so that the things of this world had become for the moment non-existent, as are usually the things we cannot see. For a moment, her mind and eyes and all of her had dwelt in some almost luminous vacancy, which had been cleared of so-called actuality for a new creation of her own. Her return to the physical world, to Graham, and to familiar things in the room, was a shock as of physical pain. She had been awakened too abruptly. She looked at him, dazed, frowning, at the same time registering the troubled and anxious look on his face. A look of doubt, a look of wonder, a look of some deeper trouble also. In answer to his question came unbidden the words, "Why do you look at me like that, Graham?" He arose and put his arms around her, but before he spoke he swallowed, as though speech came to him with an effort. With his arms around her, his face close to hers, something snapped in Beta's mind, like a joint coming back into place. She had yet the impression of having been away a very great distance. "What were you thinking of just now?" he repeated. She answered with absolute truthfulness. "I don't know. I almost seem to be hypnotized." The shock of his voice had for the second obliterated the object of her deep absorption. Graham shook her roughly. Well, don't do it again, please, he said. I don't like your looks. What do I look like? She was perfectly natural now. The whole phantasmagoria had vanished out of her spirit as though it had not been. I don't like your looks, he repeated. That's all. He had the evasive and uneasy air of a man who doesn't like to tell what is in his mind. The following day, Beta succeeded in overcoming the feeling of distrust with the whole universe, which the inexplicable breeds in a direct and common-sense temperament. She overcame herself. Yet she didn't go into the drawing room, and the drawing room was as much lived in by her as was Graham's library by him, for the effect of that terrible and spectral battle remained with her, as though some shadow had been cast across her spirit. Pushed into the farthest recesses of her mind was the question, why? 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 Nor could she rid herself of the idea that there was more to come, nor of a nameless and reasonless fear that in some strange way she had given up some of her personality. With the passing of the days, the shadow dwindled, until one day Beta went again into her room. Yellow flowers picked freshly stood in a bowl upon her secretary. At the sight of them there, hot anger surged up within her, making her tingle from head to toe. Swiftly, and yet with a certain furtiveness, as though she were being watched, she picked them up and carried them back to their place in the window, and placed them on the little inlaid table between the windows where the light would shine through them. As she did, so there came over her a very agony of desire to see Graham. She wanted him to come home. She wondered where he was and with whom. An impatience to go out and find him wherever he was plucked at her feet. She looked at her watch. It was almost time for his return to luncheon, and she posted herself at the window before which the flowers stood, and which commanded a view of the elm-shaded street to wait for him. As she stood there in a fever of impatience and longing and affection, she felt as though her whole personality had been invaded by an emotion foreign to her own temperament. Her love had been from the first deep and profound, the surface of it radiant, but without anguish of spirit. They knew each other too well for uncertainties or surprises. They had been friends so long before they had become lovers. The knowledge that he would soon come, that he would come when he said he would, had been enough for her. Why this impatience, she wondered? Where did it come from, this passionate agony of longing for the sight of his face? She stood there, peering out from the window. She was so sure he must come down that road, her gaze so lost in the distance for the first glimpse of him, that she did not hear his step behind her. His words, in a tone through which a sharp anxiety pierced, "Beta, what are you doing there?" made her turn upon him, her nervous hand clutching the heavy, old gold drapery of the curtain. For a moment they stood gazing at each other, startled. Then she laughed with attempted lightness. "What's the matter, Graham? You look frightened." "What were you doing in the window?" he insisted. "Why, just waiting for you." "Come, let's get out of here. If you wait staring like that—" "Waiting for me? Good God! One would have thought that you expected me to be brought home on a stretcher. You'll be getting yourself hypnotized again, Beta, before you know it." He put his arm around her and drew her out on the piazza. "I've just got a letter from Mother," he told her. "She's coming back." "Oh, I am glad," Beta cried. For some time during her son's first marriage, Mrs. Yates had made her home with the young people, and then, under the pressure of Elaine's nervous disorder and her final illness, she had left their home to live with her sister. The pressure was too much for her gentle spirit. She couldn't weather the storms which swept and devastated the household. She suffered too, with a keen inner shame that she hadn't strength enough to help this tormented daughter of hers, whose peculiar loveliness and charm she had so cared for before illness blighted it. After Graham's second marriage, she had again made his house her headquarters, finding in Beta's tranquility something more akin to her own nature, something nearer to what her own daughter might have been than Elaine's more fascinating personality had ever been able to give her. To Beta's heartfelt, "Oh, I'm glad," Graham echoed. "You can believe I am." There was an unmistakable passion of relief in his tone, as if Beta's cry had voiced the hope of deliverance, as if the presence of this beloved older woman would dispel the shadow that was drifting in upon them, shutting out the sun from their lives. It was their first recognition of the nameless fear that had come over them. Now Beta was sure that never for a moment had Graham failed to recognize this awful something which was crawling upon them like some dark spiritual tide. If only he would help her, if he would ask her what was the matter. She felt his anxious look resting on her. Then he made some excuse and left her. It was as though he had deserted her in a moment of great peril. Scorn for his cowardice and for his stupidity flashed over her. Then a darkness settled over her spirit. Perhaps she was going mad. Perhaps her nerves were only shaken. This was what her intelligence kept telling her with irritating, ineffectual persistency, while her heart cried out that the very springs of life in her had been poisoned, the very depths of her personality shaken. At any rate, she was adrift in a strange and unfamiliar world, and there was no one anywhere to help her. A great pity for the stricken soul of Elaine poured over her. Elaine had put out her hands and had pleaded to be saved from herself, and no one had helped her. Now, at the first touch of her own distress, Graham turned from her. Graham wasn't going to help her. This thought walked through her mind. Both of us together, we could have fought it. Alone, I cannot. She heard the gate click and saw Graham walking down the street. No doubt he was going to meet his mother, going without her. He is running away from me, she thought. They had always gone to meet Mrs. Yates together. How many times they had walked down this street side by side, long before Elaine died, whenever Graham's mother came. They would go down and tell her the news and how Elaine was at that moment. Now she was left behind, while Graham walked down alone to the station to see his mother first, to warn her, no doubt, that Beta was not quite well. She went into the house and began shoving around the ornaments, rearranging them with a sort of bitter satisfaction, an inward glow quite out of keeping with her trivial occupation. The noise of carriage wheels checked her suddenly. She stopped, a little dazed, like a person who has forgotten what he came into a room for, as an actor searches for a cue. Now she remembered. Graham's mother was coming, and she must run out to meet her. For the next few days the house was as though bathed in sunshine. Calm returned to it. Beta was continually with the older woman, sheltering herself in her loving presence. It was as though all around was some fog which concealed menacing and terrible shapes, some terror that walked in the darkness, but for the moment Beta could escape from it, though she felt as insecure as if she were living in a soap bubble. In a moment the force of the invading shadows, or whatever they were, might come upon her, and the agony of her rent personality would begin again. They were all touchingly happy. Beta as from a relief from pain, Graham in his recovered peace, until one day, when the two women sat sewing in the drawing room. Graham was lounging near them, reading. Then Mrs. Yates raised her head toward the window and said, "There's something different about this room since I've been away. You haven't moved things, have you?" Beta didn't answer. Her spirit, it seemed, ceased to breathe. The same shock that she had felt communicated itself to Graham, and he arose and walked around restlessly. "I don't quite make out what's changed," she pursued, with serenity. "I see you keep yellow flowers in the window, the way poor Elaine did. Why, Beta, what ails you, child?" For Beta had let her sewing fall, and was gazing at Graham's mother in fascinated horror. Never once to herself had she clothed her thoughts in any words. At her fixed look and hopeless gesture, Mrs. Yates stared, and for a moment the two women looked one at the other, horror in the eyes of each. Mrs. Yates broke the silence with, "Are you ill, Beta? What is it?" "I'm faint. A sudden pain." The words came without her volition. Her hand sought her heart. There was a second of taut silence, when the very air of the room seemed to share the suspense, while mother and son looked at each other. Then Beta arose. "I'm better now. I'm going to lie down." For several days she remained on a couch in Graham's library, on a pretext of illness, hiding from life by her inactivity, trying by her very quietness to put off the next move in the drama, which came like an unexpected verdict of a physician, when Mrs. Yates announced, after the mail had come one day, "Ella wants me to visit her. I think I shall go." "When does she want you?" Beta inquired. With that command of herself which guileless older women know so well how to use, Mrs. Yates answered in an irreproachably natural tone, "Why, right away. I shall go tomorrow, my dear. If you are feeling better, Beta." "Oh, yes," she replied. "I'm perfectly well now, I think. I've just been a little run down for some reason." "It's very natural with this heat," Mrs. Yates replied, tranquilly. There was not a break in her surface anywhere. After her departure, they both took her to the train. Beta and Graham turned into the garden. Suddenly she stopped. "Why did Mother go?" she asked him. "Why, to see Ella, of course," Graham replied. "You know what I mean. What was her real reason?" Oh, how she waited for his answer! How she prayed for it in his one little second of indecision! "You've had a lot of odd little streaks lately, Beta," he said. Beta wanted to cry aloud to him. "You know she won't come back. You know I've driven her away." But she couldn't speak. She waited for him to help her. She was sure that if she could drag the obscure events out into the light of day and clothe them with commonplace speech, it would kill their horror. But what to say? Where to begin? Her heart cried out, "Now! Now!" Her whole being urged her into her vague confession, while her obstinate common sense leagued itself with the shadowy impulse from without which placed itself in the way of her desire. Again Beta fought the unknown force, as of an awful, voiceless conflict of wills. Common sense, by paradox, fighting on the side of the unseen. Only now Beta knew she was fighting for her very existence. She no longer struggled with something that was no more than some strange and shattering nervous attack. Herself, her own personality, was her battle. Some mysterious door had been opened that allowed to flow through it emotions and acts not her own. She guessed that the very gestures of her hands, the look of her eyes, had been used. She had seen it mirrored in Graham's face. She had seen it in the momentary leaping horror of his glance. But while their troubled eyes looked into each other's with comprehension, their obstinate tongues refused to voice their fear of this lurking peril. Peril was what it was, and Beta knew it. Peril of their happiness, peril of her own sanity. She looked at him, tears swimming in her eyes, longing to throw herself on his beloved heart, and to lie there as in a safe haven, and to beg him to save her, or at least to give her relief from pain. But he was gazing at her speculatively. To her racked mind it seemed that his gaze was hostile. She turned and fled to her room to give herself up for the first time in her life to the sort of weeping that made her feel that she had wept forth all the strength of her body, that with her weeping some virtue had gone out of her. She said out loud, "There is no use fighting any more." A melancholy sense of rest enveloped her. No one would help her, and she wouldn't fight any more. She relaxed the muscles of her spirit. Now let the flood overwhelm her if it would. let it drown her utterly. She didn't care. As the last shred of her resistance died, the enveloping shadow receded. She had expected some sort of cataclysm. She had been fighting the unseen, whatever it was, madness, visions, with all her strength, opposing her puny might to its force. At times, it seemed to her, coming near victory, with Graham's help, almost sure victory. But now it stood aloof. Days passed, and nothing happened. The outer surfaces of life were serene, and yet all of life was altered, and Beta must go through her miserable treadmill of thought. She would sit long hours staring into vacancy, thinking over the minutest details of the events of the day. She dwelt on each small, meaningless act, half of whose torment lay in its very insignificance. The fact that there was nothing to tell, that you couldn't touch or taste or explain, not to anybody, not even to yourself, without seeming to talk in terms of madness. Such things, she would say to herself, didn't happen. And yet, while nothing happened, from one day to another there was a steady onflow of small details. Whatever it was, this nameless and faceless thing was crawling upon her, Beta realized, like some dark tide, unceasing, unresting, while she slept, while she walked, without let-up, without rest. Oh, that something would happen to hasten it! Oh, that some tangible event would happen so that she could cry out, "I've seen! I know!" The only thing to be seen with the eyes was that the house, her creature, was changing in aspect under her hand. Her own hand eagerly obliterated the changes she had made when she had become Graham's wife. Yet the changes came with terrible and relentless slowness. One day a shade pulled down, a window shut, a picture of her choosing suppressed, the order of some books changed. Nothing more, but each change accomplished by her hand and with a sense of fierce inner joy. She would walk up and down, absorbed in her own emotions, unconscious of the flight of time, and obscurely conscious that time dragged, that time stood still, that the hours whirled around her unnoticed, and that she and her sick fear alone stood still in the swirling, shifting universe. Sometimes she would fill hours with balancing up which she would prefer. This nameless horror, this thing that couldn't be, that was poisoning her, perhaps killing her, or madness. She would laugh long, silent laughter on the irony of fate that put such a choice before her of all people. She, who had been praised always for her sanity. She, to whom Elaine had turned in her first illness of the spirit as a friend. Meantime, her life with Graham went on with unbroken surface, so unbroken that she could have screamed at him. Yet she knew with a sickening certainty that he watched her covertly, from around some doors, as it were, that he was always pretending to be doing something else, and yet was watching her. He, too, with smiling face and frozen heart, was living in an obscure hell, spying upon her, watching for a look of the eye, for a gesture of the hand, while he had let the whole change in the house pass by unnoticed. Anyway, if he watched her, then she watched him. Forever growing in her was a curious distrust of him. Distrust of what, she couldn't tell. She didn't trust him, that was all. Her logical mind that rejected the whole situation had to go through its torment, and had to ask questions of her tormented heart. Did she distrust his love? There was no reason for it, and yet he never left the house but suspicion, nameless and groundless, filled her whole being with an ever-increasing anguish. She suffered when he was with her, suffered from the suspicion of his suspicion, that he must read into her heart and hate and despise her for her ever-growing distrust, a distrust that didn't even seek to pin itself to anything. If she could only have accused him of something, if only for one little moment there was some real complaint against him, she herself would cry, even if she watched, even if she peered from behind a closed blind at him. "Oh, my dear, I know you are good and true. It isn't I watching you. It isn't I accusing you. And yet I must suffer as though I knew you were waiting, a knife in your hand, to stab me when my back is turned." Beta waited as loving women wait, who know that their hour is come when the beloved is gone from them, and worse than that he lies. They must wait with loving and beating hearts for the death of their spirits to be dealt out to them, shamefully and coward-wise. And since they cannot believe their lovers cowards as well as traitors, they still believe in the face of unbelief. This was Beta's torment. Believing him upright, believing him true, she must suffer for an unbelief. Knowing that he loved her alone, she must watch each mood as it passed by for corroboration of what she knew was not. She must watch all his comings and goings. She must read dislike and suspicion in his gaze, the dislike that a man has for a woman whose claims sever him from the beloved. Then, as to thousands of women before her, came the need of knowing. Certainty. Certainty was what she wanted, for good or bad, to know the torment in which she lived. "Oh," she would think to herself, "if I could only know." But her mind would answer, "Know what?" She lived continually as though on the eve of some discovery. A little further, and she would know what the monstrous certainty was of which she wished to be sure. If she looked into the black pool of her uncertainty long enough, she felt the answer would come. There must be an answer to all this that she suffered, and somehow she felt it lay in Graham. Somehow in Graham she must find it. His very dumbness was to her the corroboration of his blameless guilt. She hated his smiling face. She hated his pretense. She wanted with all her strength to cry out, "Say what you think! Say what you suspect!" Then one night, as she sat in his room, and while their lips talked the pleasant commonplaces of happily married people, she realized that the answer to the riddle lay in his desk. She knew it was there. There, in tangible form, was the answer of all her torment and all her suspicion, if she could only look. She waited frozen in her own impatience for the slow moments to drag past on their leaden feet. She sat waiting until Graham should go upstairs and go to sleep beside her, so she could come down and find out what lay there. There was no fight now. She, Beta with honor like a man's honor, waited with beating heart, her breath coming short, for the evening to pass, and for Graham to sleep, that she might commit the one unforgivable crime. He slept at last. Beta got out of bed, put on her dressing gown and slippers, and went noiselessly down the stairs. She made no sound. Not a stair creaked. It was as though she went through each of the little acts like some highly trained mechanism, as though all her life had been one rehearsal for this moment. It was as though she had been rehearsing all her life for this, that without noise she might get up, dress herself, go downstairs without noise and light her candle in the library, then walk swiftly and with the directness of a homing pigeon to Graham's desk, where the answer of everything lay. In the strange and painful universe in which Beta had been living, the only certainty that she had was that there was the answer, the explanation of the riddle, and that she was about to find it. That she must find it even at the price of her own honor, at the breaking down of the things most essential in her nature, meant nothing. She went unfalteringly to where the desk stood, with the candle in her hand. Unfalteringly she pulled out a little drawer, and took from it a bundle of letters. They were tied neatly. Graham was exact and methodical in all his ways. As she opened them, a little picture fluttered down, a snapshot of herself sent to Graham long ago, and then she recognized in the letters her own handwriting. Nothing else. Her letters were what she had come to find. Her letters written to Graham long ago. Written during his brief absences from Elaine, telling of Elaine's change from day to day. Written to him when she was away. Letters for all the world to read. Letters without one word of affection beyond that of a kindly friendship. Her own letters. That was the answer. Her friendship and Graham's. That was the keynote of this mystery. For a second she stood there, not willing to understand. Then came crowding on her memories of Elaine's looks, and her sudden appearances in the room where she and Graham sat talking innocently. So innocently that no thought of what Elaine meant had crossed their minds. So Beta stood motionless, her own letters in her hand, a terrible figure, as though she held there a proof of her own blood guilt. And the question now arose to her mind, when did we first begin to care for each other? And was I here for Elaine, or was I here for Graham's sake? She had come for Elaine, but she had stayed for Graham, and before Elaine's tragic death, she had been the only comfort that he had had. Then she heard his step behind her, and then his voice, and instead of her own name, "Elaine!" he called. And then, with a face of horror and her hands outstretched in a gesture terrible and tragic, a gesture they knew well and that was not her own, she cried, "Yes, Elaine, if you like. Why did you keep these letters? You, who never keep any letters." He tried to recover himself. "Are you mad, Beta?" he said, but the sternness of his voice faltered. "Oh," she took up, "I wish I were. You could shut me up then. Madness would be easy. We killed her. You and I between us killed her. She trusted us and we killed her. She trusted us and we tortured her." "Hush," said Graham. "You don't know what you're saying, Beta. You're not well. You've not been well for a long time." "No," she agreed. "I've not been well. But you've said nothing about it, Graham. It's a very strange illness I've had. What's been its name, Graham? What doctors cure it? You've tried not to believe what couldn't be believed. Such things can't happen. That's what you've said to yourself when my face has frightened you, when you came into the room and thought Elaine was standing here. But how should I have come where I am now, to find my own letters, my letters that you kept, my letters that I've been waiting so long to find? Listen, Beta. We'll go away. You're ill. We'll go away." She saw that he couldn't admit what he had seen. In his man's world, such things couldn't be. But it made no difference to her now. She held her proof in her hand. "We'll go away and forget these weeks," he repeated. "We'll do what you like. It won't alter anything." "We know now," Beta answered, dully, for she knew, as Graham did, that there was no flight possible for them, no refuge that they could take anywhere in the world, apart or together. They had heard the voice from the other side of silence. There was no country where they could take refuge, no place to go that would blot out from Graham's memory the picture of Beta leaning over his desk, her letters in her hand. End of The Second Wife.
The Story of Mimi-nashi Hoichi by Lafcadio Hearn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. The Story of Mimi-nashi Hoichi by Lafcadio Hearn. More than 700 years ago, at Dano Ora, in the Straits of Shimonoseki, was fought the last battle of the long contest between the Heike, or Taira clan, and the Genji, or Minamoto clan. There the Heike perished utterly, with their women and children, and their infant emperor likewise, now remembered as Antoku Tenno. And that sea and shore have been haunted for 700 years. Elsewhere I told you about the strange crabs found there, called Heike crabs, which have human faces on their backs and are said to be the spirits of the Heike warriors. But there are many strange things to be seen and heard along that coast. On dark nights, thousands of ghostly fires hover about the beach or flit above the waves, pale lights, which the fishermen call onibi, or demon fires. And, whenever the winds are up, a sound of great shouting comes from that sea, like a clamor of battle. In former years the Heike were much more restless than they are now. They would rise about ships passing in the night and try to sink them, and at all times they would watch for swimmers to pull them down. It was in order to appease those dead that the Buddhist temple Amidaji was built at Akamagaseki. A cemetery also was made close by, near the beach, and within it were set up monuments inscribed with the names of the drowned emperor and of his great vassals, and Buddhist services were regularly performed there on behalf of the spirits of them. After the temple had been built and the tombs erected, the Heike gave less trouble than before, but they continued to do queer things at intervals, proving that they had not found the perfect peace. Some centuries ago there lived at Akamagaseki a blind man named Hoichi, who was famed for his skill in recitation and in playing upon the biwa. From childhood he had been trained to recite and to play, and while yet a lad he had surpassed his teachers. As a professional biwa-hoshi, he became famous chiefly by his recitations of the history of the Heike and the Genji, and it is said that when he sang the song of the Battle of Dano-ura, even the goblins, Kijin, could not refrain from tears. At the outset of his career, Hoichi was very poor, but he found a good friend to help him. The priest of the Amidaji was fond of poetry and music, and he often invited Hoichi to the temple to play and recite. Afterwards, being much impressed by the wonderful skill of the lad, the priest proposed that Hoichi should make the temple his home, and this offer was gratefully accepted. Hoichi was given a room in the temple building, and in return for food and lodging, he was required only to gratify the priest with a musical performance on certain evenings, when otherwise disengaged. One summer night, the priest was called away to perform a Buddhist service at the house of a dead parishioner, and he went there with his acolyte, leaving Hoichi alone in the temple. It was a hot night, and the blind man sought to cool himself on the veranda before his sleeping room. The veranda overlooked a small garden in the rear of the Amidaji. There Hoichi waited for the priest's return, and tried to relieve his solitude by practicing upon his biwa. Midnight passed, and the priest did not appear, but the atmosphere was still too warm for comfort within doors, and Hoichi remained outside. At last he heard steps approaching from the back gate. Somebody crossed the garden, advanced to the veranda, and halted directly in front of him. But it was not the priest. A deep voice called the blind man's name, abruptly and unceremoniously, in the manner of a samurai summoning an inferior. "Hoichi." "Hi," answered the blind man, frightened by the menace in the voice. "I am blind. I cannot know who calls." "There's nothing to fear," the stranger exclaimed, speaking more gently. "I am stopping near this temple, and have been sent to you with a message. My present lord, a person of exceedingly high rank, is now staying in Akamagaseki, with many noble attendants. He wished to view the scene of the battle of Dano-ura, and today he visited that place. Having heard of your skill in reciting the story of the battle, he now desires to hear your performance. So you will take your biwa and come with me at once to the house where the august assembly is waiting." In those times, the order of a samurai was not to be lightly disobeyed. Hoichi donned his sandals, took his biwa, and went away with the stranger, who guided him deftly, but obliged him to walk very fast. The hand that guided was iron, and the clank of the warrior's stride proved him fully armed, probably some palace guard on duty. Hoichi's first alarm was over. He began to imagine himself in good luck, for, remembering the retainer's assurance about a person of exceedingly high rank, he thought that the lord who wished to hear the recitation could not be less than a daimyo of the first class. Presently the samurai halted, and Hoichi became aware that they had arrived at a large gateway, and he wondered, for he could not remember any large gate in that part of the town, except the main gate of the Amidaji. "Kaimon," the samurai called, and there was a sound of unbarring, and the twain passed on. They traversed a space of garden, and halted again before some entrance, and the retainer cried in a loud voice, "Within there! I have brought Hoichi." Then came sounds of feet hurrying, and screens sliding, and rain doors opening, and voices of women in converse. By the language of the women, Hoichi knew them to be domestics in some noble household, but he could not imagine to what place he had been conducted. Little time was allowed him for conjecture. After he had been helped to mount several stone steps, upon the last of which he was told to leave his sandals, a woman's hand guided him along interminable reaches of polished planking, and round pillared angles, too many to remember, and over widths amazing of matted floor, into the middle of some vast apartment. There he thought that many great people were assembled. The sound of the rustling of silk was like the sound of leaves in a forest. He also heard a great humming of voices, talking in undertones, and the speech was the speech of courts. Hoichi was told to put himself at ease, and he found a kneeling cushion ready for him. After having taken his place upon it, and tuned his instrument, the voice of a woman, whom he divined to be the rojo, or matron in charge of the female service, addressed him, saying, "It is now required that the history of the Heike be recited, to the accompaniment of the biwa." Now, the entire recital would have required a time of many nights. Therefore, Hoichi ventured a question. "As the whole of the story is not soon told, what portion is it augustly desired that I now recite?" The woman's voice made answer, "Recite the story of the battle at Den-no-ura, for the pity of it is the most deep." Then Hoichi lifted up his voice and chanted the chant of the fight on the bitter sea, wonderfully making his biwa to sound like the straining of oars and the rushing of ships, the whir and the hissing of arrows, the shouting and trampling of men, the crashing of steel upon helmets, the plunging of slain in the flood. And to left and right of him, in the pauses of his playing, he could hear voices murmuring praise. How marvelous an artist! Never in our own province was playing heard like this. Not in all the empire is there another singer like Hoichi. Then fresh courage came to him, and he played and sang yet better than before, and a hush of wonder deepened about him. But when at last he came to tell the fate of the fair and helpless, the piteous perishing of the women and children, and the death leap of Nii-no-ama with the imperial infant in her arms, then all the listeners uttered together one long, long, shuddering cry of anguish, and thereafter they wept and wailed so loudly and so wildly that the blind man was frightened by the violence and the grief that he had made. For much time the sobbing and the wailing continued, but gradually the sounds of lamentation died away, and again, in the great stillness that followed, Hoichi heard the voice of the woman whom he supposed to be the rojo. She said, "Although we had been assured that you were a very skillful player upon the biwa, and without an equal in recitative, we did not know that anyone could be so skillful as you have proved yourself tonight. Our Lord has been pleased to say that he intends to bestow upon you a fitting reward, but he desires that you shall perform before him once every night for the next 6 nights, after which time he will probably make his august return journey. Tomorrow night, therefore, you are to come here at the same hour. The retainer who tonight conducted you will be sent for you. There is another matter about which I have been ordered to inform you. It is required that you shall speak to no one of your visits here during the time of our Lord's august sojourn at Akamagaseki. As he is traveling incognito, he commands that no mention of these things be made. You are now free to go back to your temple." After Hoichi had duly expressed his thanks, a woman's hand conducted him to the entrance of the house, where the same retainer who had before guided him was waiting to take him home. The retainer led him to the veranda at the rear of the temple, and there bade him farewell. It was almost dawn when Hoichi returned, but his absence from the temple had not been observed, as the priest, coming back at a very late hour, had supposed him asleep. During the day Hoichi was able to take some rest, and he said nothing about his strange adventure. In the middle of the following night the samurai again came for him, and led him to the august assembly, where he gave another recitation with the same success that had attended his previous performance. But during the second visit his absence from the temple was accidentally discovered, and after his return in the morning he was summoned to the presence of the priest, who said to him, in a tone of kindly reproach, "We have been very anxious about you, friend Hoichi. To go out blind and alone at so late an hour is dangerous. Why did you go without telling us? I could have ordered a servant to accompany you. And where have you been?" Hoichi answered evasively, "Pardon me, kind friend. I had to attend to some private business, and I could not arrange the matter at any other hour." The priest was surprised rather than pained by Hoichi's reticence. He felt it to be unnatural, and suspected something wrong. He feared that the blind lad had been bewitched or deluded by some evil spirits. He did not ask any more questions, but he privately instructed the men servants of the temple to keep watch upon Hoichi's movements, and to follow him in case that he should again leave the temple after dark. On the very next night Hoichi was seen to leave the temple, and the servants immediately lighted their lanterns and followed after him. But it was a rainy night and very dark, and before the temple folks could get to the roadway, Hoichi had disappeared. Evidently he walked very fast, a strange thing considering his blindness, for the road was in a bad condition. The men hurried through the streets, making inquiries at every house where Hoichi was accustomed to visit, but nobody could give them any news of him. At last, as they were returning to the temple by way of the shore, they were startled by the sound of a biwa, furiously played, in the cemetery of the Amidaji. Except for some ghostly fires, such as usually flitted there on dark nights, all was blackness in that direction. But the men at once hastened to the cemetery, and there, by the help of their lanterns, they discovered Hoichi, sitting alone in the rain before the memorial tomb of Antoko Tenno, making his biwa resound and loudly chanting the chant of the battle of Danaura. And behind him and about him, and everywhere above the tombs, the fires of the dead were burning like candles. Never before had so great a host of Onibi appeared in the sight of mortal man. "Hoichi-san, Hoichi-san," the servants called, "you are bewitched, Hoichi-san." But the blind man did not seem to hear. Strenuously he made his biwa to rattle and ring and clang. More and more wildly he chanted the chant of the battle of Danaura. They caught hold of him. They shouted into his ear, "Hoichi-san, Hoichi-san, come home with us at once." Reprovingly he spoke to them. "To interrupt me in such a manner before this august assembly will not be tolerated." Whereat, in spite of the weirdness of the thing, the servants could not help laughing. Sure that he had been bewitched, they now seized him and pulled him up on his feet, and by main force hurried him back to the temple, where he was immediately relieved of his wet clothes by order of the priest. Then the priest insisted upon a full explanation of his friend's astonishing behavior. Hoichi long hesitated to speak, but at last, finding that his conduct had really alarmed and angered the good priest, he decided to abandon his reserve, and he related everything that had happened from the time of the first visit of the samurai. The priest said, "Hoichi, my poor friend, you are now in great danger. How unfortunate that you did not tell me all this before. Your wonderful skill in music has indeed brought you into strange trouble. By this time you must be aware that you have not been visiting any house whatever, but have been passing your nights in the cemetery among the tombs of the Heike, and it was before the memorial tomb of Antoku Tenno that our people found you tonight, sitting in the rain. All that you have been imagining was illusion, except the calling of the dead. By once obeying them, you've put yourself in their power. If you obey them again, after what has already occurred, they will tear you in pieces. But they would have destroyed you sooner or later in any event. Now, I shall not be able to remain with you tonight. I am called away to perform another service. But before I go, it will be necessary to protect your body by writing holy texts upon it. Before sundown, the priest and his acolyte stripped Hoichi. Then, with their writing brushes, they traced upon his breast and back, head and face and neck, limbs and hands and feet, even upon the soles of his feet and upon all parts of his body, the text of the Holy Sutra called Hanya Shinkyo. When this had been done, the priest instructed Hoichi, saying, "Tonight, as soon as I go away, you must seat yourself on the veranda and wait. You will be called. But whatever may happen, do not answer and do not move. Say nothing and sit still, as if meditating. If you stir or make any noise, you will be torn asunder. Do not get frightened, and do not think of calling for help, because no help could save you. If you do exactly as I tell you, the danger will pass, and you will have nothing more to fear." After dark, the priest and the acolyte went away, and Hoichi seated himself on the veranda according to the instructions given him. He laid his biwa on the planking beside him, and assuming the attitude of meditation, remained quite still, taking care not to cough or to breathe audibly. For hours he stayed thus. Then, from the roadway, he heard the steps approaching. They passed the gate, crossed the garden, approached the veranda, and stopped directly in front of him. "Hoichi," the deep voice called, but the blind man held his breath and sat motionless. "Hoichi," grimly called the voice a second time. Then, a third time, savagely, "Hoichi!" Hoichi remained as still as a stone, and the voice grumbled, "No answer, that won't do. Must see where the fellow is." There was a noise of heavy feet mounting upon the veranda. The feet approached deliberately, halted beside him. Then, for long minutes, during which Hoichi felt his whole body shake to the beating of his heart, there was dead silence. At last the gruff voice muttered close to him, "Here's the biwa, but of the biwa player I see only 2 ears. So that explains why he did not answer. He had no mouth to answer with. There is nothing left of him but his ears. Now to my lord those ears I will take, in proof that the august commands have been obeyed as far as was possible." At that instant Hoichi felt his ears gripped by fingers of iron, and torn off. Great as the pain was, he gave no cry. The heavy footfalls receded along the veranda, descended into the garden, passed out onto the roadway, and ceased. From either side of his head, the blind man felt a warm, thick trickling, but he dared not lift his hands. Before sunrise, the priest came back. He hastened at once to the veranda in the rear, stepped and slipped upon something clammy, and uttered a cry of horror, for he saw by the light of his lantern that the clamminess was blood. But he perceived Hoichi sitting there in the attitude of meditation, with the blood still oozing from his wounds. "My poor Hoichi," cried the startled priest, "what is this? You have been hurt." At the sound of his friend's voice, the blind man felt safe. He burst out sobbing, and tearfully told his adventure of the night. "Poor, poor Hoichi," the priest exclaimed. "All my fault, my very grievous fault. Everywhere upon your body the holy texts had been written, except upon your ears. I trusted my acolyte to do that part of the work, and it was very, very wrong of me not to have made sure that he had done it. Well, the matter cannot now be helped. We can only try to heal your hurts as soon as possible. Cheer up, friend. The danger is now well over. You will never again be troubled by those visitors." With the aid of a good doctor, Hoichi soon recovered from his injuries. The story of his strange adventures spread far and wide, and soon made him famous. Many noble persons went to Akamagaseki to hear him recite, and large presents of money were given to him, so that he became a wealthy man. But from the time of his adventure, he was known only by the appellation of Miminashi Hoichi, Hoichi the Earless. End of The Story of Miminashi Hoichi by Lafcadio Hearn.
The Tithe at the Moorstone by Nigel Turner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Newgate Novelist. The Tithe at the Moorstone by Nigel Turner. The boat was fastened, and I clambered up the broken steps. Their silence met me like a friend. No sounds were to be heard but measured lapping of water against the stone-lined banks, and the occasional cheep of a screech-bat. I gained the terrace. Nowhere was a light visible. The grange seemed filled with silence and darkness. Slowly I wended up the long alley. The beldam, that witch hag, weighed heavily upon my spirits, and a loathsome fear possessed me. In daytime I had brooded over her address and hell-got leer, yet sunshine, and fellowship of men, and ripened wine, had beclogged my apprehensions. Now, walking betwixt the high dense hedges of box where no sound was, for the thick turf as velvet sunk my footsteps, I was once more affrighted. Twice had she crossed me, and 2 times had evil fortune befallen, the galleon captured, my brother slain. Egad, man, what of old wives' prattle? Quoth I to myself. Their gizzards are stuffed with ancient tales. Tush! A fig for the hag's rubbish! Did not Bab May last St. Agnes' Eve tell her beads to my name? And that evenly too. Nay, nay, her malignity cannot wanton on me. But ever and anon as I paced up the silent, fragrant alley, her words fell back again, and unwittingly I shuddered. God wot courage was a constant companion, yet affright grew and overwrought me. My bilbo fastened in a blown branch, and I stooped to release it. A torturing scream broke shrilly upon my ears, an oath, a scuffle, then silence. In God's name, what's ado? I muttered, and sped up to the terrace door. It was bolted. This threw me all aback, for never before had it been so encountered. Now I heard the west gates thrown open, creaking villainously upon their hinges, a clatter of horses' hoofs, then no noise. I ran swiftly round the terrace, leapt the small stream, and hastening up the steep, stood upon the margin of the moor. But darkness of night, and softness of verdure, had swallowed up both sight and sound. I turned into the courtyard, and hurried to the wicket gate by the ancient buttery. It swung over to my touch, so speeding through the smaller hall I gained the great staircase. At the first turn I tripped over a sprawling body. In a trice I was on it, and at the throat. It was a woman. With nervous hands I struck a light, and beheld the countenance of her handmaid. "Mistress Marian," cried I thickly, "what has happened?" But she had been stunned by a heavy blow, which yet left a thick red welt upon her forehead. So in haste to ascertain the safety of my beloved, I caught up the maid, and rushed down the long corridor. The door of Viola's room stood ajar. I broke in clamouring her name, but there came no response. The chamber was empty. I flung down the woman, and with trembling hands lit the flambeau by the tall mirror. As the light filled the room, I noticed full disorder on every side. Viola must have retired to rest, for her garments with many dainty frills and ravishments of white lay flung aside, while the bedclothes were betossed. Hastily I threw water over the damsel's face, and violently shook her. "Mistress Marian!" I shouted loudly in her ear. "Where is my lady?" She opened her eyes, her lips moved, but I heard no sound. Bending down I caught the low moan, "My lord, the tithe at the moorstone, Sir Jasper," and the goodly maid fell a faint again. This is the devil's ploy, thought I. Suddenly the heart sank within me. Now I knew of a certain that an evil eye had been cast upon us. My feet seemed rooted to the oaken floor. Action was wanting in all my members. I stood as a stucco doll. Meseemed an age past, and no sounds heard, but the sough of the wind through the blighted pines, and the dismal hoot of a ranging owl. It was strange. Fragrance of jessamine still lingered in the room, as it was at even when last we sat in love's sweet bower. This perturbed my senses with dear recollections, and as a lout, struck dumb with fears indefinite, with bitter grief tearing at my heartstrings, heedlessly I loitered. Then recurred that bodeful wording, "Seek her by the moorstone when no time is," and cursing my tardiness, I hastened from the chamber. As I fled along the dark, re-echoing corridors, a mighty blast of wind drave into the house, swirling and screeching through the many passages. Then fell a great silence all around, and my heart pat exceedingly within me, for I on this night did evil fortune befall. From one a babe would be reft, ne'er to be seen again. From another a fair virgin would be ravished, to be discovered next morn lying afield, babbling and disfigured. Oft times a wedded wench would be lifted from beside her slumbering bridegroom, and next morn at the waking hour a dead corpse chilled his living blood. All this crushed into my head as unwitting of the way I traversed the outer hall. Its porch stood open, and I marvelled thereat. Neither in my life, nor in my father's, had this been, for time had so rusted and encrusted the iron bratticed halves of the great door, that nigh a scoresome of strong men could scarce accomplish the opening thereof. But now it gaped to the thickening darkness. I gained the heath. All was still. Behind me lay the grange buried in the gathering night, beyond, the moorstone. I plunged impetuously forward, scudding up the rising grounds like a leveret before pursuit. Now arose all my grandam had told. This was the eve of witchery's highest revelry, the 30th of April. A great offering was brought this night to the moorstone. Around hearthstones at eventide, it was whispered the evil one himself came and feasted. But no mortal had ever seen and told. Had not my father been found 20 years ago on the 1st of May, lying in deathly stupor nigh to the moorstone, his body naked and livid, with impress of great taloned fingers all over, and never again had his voice greeted the ear. My eager feet sank in a bog, and tardily I set them down again, lest I be pitted and drawn in by the quickening morass. There was no noise but the swishel of reeds against my body as I bent on. Now and again a moorhen or water-rat was startled, and I heard it scuttle from me. Ever and anon elusive lights shimmered out in the distance, to tell of mortals lured to destruction by malicious goblins, and I gathered in my mind how that travellers crossing between murk and morning had been lost, luckless wights snared into depthless morasses. I broke out into a speedier pace, and prayed the saints for a stout heart. Haply stumbling into a narrow, westerly track, I gained courage with firm ground beneath me. "My God," I groaned, "to think of my love in their hellish tricks! the blood thickened at that very thought. As I sped up to the waste land, my brain pieced together the case. The heart was with my mistress. Yestereven, as she lay in my arms, a cold shiver chilled her gentle frame, and breath failed for the space of a lamb's bleat. As life pulsed back, she clung her tender, soft body to mine. Anew the quickening beat of her heart was felt, and sweet caresses calmed the terrified spirit. She wist not the cause, but subtle love caught upon the reason. An evil eye had rested upon her, and thralled. Ay, and by Sir Jasper had it been cast. May God smother him in his own slime, I muttered thickly, and sped the faster onwards. At last the dreary highlands were reached. No knowledge had I whereby to gain the centre, where lay the moorstone within the circle of stone pillars gathered by heathenish hands. I was all uncertain of it. Neither moon nor stars broke the sullen darkness. No stir was in the air. All in a clap, out of the blackness to my right, came a shrill cry of "Help! Help!" Then the silence was broken by shrieks of a tortured being borne far into the night. They beat upon my ear, full of a dread terror, and I stood rooted to the spot. Suddenly the air rang with a faint echo of "Geoffrey! Geoffrey!" The vague sound died away, and I heard naught but the pit-pat of my bosom. Now a harsh, hurtling noise passed overhead, an echo of discordant laughter and gibberish talk. Even now were the devilish gang aloose. Already some luckless wight had they fastened upon, and done to death. For this hellish brood was my mistress to be sacrificed. A mighty wrath flared up within me, and I pressed on fiercely. Hell's dawn broke red behind a ridge. Some small deer drove rapidly past me. My limbs slackened as timorously I clambered up, muttering a paternoster the top was reached. The sight therefrom terrified me. By reason of fear my body shook. Before the druid's circle, wherein lay the stone, sat a horrid being of evil growth, possessing the voice of man. Around him red columns of fire belched forth, beclouding the air with hell's vapours. Far back, until enveloped with the mists of night, grinned myriads of babbering skulls, ancient witches and wizards, again to renew the past. On a sudden the earth trembled, and I fell quaking upon the sods. Methinks I had lain there in stupor a goodly time, as, when breath crept back, the space before me was covered with crawling, flickering flames, and numberless voices filled the air with hoarse revelry. My heart gave a great bound, but the blood clotted within its runs, for bound to the moorstone lay Viola. I sank on the turf, riven with unutterable agony. No prayer issued from trembling lips. Indeed, my head was blank. Then thoughts slowly shaped themselves. Tradition hath it that every Walpurgis Eve the evil one demands the pure soul of maidenhood, thereafter to woo it to destruction. So Sir Jasper, maddened at my felicity, had outrun all humanity of god and man. His base malignity roused my beclotted blood, and I cursed him. Nay, I could but die beside her, and balk his devilish intent, and I started up. But I was borne upon the grass by an overmastering hand, that, stiffening all flesh, turned my body into stone. I lay prostrate, speechless, and mightily afraid. Verily man is but a beast of the fields when the spirits of evil and of darkness do stalk abroad. A voice sounded from among the crawling flames, as it receded from the circling witchery and drew nigh unto the evil one. It died away into a long-drawn sob. The person of a male appeared amongst the many, wavering fires. With bowed head and low crouching body he adored. Then with indistinct voice he proffered the offering. Great clouds of smoke gathered above as a roof. All sound died away into a deadened silence. And human utterance issued from the pillar of fire, that, slowly filling the circle, enwrapped the evil growth. "It is good," it said, "and the soul of the maid is without stain." Yet there upspake a voice in reverent accents, "Almighty Master, we cast a spell upon her, for she cried on her lover to save." So the bane was recalled, yet the recumbent figure lay motionless. Forthwith there arose a mighty clamouring of many tongues, crying, "A mortal is with us." The harsh, unhallowed outcry filled the air, and curling flames shooting out their long tongues sprang upon me from the surface of the earth. My breath hardened, my pulse throbbed not, meseemed I was, and was not. Scant knowledge had I that hell's crowd surged upon me, and surged back again, baffled. Again they thronged around, endeavouring to devour me, but I was unharmed. Hideous forms filled the air, griffins with hurtling wings and monstrous faces swarmed above, darkening the dim light. Huge embodiments of winged snakes swelled up, and spitting at me, raged impotently with hellish spleen. Suddenly, like a base chimera, the unholy crew went. Not before me but the lurid round of flame, and the motionless body of my love. Yet on all sides great-bodied creatures, mingling with gigantic, wavering shadows, noiselessly massed themselves in the heavens above, and upon the face of the sleeping lands. Afar and surrounding, the forces of hell were arranging. My heart went from me. I lay heaped upon the ground. Now the blast of a mighty hurricane wind was to be heard, then speeding nearer and nearer. Many things tossed by me, yea, the evil one would snatch at me as that thistledown borne on the gusty breeze. A speck of gold flashed in the red gloomed air, another and another, then a multitude of small birds with golden plumage and whitened breasts broke over the body of my love, settling thereon, until she was a mass of wavering gold. The wind caught me. The grim countenance of night blanched before the oncoming morn. Grey dawn peered upon the mist-swathed hills. I awoke. Starting to my feet, I gazed with surprise at my strange bed-quarters. 'Twas deuced odd to fall asleep upon the moor. Suddenly the wild fantasy of midnight clappered upon my brain, and I shivered at mere thought of it. A scurrying breeze tore asunder the seething wrack in a hollow at my feet. Between the parting shreds was revealed a body upon the moorstone. I attained the spot with frantic speed. Catching hold of the massive slabs, I drew up my cramped figure. Before my eyes lay Viola, and, upon her swarthy tresses, floated one small golden plume. Through the monstrous enactment of evil, God had preserved her in the hollow of his hand. Walpurgis Eve, 1896. End of The Tithe at the Moorstone by Nigel Turner.
The Top Attic in Pringle's Mansion, Edinburgh, by Elliot O'Donnell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Grant Love. The Top Attic in Pringle's Mansion, Edinburgh, by Elliot O'Donnell. A charming lady, Miss South, informs me that no house interested her more as a child than Pringle's Mansion, Edinburgh. Pringle's Mansion, by the by, is not the real name of the house, nor is the original building still standing. The fact is, my friend has been obliged to disguise the locality for fear of an action for slander of title, such as happened in the Egham case of 1904 to 1907. Miss South never saw, save in a picture, the house that so fascinated her, but through repeatedly hearing about it from her old nurse, she felt that she knew it by heart, and used to amuse herself hour after hour in the nursery, drawing diagrams of the rooms and passages, which, to make quite realistic, she named and numbered. There was the Admiral's room, Madame's room, Miss Ophelia's room, Master Gregory's room, Letty's, the nurse's, room, the cook's room, the butler's room, the housemaid's room, and the haunted room. The house was very old, probably the 16th century, and was concealed from the thoroughfare by a high wall that enclosed it on all sides. It had no garden, only a large yard, covered with faded yellow paving stones, and containing a well with an old-fashioned roller and bucket. When the well was cleaned out, an event which took place periodically on a certain date, every utensil in the house was called into requisition for ladling out the water, and the Admiral, himself supervising, made every servant in the establishment take an active part in the proceedings. On one of these occasions, the Admiral announced his intention of going down the well in the bucket. That was a rare moment in Letty's life, for when the Admiral had been let down in the bucket, the rope broke. Indeed, the thought of what the Laird would say when he came up almost resulted in his not coming up at all. However, someone, rather bolder than the rest, retained sufficient presence of mind to effect a rescue, and the timid ones, thankful enough to survive the explosion, had to be content on half rations till further orders. But in spite of its association with such a martinet, and in spite of her ghostly appearances in it, Letty loved the house, and was never tired of singing its praises. It was a 2-storied mansion, with roomy cellars, but no basement. There were 4 reception rooms, all oak-panelled, on the ground floor, numerous kitchen offices, including a cosy housekeeper's room, and a capacious entrance hall, in the centre of which stood a broad oak staircase. The cellars, 3 in number, and chiefly used as lumber rooms, were deep down and dank and horrid. On the first floor, 8 bedrooms opened onto a gallery overlooking the hall, and the top story, where the servants slept, consisted solely of attics connected with one another by dark, narrow passages. It was one of these attics that was haunted, although, as a matter of fact, the ghost had been seen in all parts of the house. When Letty entered the Admiral's service, she was but a bairn, and had never even heard of ghosts, nor did the other servants apprise her of the hauntings, having received strict injunctions not to do so from the Laird. But Letty's home, humble though it was, had been very bright and cheerful, and the dark precincts of the mansion filled her with dismay. Without exactly knowing why she was afraid, she shrank in terror from descending into the cellars, and felt anything but pleased at the prospect of sleeping alone in an attic. Still, nothing occurred to really alarm her till about a month after her arrival. It was early in the evening, soon after twilight, and she had gone down into one of the cellars to look for a bootjack, which the Admiral swore by all that was holy must be found before supper. Placing the light she had brought with her on a packing case, she was groping about among the boxes, when she perceived, to her astonishment, that the flame of the candle had suddenly turned blue. She then felt icy cold, and was much startled on hearing a loud clatter, as of some metal instrument on the stone floor in the far-off corner of the cellar. Glancing in the direction of the noise, she saw, looking at her, 2 eyes, 2 obliquely set, lurid, light eyes, full of the utmost devilry. Sick with terror and utterly unable to account for what she beheld, she stood stock still, her limbs refusing to move, her throat parched, her tongue tied. The clanging was repeated, and a shadowy form began slowly to crawl towards her. She dared not afterwards surmise what would have happened to her had not the laird himself come down at this moment. At the sound of his stentorian voice, the phantasm vanished. But the shock had been too much for Letty. She fainted, and the Admiral, carrying her upstairs as carefully as if she had been his own daughter, gave peremptory orders that she should never again be allowed to go into the cellar alone. But now that Letty herself had witnessed a manifestation, the other servants no longer felt bound to secrecy, and soon poured into her ears endless accounts of the hauntings. Everyone, they informed her, except Master Gregory and Perkins the butler, had seen one or other of the ghosts, and the cellar apparition was quite familiar to them all. They also declared that there were other parts of the house quite as badly haunted as the cellar, and it might have been partly owing to these gruesome stories that poor Letty always felt scared when crossing the passages leading to the attics. As she was hastening down one of them early one morning, she heard someone running after her. Thinking it was one of the other servants, she turned round, pleased to think that someone else was up early too, and saw to her horror a dreadful-looking object that seemed to be partly human and partly animal. The body was quite small, and its face bloated and covered with yellow spots. It had an enormous animal mouth, the lips of which, moving furiously without emitting any sound, showed that the creature was endeavouring to speak, but could not. The moment Letty screamed for help, the phantasm vanished. But her worst experience was yet to come. The spare attic, which she was told was so badly haunted that no one would sleep in it, was the room next to hers. It was a room Letty could well believe was haunted, for she had never seen another equally gloomy. The ceiling was low and sloping, the window tiny, and the walls exhibited all sorts of odd nooks and crannies. A bed, antique and worm-eaten, stood in one recess, a black oak chest in another, and at right angles with the door, in another recess, stood a wardrobe that used to creak and groan alarmingly every time Letty walked along the passage. Once she heard a chuckle, a low, diabolical chuckle, which she fancied came from the chest, and once when the door of the room was open, she caught the glitter of a pair of eyes, the same pale, malevolent eyes that had so frightened her in the cellar. From her earliest childhood, Letty had been periodically given to somnambulism, and one night, just about a year after she went into service, she got out of bed and walked in her sleep into the haunted room. She awoke to find herself standing, cold and shivering, in the middle of the floor, and it was some seconds before she realized where she was. Her horror, when she did discover where she was, is not easily described. The room was bathed in moonlight, and the beams falling with noticeable brilliancy on each piece of furniture the room contained at once riveted Letty's attention, and so fascinated her that she found herself utterly unable to move. A terrible and most unusual silence predominated everywhere, and although Letty's senses were wonderfully and painfully on the alert, she could not catch the slightest sound from any of the rooms on the landing. The night was absolutely still. No breath of wind, no rustle of leaves, no flapping of ivy against the window, yet the door suddenly swung back on its hinges and slammed furiously. Letty felt that this was the work of some supernatural agency, and, fully expecting that the noise had awakened the cook, who was a light sleeper, or pretended she was, listened in a fever of excitement to hear her get out of bed and call out. The slightest noise in the spell that held her prisoner would, Letty felt sure, be broken. But the same unbroken silence prevailed. A sudden rustling made Letty glance fearfully at the bed, and she perceived, to her terror, the valance swaying violently to and fro. Sick with fear, she was now constrained to stare in abject helplessness. Presently there was a slight, very slight movement on the mattress. The white dust cover rose, and under it Letty saw the outlines of what she took to be a human figure gradually take shape. Hoping, praying that she was mistaken, and that what appeared to be on the bed was but a trick of her imagination, she continued staring in an agony of anticipation. But the figure remained, extended at full length like a corpse. The minutes slowly passed, a church clock boomed too, and the body moved. Letty's jaw fell, her eyes almost bulged from her head, whilst her fingers closed convulsively on the folds of her nightdress. The unmistakable sound of breathing now issued from the region of the bed, and the dust cover commenced slowly to slip aside. Inch by inch it moved, until first of all Letty saw a few wisps of dark hair, then a few more, then a thick cluster, then something white and shining, a protruding forehead, then dark, very dark brows, then 2 eyelids, yellow, swollen, and fortunately tightly closed, then a purple conglomeration of Letty knew not what, of anything but what was human. The sight was so monstrous it appalled her, and she was overcome with a species of awe and repulsion, for which the language of mortality has no sufficiently energetic expression. She momentarily forgot that what she looked on was merely superphysical, but regarded it as something alive, something that ought to have been a child, comely and healthy as herself, and she hated it. It was an outrage on maternity, a blot on nature, a filthy discredit to the house, a blight, a sore, a gangrene. It turned over in its sleep. The cover was hurled aside, and a grotesque object, round, pulpy, webbed, and of leprous whiteness, an object which Letty could hardly associate with a hand, came grovelling out. Letty's stomach heaved. The thing was beastly, indecent, vile. It ought not to live. And the idea of killing flashed through her mind, boiling over with indignation and absurdly forgetful of her surroundings. She turned round and groped for a stone to smash it. The moonlight on her naked toes brought her to her senses. The thing in the bed was a devil. Though brought up a member of the Free Church, with an abhorrence of anything that could in any way be contorted into papist practices, Letty crossed herself. As she did so, a noise in the passage outside augmented her terror. She strained her ears painfully, and the sound developed into a footstep, soft, light, and surreptitious. It came gently towards the door. It paused outside, and Letty intuitively felt that it was listening. Her suspense was now so intolerable that it was almost with a feeling of relief that she beheld the door slowly, very slowly, begin to open. A little wider, and yet a little wider, but still nothing came. Ah! Letty's heart turned to ice. Another inch, and a shadowy something slipped through and began to wriggle itself stealthily over the floor. Letty tried to divert her gaze, but could not. An irresistible magnetic attraction kept her eyes glued to the gradually approaching horror. When within a few feet of her it halted, and again Letty felt it was listening to the breathing on the bed, which was heavy and bestial. Then it twisted round, and Letty watched it crawl into the wardrobe. After this there was a long and anxious wait. Then Letty saw the wardrobe door slyly open, and the eyes of the cellar, inexpressibly baleful and glittering like burnished steel in the strong phosphorant glow of the moon, peep out. Not at her, but through her, at the object lying on the bed. There were not only eyes this time, but a form, vague, misty, and irregular, but still with sufficient shape to enable Letty to identify it as that of a woman, tall and thin, and with a total absence of hair, which was emphasized in the most lurid and ghastly fashion. With a snake-like movement, the evil thing slithered out of the wardrobe, and gliding past Letty, approached the bed. Letty was obliged to follow every proceeding. She saw the thing deftly snatch the bolster from under the sleeping head, noted the gleam of hellish satisfaction in its eyes as it pressed the bolster down, and watched the murdered creature's contortions grow fainter and fainter until they finally ceased. The eyes then left the room, and from afar off, away below, in the abysmal cellars of the house, came the sound of digging. Faint, very faint, but unquestionably digging. This terminated the grim, phantasmal drama for that night at least, and Letty, chilled to the bone, but thoroughly alert, escaped to her room. She spent her few remaining hours of rest wide awake, determining never to go to bed again without fastening one of her arms to the iron staples. With regard to the history of the house, Letty never learned anything more remarkable than that, long ago, an idiot child was supposed to have been murdered in the haunted attic, by whom, tradition did not say. The Admiral and his family left Pringle's mansion the year Letty became Miss South's nurse, and as no one would say in the house, presumably an account of the hauntings, it was pulled down, and an excusably inartistic edifice was erected in its place. End of The Top Attic in Pringle's Mansion, Edinburgh, by Elliot O'Donnell. Recording by Grant Love.
The Well by Julian Kilman, from Weird Tales Magazine, June 1923. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The Well by Julian Kilman. Jeremiah Hubbard toiled with a team of horses in a piece of ground some distance down the road from his dwelling. When it neared 5 o'clock in the autumn afternoon, he unwound the lines from his waist, unhooked the traces, and started home with his horses. He was a heavy man, a bit under middle-aged, with a dish-shaped face and narrow-set eyes. He walked with vigor. One of the horses lagged a trifle, and he struck it savagely with a short whip. They came presently to the Eldridge dwelling, abandoned and tumbled down, on the opposite side of the road. The farm was being worked on shares by a man named Simpson, who lived 5 miles away and drove a Tin Lizzie. An ancient oak tree, the tremendous circumference of its trunk marred by signs of decay, reared splendid gnarled branches skyward. These branches shaded a disused well, a well that had been the first one in Nicholas County, having been dug in the early 50s by the pioneering Eldridge family. It went 40 feet straight down into the residual soil characteristic of the locale, but, owing to improved drainage, it had become dry. Nothing remained of the old pump house save the crumbling circle of stonework around the mouth to give evidence of its one-time majesty. A child of 8 ran from the rear of the premises. Hubbard frowned and stopped his team. "You better get away from there," he growled, "or you'll fall into the well." The girl glanced at him impishly. "You and Mrs. Hubbard don't speak to each other, do you?" Hubbard's face went black. His whip sprang out and caught the girl around the legs. She yelped and ran. An eighth of a mile further along the road, Hubbard turned in and drove his team to a big barn. He fed his stock. It was after 6 when he entered the house. This was a structure that, by comparison with the gigantic barn in the rear, seemed pygmy-like. A sallow, flat-chested woman with a wisp of hair twisted into a knot took from Hubbard the 2 pails of milk he carried. She set them in the kitchen. The two exchanged no words. Hubbard strode to the washstand, his boots thumping the floor, and performed his ablutions. He rumpled his hair and beard, using much soap and water, and blowing stentorously. In the dining room, a girl of 12 sat with a book. As her father came in, she glanced at him timorously. He gave no heed to her as he slumped down into a chair standing before a desk. The desk was littered with papers, among which were typewritten sheets of a sort referred to as pleadings. There was a title search, much bethumbed, and black along the edges, where the setouts had been scanned with obvious care. The man adjusted a pair of antiquated spectacles to his dish face. To do this, he was compelled to pull the ends of the bows tight back over the ears, as his nose afforded practically no bridge to support the glasses. Presently, he spoke to the girl. "Tell your mother to bring on supper." The girl hastened out, and shortly thereafter, the mother appeared carrying dishes. Food was disposed around the table in silence. The farmer ate gustily, and in 10 minutes finished his meal. Then he addressed his daughter, keeping his eyes averted from his wife. "Tell your mother," he said, "that I'll want breakfast at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning." "Where you going, Pa?" asked the girl. "I'm going to drive to the county seat to see Lawyer Simmons." Hubbard's gaze followed the girl as she helped clear the table. "Look here," he said, "you been a-talking to the Harper child." "No," returned the daughter with a trace of spirit, "but I just saw her father over by the fence." "What was he a-doing there?" "I didn't stay. I was afeared he'd catch me watching him." Hubbard glowered and reached for his hat. "I'll find out," he snarled. Walking rapidly, he crossed a field of wheat stubble, keeping his eyes fixed sharply ahead. It was dusk, but presently, at the northern extreme of his premises, he made out the figure of a man. "Hey, Harper!" he shouted. "You let that fence be!" He ran forward swiftly. The men were now separated by 2 wire strand fences that paralleled each other only 3 feet apart. These fences matching one another for a distance of about 200 yards. Each farmer claimed title to the fence on the side furthest from his own, represented the basis of the litigation over the boundary claim that had gone on between them for 4 years. The odd spectacle of the twin fences had come to be one of the show places in the county. It had been photographed and shown in agricultural journals. "I don't trust you, Harper," announced Hubbard, breathing hard. "You got the inside track with Judge Bissell, and the 2 of you was a-scheming to beat me." A laugh broke from the other. "I'll beat you all right," he said coolly, "but it won't be because Judge Bissell is unfair." His manner enraged Hubbard, who rushed swiftly up to the fence and threw himself over. With equal celerity, he clambered over the second fence. Startled by the sudden outburst of temper, Harper had drawn back. He held aloft a spade. Hubbard leapt at him. The spade descended. Harper was slightly built. However, the force of the blow did not halt the infuriated man, now swinging at him with all his might. They clinched. Hubbard's fingers caught at the throat of the smaller man, and the 2 stumbled to the ground, Hubbard atop. The fall broke his grip. With his huge fists, he began to hammer the body. He continued until it was limp. Then, his rage suddenly appeased, he drew back and stared at the inert figure lying strangely quiet. "So?" he gasped. There came the sound of someone singing, the voice floating distinctly through the night air. Hubbard recognized it for that of an itinerant Free Methodist minister, whose church in Ovid he and his family occasionally attended. The song rolled forth, as the man of God drove along the highway in his rig, was Jesus, lover of my soul. For the moment, Hubbard shielded his face with an arm, as to ward off an invisible thing. Then, bending over the prostrate form, he ran his hands inside the clothing to test the action of the heart. He performed the act mechanically, because he knew he had killed his man. He discovered the handbag. Evidently Harper was on his way to Ovid to catch the train to the county seat for the trial on the morrow. This meant that he would not be missed by his wife for at least 24 hours. The murderer studied his next move, where to secrete the body. A piece of wood lay back of him, but he was aware that it was constantly combed by squirrel hunters. He thought of the railroad. Why not an accident? Killed by the very train he was bound for. He started to lug the body toward the track, which passed half a mile to the north. Realizing, however, that for the time at hand the distance was too great, he let the body slide to the ground. Next, he stole along the twin fences to the highway and peered both ways. No one seemed abroad. He came back on the dead run, and in 20 minutes he had carried the body to the Eldridge premises and flung it down the ancient well. When he returned, he found his wife and daughter together in the parlor, where, with the itinerant preacher, all three were kneeling on the floor in prayer. Hubbard unceremoniously nudged the clergyman. "That'll do," he said. The minister rose, his tall, lanky frame towering over Hubbard. "Brother," he began in an oratoned voice, "come with the Lord." "Yes, I know," returned Hubbard, with a patience that surprised his wife. "But I've got something to talk over with my family." He paused. "Here," he added, feeling in his pocket and producing a small coin. "Take this and go." When the preacher had left, Hubbard called to his daughter. "Harper was gone when I got over to the fence." "What kept you so long?" "I walked over to the woods. There's a nest of coons. They're going to play havoc with the corn." He smiled unnaturally. "Look-a-here, if we catch 'em, I'll give you the money their pelts bring." Hubbard divined that his acting was poor. Both the girl and his wife were frankly regarding him. "Well," he shouted, "what's the matter with you?" "Oh, nothing, Pa, nothing," whimpered the girl. "Then go to bed, the two of you." Next morning, Hubbard started for the county seat, a 10-mile drive. He returned that evening and complained that the case had been adjourned because Harper had failed to appear in court. The following day, he went back to his field far down the road for more plowing. Twice he was called to the roadside by a passerby to discuss the disappearance of Harper. One morning, a week later, when he came along the road with his team, he discovered the Harper child on the Eldridge premises. She was sitting at the edge of the well. With a suppressed oath, he dropped the lines and half walked, half ran to where the little girl sat. "Didn't I tell you to stay away from there?" he exploded. The girl stared at him, but made no move, though her lips quivered. Hubbard glanced back to observe the road. Then he caught her arm. "Go home!" he shouted. He spun her roughly. She continued to stare at him as she retreated homeward. All that morning, Hubbard worked his horses hard. He realized that he was eager to go back by the Eldridge dwelling. Promptly at 12 o'clock, therefore, he tied his team and started up the road. A flash of relief came to him when he did not observe the little girl. It left him cold, however. "Eating dinner," he mumbled. He moved off without looking into the well. Until 4 o'clock that afternoon he labored. On the way home he discovered the girl again, seated by the well. She was bending over and acting queerly. Hurrying his horses to the roadside, he looped the lines over one of the posts in the old snake fence. As he approached, he saw her toss a piece of stone down the hole. Hubbard waited until he was sure of his voice. "Come with me," he said. Gripping the girl, he started with her toward her home, a short distance away. When they arrived, the front door was ajar. A woman with red eyes from weeping looked at Hubbard in silence. "Here," he said gruffly, "this child ought to be kept home. She'll fall into the well." Mrs. Harper merely reached out her arms for her daughter. Hubbard remained standing awkwardly. "Have you heard anything of Harper yet?" he asked. "I don't want to talk to you," replied the woman. Hubbard turned on his heel. Waiting for him by his horses was a deputy sheriff. The two of them further discussed the disappearance. "If you yourself wasn't so well known, Jeremiah," finally declared the official, "they'd be a-thinking you was in it some way." Why? Grunted the farmer as he untied the lines. Well, everybody knows you and Harper been a lawing at it for years over the boundary line. Hubbard achieved a laugh. I'll tell you where Harper is. He cleared out, that's what I think. Deserted his family. That night, and many following nights, Hubbard did not sleep. Some weeks later, a tremendous electrical storm broke in the night. One peculiarly heavy clap so startled the wakeful Hubbard that he leapt from his bed and dressed. In the pouring rain, he started out. Inevitably, his steps took him toward the well. It was black. He could not see at first. But another flash came, and he observed the strange thing. The huge oak, standing at the side of the well, had been split in two by lightning, and one portion of the tree had fallen over the mouth of the hole. The next morning, Simpson, the man with the tin Lizzie, stopped at Hubbard's place. He was a blunt-spoken, red-faced man whom Hubbard hated. That was a bad storm last night, he said. The lightning struck the big oak tree by the well. What of it? Snapped Hubbard. There was a skeleton in the center of that tree, explained Simpson. I was talking this morning with the sheriff over the telephone. He said 75 years ago a man was murdered in Ovid, and they never found his body. This skeleton must be his. Hubbard cleared his throat sharply. What did you do with it? The skull and one of the leg bones fell down into the well when I tried to gather them up. I want to borrow some rope so I can climb down in there. For a bare second, Hubbard was silent. What you ought to do, he said, gathering himself, is to fill up that hole. It's dangerous. Yeah, that's so, but I'm going to get the skull first. It'll be a good exhibit. I'm wondering whether we'll ever find Harper's skeleton. Wait a moment, said Hubbard huskily, starting for the barn. I'll get some rope and help you. The two returned to the Eldridge farm. They found there the dead man's child. She had perched herself on the fallen tree. Damn fool, muttered Hubbard. Her mother letting her play around here. A pulley was rigged over the branch and the rope inserted with a board for a rest. I'll go down, vouchsafed Hubbard. Simpson looked his surprise as he assented. It took Hubbard 5 minutes or so to retrieve the missing skeleton parts. He brought them up, the leg bone and the grinning skull. He was pale when he hauled himself over the edge. I'm going to fill up that hole myself, he said. All right, retorted Simpson, handling the skull curiously. Go to it. The word traveled of the finding of the ancient skeleton, and the inhabitants began driving thither to see the sight. Simpson, a man of some ingenuity, had wired the bleach-white bones together and suspended them from one of the branches of the fallen tree. The skeleton dangled and swung in the wind. Hubbard, maddened by the delay and publicity, felt himself wearing away. He had become obsessed with conviction that if the hole were filled, his mind would be at rest. The nights of continued sleeplessness were ragging his nerves, and he was by this time unable to remain in bed. He would throw himself down, fully dressed, waiting until the others were asleep. Then he would steal out. At first he had merely walked to the rows, swinging his arms and mumbling. But as the night progressed, his stride would quicken, and frequently he would take to running. He would run until his lungs were bursting, and a slaver fed from his mouth. Late travelers began to catch glimpses of the fleeting figure, and the rumor grew that a ghost was haunting the locality of the well, that the skeleton walked. Hubbard grew haggard, but he found himself unable to discontinue his nocturnal prowls, some of which took him miles, but all of which invariably wound up in one place, the well. Here, fagged and exhausted, he would sit until the approach of dawn, staring at the swinging skeleton, mouthing incoherencies, praying, singing hymns beneath his breath, laughing. At the approach of dawn, he would steal home. At last, after the interest in the skeleton had subsided and Simpson had consented to its removal, Hubbard loaded his wagon with stones and small boulders and started for the well. The first forenoon he made 3 trips, dumping each time a considerable amount of stones. Next morning he worked in an additional trip. He began to experience surcease. But on the afternoon of the second day, when he made another trip, Simpson came over from his work in the adjoining field. "I wanted to see you yesterday," he said, quizzically regarding Hubbard. "Mrs. Harper was here. She said her little girl was playing around here and dropped a pair of Adirons down the well." "What of it?" Hubbard jerked out. "You gotta get 'em out." "Why?" "Because them Adirons is relics." "But you gave me permission to fill the hole." "I was kidding you," laughed Simpson. "I'm only renting the farm. I ain't got nothing to do with the house and the yard." Without a word, Hubbard returned to his wagon. He got into the seat and drove off. In an hour he came back with the same rope that had been used to recover the missing portions of the skeleton. Also, he brought with him a farm laborer who did occasional work for him. Simpson regarded Hubbard amusingly as the latter adjusted once more the pulley, arranged the bucket, and then hitched his team to the end of the rope. Patiently, bucketful by bucketful, the stones were elevated and dumped. Down below in the black interior, Hubbard labored for an hour. At 6 o'clock he had not found the Adirons. Twice he had been compelled to come up for fresh air. His last trip left him so white-faced and weak he was forced to go home. That night he resorted to sleeping powders, but he lay and tossed, wide-eyed through the dark hours. Sometime after midnight he got up. A light was still burning in his wife's room, and, tiptoeing down the hall, he paused at her door. In low voices the mother and daughter were conversing. To his heated imagination, it seemed certain they were talking of Harper's disappearance. Mumbling to himself, he left the house. He ran down the lane to the highway and along this until he came to the Eldridge place. He determined not to stop, and succeeded in running by like a frightened animal. His gait accelerated. It was one best described as scurrying, as he ran crouched and low. He thought he saw someone approaching. This turned him. Back he fled with the speed of the wind. Drawn by an irresistible force, he made straight for the Eldridge pathway. He came to the well, the entrance of which gaped at him. For a moment he stood with eyes wide open, staring into the black depths. Then, screaming, he plunged in head first. His cry, long drawn and eerie, hung quivering in the night air. In the Hubbard home, a quarter of a mile away, the mother and daughter heard it. The two listened with palpitating hearts. They caught one another's hand. In a hoarse whisper, the mother exclaimed, "What's that?" The end of The Well by Julian Kilman.
The White House by S. Baring Gould. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The White House by S. Baring Gould. On the road between Raskelf and Easingwold stood in 1623 and stands still a lonely inn called the White House. The wide brown heathery moor, called Pillmoor, then extended to the roots of the Hambledon Hills. On a slight rising ground above the marshes stood here and there a farm or cottage, and here and there a portion of the soil had been enclosed. To this day a large portion of the moor remains untilled, and is a favourite resort of botanists, who find there several varieties of gentian and orchis, rare elsewhere. Originally it stretched from Borough Bridge to the Hambledons, intersected by the streams flowing into the Ouse, patched here and there with pools of water. In the White House lived a man called Ralph Reynard and his sister. Ralph paid his addresses to a fine-looking young woman, dark-eyed, dark-haired, who lived at Thornton Bridge, at the Red House, where the road from Brafferton or Tollerton crossed the Ouse to Topcliffe and Ripon. The old house, lonely, surrounded by trees, with traces of a moat or pond, in spring full of yellow flags, stands to this day almost deserted. The girl was poor, and a good match was of the first advantage to her. She was at the time in service at the Red House, and thither Ralph came to visit her. But for some cause unknown they quarrelled. An estrangement ensued, and Ralph came no more across Thornton Bridge. At the same time, a yeoman named Fletcher, living at Moor House in the parish of Raskelf, had cast his eyes on the comely young woman, and he took advantage of the rupture between the lovers to step in and offer his hand to the damsel. He was at once accepted, in a fit of resentment against Ralph Reynard, and the marriage rapidly followed, so that she soon found herself the wife of a man whom she did not love, and some miles nearer the White House, where lived Ralph, whom she did love, than when she had resided at Thornton Bridge. The resentment she had felt died away. An explanation followed when too late. There was a scene, despair on both sides, and resentment entertained by both Ralph Reynard and Mrs. Fletcher against the unfortunate yeoman who stood between them and perfect union and happiness. On market day, when Mrs. Fletcher ambled on her nag into Easingwold, she invariably halted at the White House, when the hostler, one Mark Dunn, a beetle-browed, uncouth fellow from Hooby, received and held her horse as she dismounted and entered the inn. Ralph, the host, was always there, and received Mrs. Fletcher with an affection which dissatisfied his sister, a woman of sense, who saw that this cherishing of an old passion could lead to no good. When Mark Dunn disappeared for hours at a time, she shrewdly suspected that he was sent on messages to Raskelf. More than once she interfered, and rebuked Ralph, her brother, warning him of the dangerous consequences of thus encouraging the attachment of a woman now bound to another man by the most sacred ties. With an oath he bade her mind her own business, and not interfere with him. Fletcher could not but be aware that his wife did not love him. Whispers reached him that she met her old sweetheart when he was from home, that her nag was seen standing an unreasonable time outside the door of the White House. He caught Mark Dunn one evening prowling in his orchard, and he fell on him with a stick. The ungainly fellow howled with pain and swore revenge. Fletcher became gloomy, neglected his affairs, and began to fall into difficulties. He had been sincerely, passionately attached to the dark-eyed, handsome girl he had brought to his home. He had done his utmost to render her happy, and now she was making his home miserable, destroying the former serenity of its spirits. He was obliged to go one day on business to Easingwold. He would not return till late. His wife knew it. Something troubled his mind. A presentiment of evil which he could not shake off hung over him, and he wrote on a sheet of paper, "If I should be missing, or suddenly wanted be, mark Ralph Reynard, mark Dunn, and mark my wife for me," directed it to his sister, and on reaching Easingwold posted it. No sooner was he gone than Mrs. Fletcher mounted her horse and rode to the White House. She asked to see Reynard, and he walked by her side some way back to Raskelf. There they parted, and Reynard was next observed in close conversation with his hostler, Mark Dunn. It was May Day. In the sweet spring evening, Fletcher was returning on foot from Easingwold when he came to Dorney Bridge, where at that time a road branched off from the highway, from the north to York, and traversing the Lund led to Raskelf. As he crossed the bridge, he stood still for a moment and looked up at the stars just appearing. Next moment, Reynard and Dunn were upon him. They had sprung from behind the bridge, and he was flung over it into the water. The stream is narrow and not deep, so that, once recovered from the shock, he could have easily crawled out. But the murderers leaped into the water after him. Mrs. Fletcher, with a long sack over her shoulder, ran out from the shadow of a bush where she had been concealed, and they held the farmer under water, the two men grasping his throat, his wife retaining his feet in the sack, into which she thrust them, till his struggles ceased, and he was, or was supposed to be, dead. The body was then thrust into the sack, which Mrs. Fletcher had brought for the purpose, and the three guilty ones assisted in carrying or dragging the body along the road towards the White House. They were alarmed once. The clatter of a horse's hoofs was heard, and they concealed themselves by the roadside. The horsemen passed. They emerged from their place of hiding and continued their course. As they drew near to the inn, a streak of light from the inn door showed that it was open. They heard voices. The horseman had called for something to drink, and it was brought to him without his dismounting. Then Miss Reynard was heard calling, "Ralph! Ralph!" She wondered perhaps at his long absence, or wanted him for some purpose in the house. No answer was returned. Reynard, Dunn, and Mrs. Fletcher lifted the body over the low hedge into Reynard's croft or garden, and buried it in a place where the ground had been disturbed that day by his having stubbed up an old root. They carefully covered the body with earth, and Reynard sowed mustard seed over the place. It was thought prudent that Mrs. Fletcher and Reynard should not meet after this. People wondered what had become of Fletcher, but knowing that he was somewhat embarrassed in his circumstances, they readily accepted the statement of his wife, that he had gone out of the way to avoid having a writ served on him. Thus matters stood till the 7th of July, when Ralph Reynard rode to Topcliffe Fair. It was a bright, sunny day. He passed the Moor House, but did not stay there, crossed Thornton Bridge, went before the Red House, where he had so often visited, and spent such happy hours with the woman who was now his accomplice in crime, along by Cundall to Topcliffe. He dismounted at the inn there, the Angel, an old-fashioned house near the dilapidated market cross. He led his horse out of the yard into the stable. The sun glared without, within it was dark. As he was removing the bridle from his horse, suddenly he saw standing before him the spirit of Fletcher, pale, with a phosphoric light playing about him, pointing to him and saying, "O Ralph, Ralph, repent! Vengeance is at hand." In an agony of horror he fled out of the stable. In the daylight without he recovered composure, and endeavoured to believe that he had been a victim to delusion. He thought he must buy some present for the woman, love for whom had led him to the commission of murder. He went to one of the stalls to buy some trinket, a chain of imitation coral beads. "How does it look on the neck?" he asked, extending it to the keeper of the stall. Then he looked up and saw a ghastly figure opposite, the dead man with the coral round his neck, knotted under his ear, and his head on one side, the eyes wide open with a blaze in the eyes, and heard him say, "How like you a red streak round the neck such as this? I will put one round the throat of my wife, and you shall wear one too." Sick and faint he hastened back to the inn and called for beer. Towards evening he rode home. He saw, as he came towards the car, where there is a dense clump of trees, a figure looking at him. It was deliberately getting out of a sack and shaking and wringing water out of its clothes. With a scream of terror, Reynard plunged his spurs into the horse's flanks and galloped past Cundall, home. As he crossed Thornton Bridge he closed his eyes, but when he opened them again he saw the well-known figure of the dead man walking before him so fast that his horse could not catch him up. The ghost trailed the sack after it and left a luminous track on the ground. When it reached a point at a little distance from the White House, the very spot where Reynard, Mrs. Fletcher, and Mark Dunn had turned aside the body, the spectre strode across the heather, leaped the low hedge and melted, apparently into the ground, where now a rich green crop of mustard was growing. "You're back earlier than I thought," said the sister of Ralph Reynard. "I reckon thou'st not been stopping this time at Moor House." Reynard said nothing except, "I'm ill." "Ah," said his sister, "I've gotten thee a nice bit of supper ready with a beautiful dish of salad." And she laid the cloth and placed upon it a plate of fresh cut mustard. Reynard's face grew rigid and white. "What is the matter?" asked his sister. Opposite him, on the settle, sat the dead man, pointing to the salad. Ralph sprang up, drew his sister away, and told her all. She, poor woman, horror-struck, ran off at once to Sir William Sheffield, a justice of peace residing at Raskelf Park. The 3 guilty parties were apprehended and taken to York, where, on July 28, 1623, all 3 were hung. When they had been cut down, the bodies were removed and conveyed in a wagon to the White House, the hangman seated by the driver in front. There is a little rise not far from the inn, commanding the spot where the murder was committed, and the green mustard bed where the body of Fletcher had been hidden, but which had been removed and buried in Raskelf churchyard. On this hill a gibbet had been erected, and there the 3 bodies were hung, with their faces towards the dismal flat and the gurgling stream where the murdered man had been drowned. There they hung, blown about by the autumn storms, screeched over by the ravens and magpies, baked by the summer sun, their bare scalps capped with cakes of snow in the cold winter, till they dropped upon the ground, and then the bones were buried, and the gallows cut down. About 80 years ago the plough was drawn over Gallows Hill, when a quantity of bones were unearthed by the share. They were the bones of Reynard, Dunn, and Mrs. Fletcher. The hill to this day bears its ill-omened name, and people mutter about Raskelf, the doggerel lines: "A wooden church, a wooden steeple, rascally church and rascally people." End of The White House by S. Baring Gould.